Good afternoon and welcome to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, we are right on top of the opener here at Belmont at the Big A, the final day of racing for the meet. It is New York Showcase Day. I'm Maggie Wolfendale and so pleased to be alongside New York NYRA handicapper Anthony Stabile.
What's up, kid?
Nothing. You are a saint. I mean, you were handling that Breeders' Crown last night with Acacia, and you are back on early here with me.
I have been called a lot of things. Nobody has ever called me a saint.
Well, there's a first time for everything, and it's the first time for these horses to break their maiden here in race number 1. 2-year-old fillies, the New York Reds, of course, going the 6 furlongs here as we see 9-5 on the 11 Disruption. Will third time be the charm for Chad Brown?
Yeah, we'll see. She's 9-5 right now. The only horse that took any money really into her, Mags, is the number 10 Central Speed, a firster for John Terranova. Joel Rosario going to team up. This horse has a nice work tab. I landed on her just because I want a little bit of an alternative to the favorite. She's taking some money. I heard she can run a little bit.
I did not love her workout.
Okay.
She looked rapid, though. I think she might have speed. Obviously, the workouts would suggest that on her work tab.
The only other one, Maggie, right now, there's a weird tote board. The only other one who's in single digits on the board is another first, the number 6, Bustin' Hot for Linda Rice, who a little bit more prolific with her second-time starters. So we'll see if this daughter of Bustin' Stones, who was a fast horse himself, can get the job done here on the opener. She's 6-1, but those two firsters are the only horses really taking any money into the runner to number 11 Disruption.
I like the workout on the 2 Queens over 3s, but she's a big price as she has a lower profile rider, Amin Castillo, who does gallop for Rudy Rodriguez on her back. But Bustin' Stones, he gets them to win at first asking at 20%.
And this horse, the horse you mentioned, is 20-1. I thought about this horse a little bit. The other one I gave a little look at was the 5 Weekend Rags for Jorge Abreu. So we'll see if one of the firsters can get it done or if Disruption gets out of the maiden ranks and start number 3.
All right. Will it be the favorite? Will we see an upset to kick off the day? It's race number 1 here as this is a mandatory payout. Early pick 5. We throw it up to John and Brielle for the call of the opener.
They're all in. And they're off. Disruption broke well. Bustin' Hot is there. Down on the inside, it is a Super Slide. As moving on through now is Weekend Rags. Weekend Rags is right there, along with Mommy Joe Dreams. And on the outside is Bustin' Hot, now racing in 3rd. Super Slide down on the inside in 4th. Disruption, Dashing Della, those two right together, 5th and 6th. And now moving up is Central Speed from 7th, having to steady there just a bit. Naughty Nan is down on the inside. And she's followed next by La Conquistadora, then Levon, and Queens over 3s. And being pulled up and out of the race is Forever Amy. The quarter went in 23 seconds. So it is Mommy Joe Dreams closest to the rail. Disruption on the outside runs in 2nd. With a Central Speed next in 3rd, and in behind horses is a Weekend Rags. Disruption now goes on with it and has taken over the lead. Then Central Speed towards the inside is a Weekend Rags. Disruption is in front by almost 3 lengths. And Disruption will pick up her maiden victory here as we start Empire Showcase Day.
Disruption graduates here, the daughter of Practical Joke for Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz, and Klarovich Stable.
Yeah, nice job keep getting her in the game early behind some of the speed. Arad makes the lead with her on the far turn. He's able to just draw away. Nice run from Weekend Rags, one of the first-time starters for the Jorge Abreu barn. She made up some ground late up along the inside of Central Speed, who made a big wide move. Joel Rosario kept her in the clear. They want to keep an eye on those two firsters when they make their second starts in about a month or so.
You know what's interesting is Weekend Rags actually has more of a turf pedigree.
Yeah.
So
A little long and a little turf, yeah.
right. The fact that she ran so well here first time out, I think, might speak of some talent for New York Final Furlong, but all about the one with experience as Disruption graduating here as she faced Stonewall Star, a nice one in her second start. 11, 5, 10, 7 unofficially to kick off New York Showcase Day.
Love this day.
What?
Absolutely love this day.
I love this day. I do
Lot of
too.
fun.
It's a lot of fun because we celebrate the New York Breds, A, and B, it's always fun. There's always stuff going around here at the racetrack. I mean, typically it was at Belmont, but still, we have $1.6 million that in purse money that we're giving away over the span of 7 stakes. It kicks off with the Hudson. That's race number 3 and goes all the way through to race number 10 with the 2-year-old colts in the Sleepy Hollow. And anybody that you really like on the card?
I like What Do You Think Now in the Hudson.
Okay.
I like City Man in the Mohawk. You can go to NairaBets.com. I actually put out a picks and plays sheet for Empire Showcase Day, so you can head on over there. Don't forget, excuse me, there are mandatory payouts in both pick 5s and the pick 6 today.
Yes.
Pick 6 starts in race 5. Late pick 5 starts in race 6. And we introduced a new middle pick 4, 10 race card that starts in race number 4 this afternoon.
Excellent, excellent stuff. And as always, you can check out NairaBets.com.
It's all at NairaBets.com under the expert picks. I don't know that they just put me there. I don't know what I'm doing there, but they just put me there.
You can call yourself an expert.
I guess.
When have you ever been shy?
You can call me an expert.
When have you ever been
I don't have to call
shy
myself
about, you know?
I'm very shy, Maggie. You know that.
Self-compliments as we have the Empire Classic starts race number 4, and we are always brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We also have live racing returning from Churchill Downs, where it is the Stars of Tomorrow card, all 2-year-old racing. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with a NairaBets account today. If you're not a member, become one. Earn that $200 deposit match bonus as always, but also on top of that, $25 free play for the Breeders' Cup. Just use Cup 25. As we'll take a look at one of the co-features today, the Empire Classic. It's kind of funny. You have Seafoam. He's trying to win this race for the 4th time. He's not been able to do so in the past. And then there are a bunch of 3- and 4-year-olds, kind of up-and-comers, if you will, here, Anthony. Now, Seafoam, he's got speed, but he also looks to have a lot of company up front.
He sure does. And we get to cover this race today on the early shift. As it's going to go as race number 4. Kicks off that new middle pick 4 here at Naira. Yeah, you know, the Evan Shipman, he takes a tough beat to Bankett, who's a little bit more accomplished. Bankett actually scratched out of the race prior to this, to Hudson today. I don't know what went wrong.
It was a weird spot. Don't you think he should have been in here?
Especially the way the race was shaping up, yes.
Yeah.
When you look at the nominations, Bankett would have been 4 to 5 in here today. Seafoam kind of has to win this Evan Shipman around the 1.5 turns at Saratoga. He gets beat by a more accomplished horse than Bankett. Like you said, though, he's taking his 4th swing at this Empire Classic as a full 7-year-old.
But what I will say is I do think he's a better horse around 2 turns, and prior, the last 3, they've all been at Belmont, which is around 1 turn, mile and 16.
And I was going to bring that up. He does look like a little bit better, and that's okay. That's what you're here for. The fact that the turns carry speed should help Seafoam today. Now, the amount of speed in this race, at least on paper, should help Barisi, because Barisi does his better work from off the pace. But he's been compromised a bit in his last 2 starts. This one, where he actually wins the New York Derby at Finger Lakes, and last time when he was a good second in the Albany, the boss making boss moves. With all of the speed signed on here. Seafoam, Dr. Blute, even Montebello from the rail. You would imagine Barisi's going to be able to sit a trip he is more accustomed to and a trip that he has parlayed into some nice wins, namely here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, Barise, he shows up pretty much every time they bring him over, and he's going to be looking to sit right behind that pace and pounce as the girls take their turn over the 9 furlongs later in the Empire Distaff. It's race number 9, as we'll take a look at the 2-1 morning line favorite in Brattle House. To me, Anthony, though, she's been a touch disappointing in her last 2 starts off that little midsummer break in which it looked as though she should have gotten the job done as a heavily backed favorite.
And like you said, that's in back-to-back starts. You can forgive one. It's kind of hard to forgive both. And I think this Empire Distaff is full of horses where I don't know if you could really love anyone, but it's more about poking some holes in horses, and that's how I found the horse that I liked in here. I actually let her inspire you today. I even think the number 3 Carragate at a big price could get a nice piece of this pie, just because I think they'll get better trips than a horse like Brattle House, who has now disappointed 2 starts in a row.
I'm intrigued by Sharp Star. She's last year's winner. I know her recent form has not been good, but it wasn't good before last year's Empire Distaff. And with all the speed that looks to be in here, maybe she sits the right trip.
Which side of the stall did Sharp Star wake up on this morning?
That's always a question.
There's a randomness to her.
There is.
But like you said, she can show up. She's won open company races here at Aqueduct. I think that helps her chances today. And when do you see the defending champ of one of these races going to be one of the 2 or 3? I mean, she's 10-1 on the morning line. She's going to be one of the 2 or 3 longest shots on the board in the field of 8. So, yeah, if you like Sharp Star, have at it.
All right. Well, if you want to play today's races and follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys, download your free Equibase past performances right now. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download them. As let's take a look back. Race number 1, Disruption. Disrupting?
That would be a good nickname for me, Disruption.
Disruption.
That's what I do.
You're the disruptor.
I am the disruptor.
Anyway, she gets her picture taken today as she was prominent throughout here beneath Arad Ortiz, sat that nice kind of stalking trip, and was able just to power away from a field of a lot of inexperienced rivals. In fact, 2 first-time starters finishing 2nd and 3rd.
It's funny you say that, right? Inexperienced rivals. We've watched her kind of grow up a little bit right before our eyes. Didn't have the best of beginnings. 2 starts back, kind of bobbled a little bit last time, and then today she broke. She was forward. Arad was a little aggressive with her, and she complete package gets the job done at 8-5.
Yeah, the daughter of Practical Joke out of the Malibu Moon mare Orient Moon. As we'll take a look at race number 2 now, it is going the 6 furlongs on the outer turf course, and a full field of 12 going postward for this other than for the New York breds, and a fairly wide open board, but I do feel as though that trainer Christophe Clement probably holds a pretty strong hand in this affair.
Yeah, I like the bigger price. I like Mr. Chairman, but Frank Zart's going to come back to the number 4 from a mile on the 16th and a mile. Those are both at Saratoga. They're both around 2 turns, and he cuts back to the 1 turn. Broker's Maiden going 7/8 at Belmont. Completely different kind of race. 7 at Belmont, 6 at Aqueduct, but it was a sprint and needed to get the job done. That was his lone win in his career.
We are back beneath the Twin Spires today. It is opening day at Churchill Downs. Stars of Tomorrow card. We kick things off with a maiden special weight. Stay tuned. More on this race to come, including checking in with Paul LaDuca. Races. Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile. We will have Richard McGlure a little bit later, as well as Paul LaDuca joining us from Churchill Downs, Louisville, Kentucky. Back in action. We kick things off with a maiden special weight going the 5/8s for the 2-year-old Colton Geldings. And we'll take a look here at the post parade as we currently see number 7, Talladega, your favorite. But we kick things off with 2 for Chris Hartman. Number 1 is JJ's Joker.
Yeah, son of Practical Joke going to try a wet track in his debut. He's got a nice gate work, 36-1. Francisco Arrieta, these two teamed up to win a lot of races at Oaklawn this past winter.
As number 2 is Two Eagles River. They picked this one up for $220,000 at the OBS April sale. Worked quite nicely.
Looked like they've been working together, the one JJ Joker and the Two Eagles River. Get rich, bet Mitch. Another Klarovich stallion here. Cloud Computing, this one, sire.
Birthday Munnings has experience but returns as a gelding.
You mentioned Munnings. He should like a wet track being by Spikestown. Fresh gelding has shown speed. Rider switch to Ricardo Santana Jr.
Midnight Pranks. Damn, have to Midnight Lucky.
A midnight, and into Mischief here. Raylu Gutierrez for Brett Calhoun. A little chilly on the board at 7-1.
And Olazabal.
Olazabal for you PGA Tour fans. First off, the Eric Foster claim. This horse is 0 for 4. Last 2 have been in for the tag.
Here's number 6, Gabe.
A little easier to say, Mags. This one ships.
Thank you. Rocket Ship Racing.
Son of Unified comes in here. A ho-hum work tab and 18-1.
Talladega. We're going to get a little shake and bake, you think, from Paulie later?
Shake. If you ain't first, you're last. Holiday Disguise and Midnight Disguise. This one's half-sisters. Did some good around these parts of State Breds. Nice work tab. Rodolphe Brisset and Florent Giroux have the favorite right now.
Big Hat Willie. Not much pedigree on this Doug O'Neill training.
Love this name. Dan was 6 for 35. Again, kind of a quiet work tab. This one's been banging around Ellis Park most of the summer, though.
Here is number 10, Island Swagger, returns off a layoff and gets on the dirt.
Another fresh gelding. Maggie mentioned Turf to Dirt. This horse was 2-1 on debut for Brian Lynch. At a time, the barn was not winning races. It's a little quiet on the board, but this horse interested me a little bit.
Top Doro is number 11.
Medallia d'Oro here comes in from the training center for the Gustavo Delgado, who not really known for his first-time starter work.
Big price on the outside runner, number 12, Funny Uncle, but does have experience.
Yeah, a couple of tries, one on the turf for Colonial, one against the Claimers, where he showed a little bit more speed last time. He'd be a little bit of an upset at 21-1.
Interesting race to kick things off. They'll have to do it on a wet track. So, man, providing the scenery for us down there at Churchill. Paul LaDuca. Paulie, it looks as though you had some foul weather to kick off this opening day.
Yeah, Maggie, it's a kind of bit of a shame, but still 117 2-year-olds in today. So a day to look forward to, obviously, because you can see the next star coming up as well. There's a lot of horses in here that have had a lot of buzz. You walk into the racetrack today with the muddy racetrack, a lot of people, that buzz has sort of calmed down because they really don't know how these horses are going to handle the muddy racetrack. Like I said, 117 2-year-olds. Featured by Rags to Riches. You can have a Tom Amos filly in there, Hoosier filly, who's going to be very, very tough. And I also thought a runner in race number 9, pretty mischievous for Brendan Walsh. It was probably the most likeliest winner on the card before the other stakes race, which is the Street Sense. So let's get to race number 1 in here. And listen, a lot of the money has come to the 7, Talladega, and a lot of people do call me El Diablo in a little shake and bake as well. But this horse is taking a ton of money. And the Brett Calhoun horse, the 4 in here, had taken early money, but started acting up a tiny bit in the post braid, was bucking a little bit on the track. I do love the way he looks. He's kind of like athletic, Maggie. And to me, I think he'll like a little bit of the off track. The 7 has taken a lot of money. I think the 11 is the horse that's bred the best for the off track, but these are 2-year-olds, and this is going to be a crapshoot today. But I also think there's going to be some nice horses today. Like I said, Hoosier filly, and for Tom Amos, our colleague, he's got high expectations in race number 6.
Always fun to see if they live up to the hype, Anthony. As the Rags to Riches, the co-feature on today, we'll also see the Grade 2 Street Sense as well. Looking forward to both of those, Grade 3 Street Sense going a mile and a 16th. Looking forward to both of those races.
Yeah, can't wait to see the 2-year-olds in action. Stars of Tomorrow card kicks off the action at Churchill. they bookend. This is Stars of Tomorrow 1. Stars of Tomorrow 2 comes your way at the end of November, 4 weeks from today. The pedigree in here was the number 8. Onasa, who's a have-to Epicenter, who's going to be maybe the second or third choice in the Breeders' Cup Classic a week from yesterday. So we'll see if the wet track is what maybe caused his scratch today from the Larry Ravelli barn. We'll see. Yeah, Talladega taking the money of the first-time stars in here. We'll see if they call Paul El Diablo, huh? I did not know that.
I did not know that either.
Learn something new every day on America's Day at the Races. 9 to 5 now on Talladega.
As he is finishing his warm-ups, we will pause briefly to welcome in those on FS2. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Thanks for tuning in here on FS2 as we have live racing from Belmont at the Big A. It's the final day in New York Showcase Day, as well as Churchill Downs. Hi, I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside NYRA handicapper Anthony Stabile. And Anthony, we are moments away from the opener at Churchill Downs. It is the Stars of Tomorrow card, and we currently see 9 to 5 on a first-time starter from Windstar Farm and Rudolph Brissett in Talladega.
Yeah, real fun Sunday of racing. Stars of Tomorrow down at Churchill. We have New Empire Showcase Day here at the Big A, and looking forward to covering some of these 2-year-olds and some of the state breds here at Aqueduct. Talladega taking the bulk of the money in here, 2 to 1. Half to a couple of fillies. Speaking of Aqueduct, Holiday Disguise, Midnight Disguise. Linda Rice trained those two. This one cost $850,000, Maggie, last year as a yearling at the Keeneland September sale.
I believe this is the first one not to be a New York bred, too.
Right, yeah. The mare threw a bunch of state breds. You're 100% right. She was just 1 for 9 was the mare. And they did a little bit better running going longer. This race just 5 furlongs. We'll see how much speed and how precocious this daughter of Into Mischief is as your 2 to 1 favorite.
We see some late money coming in on number 2, Two Eagles River, a horse that I was a little bit interested in given his sales workout, in which they did pay $220,000 for this son of Cloud Computing. Worked 10 flat, though Cloud Computing has not gotten off to the most auspicious start with his debuting 2-year-olds in his freshman crop. But we'll see if Talladega lives to the backing. Paulie saying that Midnight Prank's an interesting runner for Brett Calhoun Athletic and could get over the track as we send it out to Travis Stone, who brings you the call of the opener from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Birthday Munnings comes blasting out of there. Ola Thabel's on the chase from second. Midnight Pranks is away third. Two Eagles River down toward the inside, fourth early. 3 lengths back. Island Swagger fifth. Top Doro spun out wide 6. Farther out. Funny Uncle 5 or 6 wide 7th. Gabe is down inside advancing 8th. Talladega is all the way back in 9th. JJ's Joker's in 10th round the turn, and Big Hat Willie the trailer. The leader, Birthday Munnings, who leads by 2, got an opening quarter in 22-1. Two Eagles River comes off the rail now and is second and coming after Birthday Munnings. And Ola Thabel comes 3 wide off the turn. Top of the stretch, Two Eagles River powers up and takes the lead. Birthday Munnings fights on toward the rail, but is back into second. Ola Thabel's third, a long way back to JJ's Joker fourth. Final 16th. Two Eagles River wanders inside, clear by 2, and works out a trip to score. Two Eagles River first. Birthday Munnings second. Ola Thabel was third. JJ's Joker fourth.
Two Eagles River, a little green down the stretch. We'll see if they take a look at it, Anthony, but broke prominently, guided off the rail by Mitchell Merle for Chris Hartman, and that was all she wrote in what was a very strung-out field over the slop.
I like the way Two Eagles River acted when on the chase. He went after Birthday Munnings like he owed him money. And you like to, I love when my two, there's no other way to really, I like to describe it that way. He pursued him. He really went after him. And I thought he very professional. Now, they may have bumped, and he certainly drifted in and may have taken his path away. I don't know how close they came. I don't know how far in front he got of Birthday Munnings, the Two Eagles River, but I would imagine the stewards will take a look. The Stars of Tomorrow starts off with a nice performance by Two Eagles River.
Two Eagles River, the son of cloud computing, gets it done at first asking as we are chocked full of racing action today. It is New York Showcase Day, and we start with the 7 stakes races in race number 3, but featured Empire Classic as well as the Empire Distaff and the mandatory payout for the Pick 6 as we will take a look at, there's 8 races on today's card. We're brought to you by Claiborne Farm as well as that full field or full card of the future stars down there at Churchill. We'll take a look at the Empire Classic field, which is headlined by Seafoam in here, Anthony, and he's truly the elder statesman. This will be his 4th try in the Empire Classic, but let's not forget, New York Showcase Day, the 3rd one of 3, usually takes place at Belmont, and that's a 1-turn mile and a 16th. For me, Seafoam has always been better around 2 turns.
Couldn't agree with you more, Maggie. It helps carry his speed, and there's some speed signed on here. Montebello to his inside, Dr. Blute right alongside to his outside. But we'll see if he can get the job done, getting back around 2 turns against Statebreds. The last time he went 2 turns against Statebreds was right here at Aqueduct. He won the Alex M. Rob on New Year's Eve in the mud. Last time he stumbled a little bit at the start at Pimlico. Here he is just getting beat a zop by Bankett in the Evan Shipman coming out of the Wilson Chute at Saratoga. He gets a natural 2 turns in here. He's won half of his 6 starts at Aqueduct. 5 of 11 go in the mile and an 8th distance. Most of those coming around 2 turns. We know at the very least 3 of them came around 1 turn in this race at Belmont. So you strip those off. He's had a good record around 2 turns.
As we do have an objection down there at Churchill, but let's get to the race at hand here at Belmont at the Big A. It is an A other than going the 6 furlongs on the turf, and we currently see number 4, Frank's Art, your current 8-5 favorite, but let's welcome in another member of our team, former champion jockey, Richard Migliore. He's standing by trackside. Mig, what are you seeing from this cast?
Yeah, a really interesting group of horses here going 6 furlongs on the turf, Maggie. And we'll start with one that has not tried the turf yet, and that's the number 3, Agility. From a physical perspective, this horse really looks like he'll handle the turf. He's got that big, wide, flat foot, kind of those longer, slacker pasterns that you talk about often. And I just think he really has a physicality that says turf. He's run well on dirt. Talked with Jorge Abreu. He says he's really been excited to get this horse on the turf, and at 17-1, he's going to be my top selection. I'm going to go with the stranger in the group that hasn't tried grass yet. The 4, Frank's Art, by point of entry. The pedigree doesn't scream that the turn back would be the thing, but looking at him from a physical perspective, I think he'll handle the turn back well. The fact that he was keen going further, he should get out-footed here, get comfortable, and come with a run. He is going to have to work out a trip in a big field, but he has Flavien Prat, who has been a very welcome addition to this already deep jockey colony. And then the 5-horse War Terminator. 3rd start off the layoff, 1st start in the Rob Atras barn. Last time he was well beaten in the slap, but all of his turf races are pretty decent, and I think it just dirties up his form. And from a physical perspective, he looks about as fit as a horse could look today, 3rd time off the layoff.
I do think that War Terminator is interesting in here, Anthony. And furthermore, when he doesn't really want to go a mile, he was up against the track that day, 2 back as well. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with a Naira Bets account. As always, offering that $200 deposit match bonus. But when you use CUP25 as your promo code, you get a $25 free bet when you play the Breeders' Cup this weekend. This coming weekend, I should say, as we'll take a look at number 1, Mr. Chairman. Do you think there's any credence in the fact that Joel Rosario, who is typically Christophe Clement's go-to rider, shows up on Mr. Chairman as opposed to Frank's Art?
So Frank's Art, I believe, was being pointed towards a longer race for this condition next weekend, and an audible was called.
Well, didn't they take a lot of races off the turf?
That's not one of them.
Okay.
I don't believe it's one of them.
Okay.
So I was a little surprised to see him show up in the entries. With that said, his lone win, Frank Art, came cutting back at the 7 furlong distance in his debut. A lot different between 6 and 7 at Aqueduct and Belmont. We'll see how he responds at 8-5. Mr. Chairman was the one I was interested in, Maggie, because I felt like last time out he was forced to be a little bit closer from his outside draw. I know the pace wasn't as fast as it was 2 back or 3 back, but I also felt like Joel made a decision to be closer, to try to get around some of that traffic going 5.5, try to get around some of the field, and it just didn't work. And now he's drawn inside. There's some speed signed on in here. He gets to save ground. He gets to save some ground, and I would imagine he'll be coming a little later on.
Here's what the Stewards are taking a look at in the opener from Churchill, as 2 Eagles River here does look as though he comes over significantly on the runner-up, number 3, Birthday Munnings, as we do welcome in Paul Aduga. Paul, how are you seeing it play out there in real time as these 2 horses are awaiting the decision?
Well, they decided, Maggie, just right now to no change. And I was talking to Ricardo Santana and Brendan Walsh, who were right there at the top of the by the winner's circle, and they were kind of a little upset. They thought that the Stewards were focusing on late in the stretch where there was a lot of bumping early in the stretch, and he did come over. And I think the Stewards made the right call. The 2 is always probably going to win this race, but you know, Ricardo's always going to play his hand and say, I had a ton of horse left. I don't know if you have a ton of horse left after you go that fast, but he said he was waiting on the 2 and ready to go, and the 2 sort of put him in a bad spot and then came over late. And I think the Stewards thought, you know what, he was clear enough, and I think it's the right call.
Paul, thank you. Yes, now to number 2, 2 Eagles River, your official winner over Birthday Munnings in the opener at Churchill Downs, as we see horses filing into the gate for today's second race on this New York Showcase day. And we'll see, who is it going to be? Frank's Art, your favorite? Or do we see an upset, as Richie pointed out some things to like about number 3, Agility, getting on the turf for the first time, as we send it up to John Embrial, who brings you the call of race 2 from Belmont at the Big A.
Eddie the Great now steps up, and we are set to go in the second. And they're off. Hudson Overpass and Courageous Ola. Courageous Ola has the lead. Hudson Overpass is next in second. Tommy the Torch is there. Sandra Day now moves on through. And down at the rail is War Terminator racing in 5th. Alongside is Athenry in 6th. It's 2.5 lengths to Open Till Midnight. Down on the inside and racing in 7th. Up front, it is Courageous Ola with the lead. Just in behind, Sandrine, Hudson Overpass, and Tommy the Torch. And then we come back to War Terminator and Athenry. Those 2 are together. Moving up now on the outside is Frank's Art, who has gained a spot. Open Till Midnight is down at the rail, followed by the gray Mr. Chairman. Farther back it is Agility, along with Eddie the Great, and at the back is 2 Down. The half mile was run in 44 seconds. Sandrine is now moving up, and on the outside, Frank's Art is kicking in. Athenry is right there. Here comes Frank's Art on the outside with Athenry, Sandrine, and War Terminator. Frank's Art by a half length. Athenry right there in second. And the final time, 1 minute 7 3/5 seconds.
One thing about this race, the outer turf courses getting pretty firm, as we see the favorite Frank's Art respond favorably to the turn back in distance, as he was able to hold off Athenry to the wire.
Looked like he appreciated the fast pace in front of him as well. You don't get those paces in the mile and the 16th races, and he was able to move early under Flavien Prat to get himself into position and be able to outkick Athenry to the wire, who raced well at 9-2 as one of the other choices in the Manny Franco. 4-6-5-8.
All right, Flavien Prat guides this one to victory for Christophe Clement, son, a point of entry for Jump Sucker Stables. We will have official prices for you after this break, as well as some reactions and more racing to come from Churchill Downs as we will preview the Grade 3 Street Sense after this break. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. One of America's top competitors on turf, Going to Vegas has won 4 graded stakes while earning nearly $1 million on the track. Runner-up in this year's Grade 1 Gamely Stakes, she returned to Santa Anita to win the Grade 1 Rodeo Drive for the second year in a row for trainer Phil D'Amato and owners Abadanza Racing, Medallion Racing, and My Racehorse.
Going to Vegas all the way.
She also owns victories in the Grade 3 Santa Ana Stakes.
A dominant performance from Going to Vegas.
As well as the Grade 2 John C. Maybe at Del Mar.
Going to Vegas and Flavion Phantom taking the John C. Baby.
Going to Vegas is the most successful runner by 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner Golden Sense. Grade 1 winner Going to Vegas, selling this November with TaylorMade Sales Agency.
Going to Vegas, one of many graded stakes winners being sold the night after the Breeders' Cup on Sunday. Fasig-Tipton, where will you be? As there's so many nice horses being sold.
I'll be here
You'll
covering
be
America's
here?
Day at the Races.
Good. I won't.
I know.
Okay.
Buy us one down there, will you?
I'll try. I'll try to beg for some money to buy one of those. As we see the opener from Churchill Downs, it went to 2 Eagles River for Chris Hartman and Mitchell Merle. Mach 1 Racing and Scattered Acres LLC. This one they picked up for $220,000 after working 10 flat at the OBS April sale. Son of Cloud Computing.
Yeah, nice job from the debut. Yeah, debuted as a gelding. There was some bumping in early stretch that the stewards really didn't look at. They looked at an incident later on in the stretch. They decided no harm, no foul, and they leave 2 Eagles River, that Cloud Computing son, up in his debut.
Birthday Munnings and Ola Sable completes the trifecta as we see some stakes action coming up later in today's 10th race. It's a Grade 3 Street Sense as we'll take a look at what is a full field here, Anthony. And I mean, I think Red Route 1 is possibly a deserving favorite. He ran very well in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity. But let's take a look back at the Iroquois, which did take place at the at Churchill Downs. And we'll take a look at the second and third place finishers in here in Honed and Jace's Road. I think it's important to point out that Honed, I mean, he just completely blew the first turn. He was just, to me, still very green throughout the entire running of this race.
Yeah, it was a nice effort. Then he came back and did not run well in the Breeders' Futurity. We'll see what a return to Churchill Downs does for this son of Sharp Azteca, and if he can behave a little bit better than he did first time over the course back in that Iroquois. Broke his maiden at Ellis Park in a mile race off the turf, so it was out of that mile and a half, that 1.5 turn shoot. Be curious to see how he reacts today to a return to Churchill Downs. Going to go to the rail, see Top Recruit. We saw him last right here at the Belmont at the Big A meet in the Champaign. He didn't seem to handle a sloppy track that day. That could hurt his chances today, as it is a sea of slop at Churchill Downs. But here he is taking the juvenile at Ellis Park, going 7/8 of a mile under Gerardo Corrales, who's back aboard today. This horse is running 4 different tracks, 4 different riders, 4 different distances. He finally gets back to Churchill Downs, the site of his debut victory for Mike Maker.
Hey, he was pretty game in this performance, and they were well clear of the third place finisher as he and Curly Jack duking it out there at Ellis Park. I'm sure we'll see some close finishes throughout the day at Churchill Downs, and hopefully the weather starts to get a bit better, but we are dealing with a sloppy track down there in Louisville. But sunny skies fast and firm here at the Big A, as going back to today's second race, Frank's Art, he made good on his 8-5 backing, taking very well to the turn back and distance, something that trainer Christophe Clement is very adept at on the turf.
Yeah, does a real good job at it, and this horse comes running late, gets the money of Athenry. Athenry kind of had the jump on him, Maggie, and he was just able to collar him and go by and then kind of stave him off. Athenry kept coming at him. Didn't want to go away, but Frank's Art able to stave him off. Christophe looked awfully lonely in that winner's circle, didn't he?
It was a very desolate winner's circle for Frank's Art, as he and Flavian Pratt, though, were smiling for the picture. The exact for 6 returns, $17.50 for $1. As you don't have to wait long to get into the stakes action here on this New York Showcase Day. The Hudson, it's up next. It's for the older horses going the 6.5 furlongs, as pretty wide open board. Everybody in single digit territory. More on this race. We'll see if we see any more big balloons like we did yesterday for the Kelso. Remember who that horse is, Anthony? That's Double Crown.
That's Double Crown.
I'm sure whoever backed him remembered him. We'll recap the Kelso on the other side of this break on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
After the Breeders' Cup, the sports focus will turn to Fasig-Tipton for the world's premier breeding stock event. Over 60 graded stakes winners or producers catalog, 30 of which are Grade 1. Offering champions, Breeders' Cup winners, a Royal Ascot star, and 3 Kentucky Oaks winners, plus 180 selected weanlings, all in one spectacular session. The November sale, Sunday, November 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome back. It's almost Halloween. It's Halloween Eve, in fact, and we are always brought to you proudly by Claiborne Farm, as they're looking good on that pumpkin there, and adding to the roster in this coming year, art collector who will be standing at legendary Claiborne Farm. As we take a look back to yesterday, a duo of graded stakes here at Belmont at the Big A, the Kelso. Baby Yoda, he was a heavy favorite, Anthony, and as they turned for home, he looked as though he had it wrapped up, but Double Crown had something else to say.
Yeah, he got that separation, and I think it's an optical illusion as well. Not only does it look like he got the separation, but when you look down and say, oh, well, that's the longest shot on the board by 25 points, Baby Yoda has to win this race at the 8th pole, right? Wrong. 16th pole, things really, really change, and by the time they get to 50 yards out, it's over. But the other way, and you get the longest price on the board. This is one of the more, to me, outlandish outcomes I've seen in a graded stakes race in my life.
Guided to victory by Mid-Atlantic jockey J.D. Acosta and Lynn Cash. He brings his horses, he runs them, and this is exactly what he did here yesterday with this high-priced winner in Double Crown. And Anthony, what did he end up returning? $87,
Are we not supposed to call him Norman? It's Lynn Cash or Russell?
He said, my friends call me Lynn.
Oh, there you go.
And then an article by our good friend Dave Grenning, he called him Lynn.
So Lynn Cash, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Congratulations to Lynn Cash.
Now, there's an argument that the track changed a little bit later on in the day. It seemed to get a bit faster as Eastern Bay, another Lynn Cash runner, he finished second going back to his last start in the Vosburg. But it would be the 3-year-old in here. And the betting public, Anthony, they honed in on running Son of a Gun.
You know, Maggie, he shows up every single time. He doesn't win a lot. He shows up every single time. This is his first start against older horses. Now, this isn't the toughest bunch of older horses he's ever going to face, but this was a salty bunch of older horses that he faced. And here, Eastern Bay goes right by him. And he digs in. Well, I needed Eastern Bay for the pick 5, so I mean, that's how that had to happen. But it's okay. I'm always happy to see my friends at the Scanos win. And it's fun to see these gritty horses win. I mean, he's running a winning race here. Eastern Bay's looking to grab him and run by him. And running Son of a Gun just said, I'm going to live up to my name today. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to put it on your noggin on the wire. What a good effort. Always fun to see these nice, hard-knocking, honest horses that show up all the time get the win. Because he doesn't get a lot of W's, but he made it count in his first start against older horses.
Good for him. Good for the Descandos. They claimed him for $40,000, and for the late Scott Zimmerman, who his wife Karen proudly carrying on the stable for him. It was just a feel-good story and ridden to victory by Kendrick Carmouche, who had a great day yesterday, winning 3 on the card. As we'll take a look, though, at race number 2 from Churchill Downs. We have a post parade coming up here. It's the fillies as they try the 5 furlongs over the sloppy going. And we see number 4 in here, Parody, who did have a long line of fast workouts as your favorite. We'll see if Rudy Brissett can rebound after the disappointing effort from Talladega in the first race. But Bruna Boyne kicks off the post parade with Brett Calhoun.
Daughter of Arrogate, Raylu Gutierrez climbs aboard. 13-1 right now on the board. Had a nice gate work at Keeneland.
There's some Percassi in the pedigree, too, as number 2 is Dowdy. Ran well, I thought, in the first start, but that was back in July.
Showed some speed. That was back on July 1st when they closed Churchill Downs up. Daughter of Free Drop Billy took some money that day, a little cold on the board today.
American Fairy Tale goes out for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, he doesn't win with a lot of first-time starters. Daughter of American Pharaoh is probably going to need one.
There's your 5-2 favorite coming up next in number 4, Parody. There isn't that much pedigree in the first generation.
There really isn't. The barn had the favorite in the first, and the horse did not do much running at all. Wet Track kind of throws a monkey wrench in. This horse is training nicely and gets leading rider Tyler Gaffleone.
As number 5 is Midsummer Soiree. Chris Hartman looking for the early double.
Looking to go back-to-back. Francisco Arrieta rode the other one in the first. It's the only one in the second. This horse was quiet on the board at 13-1.
First off, the Clean Lady Ocean. She was a heavy favorite in her debut, but blew the break.
Yeah, she blew the break. Didn't do much running afterwards. Returns for a new barn and a new track, and in for the special weight. Daughter of Run Happy.
Number 7 is High Class, daughter of Into Mischief. This is her third start for Steve Asmussen.
Showed some speed and tired in her first two. Cuts back from 5.5 to 5.
Ooh, big warm up for Fairy Hair.
Yeah, Corey Lannery giving this daughter of More Than Ready a good breeze. Dan was 2 for 3. They paid $140,000 for her at Keeneland September last year. She looks nice on the track, and she's taking a little money.
From my good friends at Home Wrecker Racing, as number 9 is Sure Can.
Yeah, nice work tab for Brian Lynch. Gets Julian Leperoux 6-1 on the board. Daughter of More Spirit looks to be taking a little money in here.
Paid $150,000 for her. They paid $70,000 for that one. Number 10, Sharp Tap.
Yeah, Joe Sharp with his first is, again, just about 10%. Gerardo Corrales climbs aboard. This was another one taking a little bit of money at 10-1.
The most experience and another pace factor is number 11, Inventing Anna.
A couple of races at Colonial, one at Keeneland. She's shown speed and stopped in her last two. We'll see what Adam Beschizza does with the outside draw.
That one named for the popular Netflix series, as we'll see if she can finally break through. But we need to check back in with Paul LaDuca. Paulie, you got to help us out with these 2-year-olds.
Yeah, and congratulations to Chris Hartman. And maybe the price tag on that cloud computing sort of just gave it away. But let's get to race number 2. And, the 4, Parity in here taking a lot of money. And you look at the pedigree, you guys are right. There's not a lot of siblings that are winners. But you look, Distorted Humor, very, very good on wet surfaces. And out of a Super Saver mare, and his best day was over a wet track on the first Saturday in May. So maybe this horse is going to like the off track. It looks like obviously speed is going to be the weapon today, especially in these 5 furlong races. The 9 on the outside, Sure Can, I thought presented very, very well. This is another filly by More Spirit, and if you look for a high price tag, you're getting it. More Spirit stands for $5,000. This one went through the ring for $150,000. This one's got pinhooked actually for $40,000 as a yearling, so they did pretty well with her, and I think she might come out running. The 7 in here, High Class, comes out of a loaded race. Who's your filly's going to be the favorite in the Rags to Riches in race number 6? She took the lead. She sort of had to take the lead and got pressed from the inside, so she's live right now as your favorite, but I'll just give a slight little nudge to the 9 in here, Julian Leperoux and Brian Lynch, first-time starter.
Paulie, I love it. I mean, solid, not a lengthy work tab, but a solid one at that for this daughter of More Spirit. As Paul also mentioning High Class, she debuted in what was one of the fastest 2-year-old filly races up at the spa behind Prank, first time out, and took a slight step forward on the Beyer speed scale last time out in her second start.
Yeah, we'll see if she can finally break through. Ricardo Santana Jr. tried to go take him wire to wire in the opener. Got bothered a little bit, had to settle for second. We'll see if High Class can break through and blast off to the lead in here.
We'll see. She might have some other pace presence from number 2, Dowdy, as well as number 11, Inventing Anna, as she moves into line, and we move out to Travis Stone for the call of race 2 from Churchill.
And they're off. And Midsummer Soiree bounces out near the top, takes the lead. High Class comes on from the outside. Doty is there. Bruna Boyna down toward the inside is up close as well. American Fairy Tale comes up on through. Far turn. Midsummer Soiree fastest early takes the lead. Farther back in the field, Doty there had to check briefly. Lost a couple of spots. Round the far turn. Midsummer Soiree leads. High Class right there racing second. Parity comes up on the outside. Third. Bruna Boyna toward the rail. Fourth. Sure Can fifth outside. 3 lengths back to Inventing Anna, who comes on to grab fifth. Lady Ocean moves up outside 6. American Fairy Tale 7th. Doty's in 8th. Fairy Hare's in 9th. Sharp Tap the trailer in 10th. They're off the turn. Here comes Parity down the center. High Class in between. Midsummer Soiree fights on toward the rail. Sure Can trying to get in it late with Bruna Boyna. 1 furlong to go. High Class and Parity to throw it down with 100 yards to go. Parity grabs the upper hand. High Class gives way late but fights on nonetheless. But it will be Parity. Parity is first, High Class second, Bruna Boyna was third, and Sure Can was fourth.
we saw the Rudolph Brissett firster in the first not run so well. But Parity, she ran well. She broke Anthony. She battled down the lane with an experienced rival in high class. And as you and I were mentioning, let's give a little shout out to the one here, Bruna Boina.
Yeah, she did not have the cleanest of trips in her debut. She's one to keep an eye on. The top two fillies could be okay. High class with the experience, just getting wore down late by Parity. It was such a difference of trips for the two Brissett firsters. The horse in the first race just didn't break, had zero early speed. This filly got herself in position. Tyler Gaffalione used that speed to put her in striking range and got the job done.
Ah!
Oh, boy.
I do not like clowns. I get that it's Halloween, but that dude is freaking me out. I mean, the clown's got money.
My two big... No, tell me when it's off. My two biggest fears in life are clowns and owls. I don't like either thing.
I'm afraid of clowns.
You good?
Clowns
Okay.
and snakes
Me
are
too.
my thing.
Clowns
Owls
and
I
owls.
don't really get.
I don't. Owls are just, they freak me out. Nothing
Why,
to do
because their
with
head
them.
can spin
The
around?
whole thing.
All right. Stakes action. The Hudson, as we saw, number 1, Fast and Furious, go by as number 2 is. What do you think now? I know you like this guy.
He's my best bet of the day. I think he sits the trip right off of Fast and Furious. I think he comes back to the winner's circle. He loves it here at the Big A.
Hoo-hoo. That's me.
I love that name. It was pretty good, too. 0 for 3 at Belmont, 1 for 2 at Aqueduct, 1 for 2 at the distance. You know, his last 2 races, he got pretty good trips, and I don't know, he just kind of didn't finish the job.
I thought he was kind of just in an uncomfortable spot throughout in his last effort. And before that was a muddy sealed track. His big engine, he flew down the middle of the track to win last time
And
out.
it's good you say that because he's kind of shaken the moniker of being a rail runner in his last couple of starts. He got the job done in a nice way last time, but he got a good setup last time.
We saw the favorite Perfect Munnings go by. More on him in a moment. But number 6, My Boy Tate, the venerable 8-year-old.
Yeah, he has races that would beat these on memory, Maggie. They just haven't been around in a while. He really seems to have tailed off form since early spring, I should say.
Yes, as he does return, though, to Aqueduct, where 7 of his 10 lifetime wins have come. As you want to play this race, as well as any others on our program, make sure you do so with the Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, become one today. As always, you'll get that $200 deposit match bonus, as well as a $25 free play when you use CUP25 when signing up at NairaBets.com. 8-5. On Perfect Munnings, as we'll take a look, though, at what do you think now? This is going back to his victory 2 back in the John Morrissey up at Saratoga, and never at any moment did I think he was winning this race, Anthony, until 10 strides before the wire.
Rudy's first win of the meet, and there weren't many. I think that's part of the reason you could like this horse, because he kind of broke the cycle for a barn that was in a bad way. I think it shows you that good horses can help. While they're not impervious to bad streaks, they can kind of help you break them. And I thought he ran well that day. I think he's going to get a very similar trip. I don't know what happened last time, Maggie. I mean, Sibelius is in good form right now, but
it just felt like a race that was dominated up front, and he just didn't have his usual early speed as he broke from the rail. But for more on this race, we'll check in with Richard Migliore. Sorry, Mig.
It's okay, Maggie. And I know, honestly, guys, I like What Do You Think Now, the 2, a lot. He showed such great energy level in the paddock. He's a horse that I kind of touts himself, and he's good here at Aqueduct. He's 7 for 17 lifetime, but 5 for 8 here at Aqueduct. And he's quick. He, again, just looked very, very sharp, framed up beautifully in the warm-up. And he'll be my top selection. I just think getting back here to Aqueduct, you can see the best of What Do You Think Now. I thought the 3, Hoo-Hoo, That's Me, you know, a true closer in a race that could get a little bit crowded up on the front end. Nice impression of him here. Like that Flavien Prat sticks. He knows the horse very well. And a horse that's brave. Will run through kickback and finish well. And the other horse that really caught my eye is the 6, My Boy Tate. Now, he is 8 years old, and maybe he has just lost a step. I mean, we all kind of slow down a little bit as we get older, don't we? But I like his outside draw and the fact that he's tactical. He's quick enough to get first run. If things do heat up on the front end and we have a scrum, maybe he's just sitting just a right trip from that outside post. And like Anthony said, just on memory, he's got races that's certainly good enough to win here.
Maybe that's what he's going to need. And, I mean, just going back to earlier this year in the winter, Anthony, he was running races that would win here in My Boy Tate. But let's get back to the 9-5 favorite. Are you surprised at all by Perfect Munnings being this heavy of a favorite here?
Yes and no.
Scratches.
That's one. And then two, I think if you had a concrete reason in print as to what happened to What Do You Think Now last time, he would take some more money. And they're really close on the board now, 9-5 and 2-1. But the truth of the matter is, one horse comes off of a nice win and the best buyer speed figure of his career, and the other horse comes off of an inexplicable defeat.
Yep.
So I think that'll carry the day. I'll say this, though. We've heard a lot about Baby Yoda maybe being the Saratoga horse. How about Perfect Munnings' 2 races at Saratoga?
Far and away better.
You strip those 2 races from his card, he's 8-1 in this spot, now closer to 8-5.
You're very right about that.
So, it was part of the reason look, I'm a big fan of What Do You Think Now? Part of the reason I like him today. It's also part of the reason I picked the race 2-3, because I think that's me. If he can get good pace from Fast and Furious, can pick up some pieces later. I'm not sold on Perfect Munnings in the least. I really like What Do You Think Now today. A lot. He's, like I said, he's my best bet of the day. We had that pick and play sheet over at Naira Bets. The only bet I had in this race was to win on What Do You Think Now? And that's what I did over at Naira Bets.
He's a horse I've always liked. He's 5 for 8 here at Belmont. And look, I just feel like that race was dominated up front by Sibelius and Jackson Traveler, who maybe it's also a negative that he didn't run well yesterday in the Bold Ruler, but I also think that was a product of how the race played out, too, with him.
It's a weird race shape.
Yeah, for him. And I have a lot of respect for What Do You Think Now? I think he does rebound here as well, and that's not a great price to take on Perfect Munnings. I was surprised he won last time. I thought he looked great in the paddock, and then watching him warm up, I didn't think he necessarily loved the wet track, but as you said, his 2 Saratoga efforts, one on fast, one on a muddy seal track, they're just far and away better.
And honestly, where did that race come from last time?
I know. He was nearly 9-1.
What do you think now, at the very least? That race 2 back in the Morrissey, he had run that in the past, right? I think a lot of people were surprised by that. I think we got the price we got on him that day because Rudy was so cold at that point. Right? If that was later on the meet where Rudy's horses had started running a little bit better, if it was down here, he would have paid half the price he paid. But at that time, the barn was just, as quiet as could be. For a guy that does everything at 24%, he was doing everything at 0% up there. He hadn't won a race. So I've always been a fan of this horse like you. He has enough speed to put him in position. Yeah, he's a good-looking horse. He won't be able to pass that along since he's a gelding, but he's a good-looking horse.
Well, at least we get to enjoy him for a bit longer.
Yeah.
Do you think – now, we saw Fast and Furious not get out of the gate last time. Do you think they go back to the tactics that won a race fastly 2 back at Saratoga?
I think when you reach out for Luis Saez, and obviously – this is no offense to Jose Gomez, one of the best gate riders we have here, but it's a stakes race. You're more often than not going to use the apprentice rider. Yeah, I would imagine that putting Luis Saez on this horse, they're going to show some speed again.
And you think, What Do You Think Now is going to be stalking right outside of him?
They just line up. They leave the gate 1-2.
Okay.
Sorry, I said line up. I'm still in Breeders' Crown mode.
That's okay,
Still
dude.
in harness mode.
I give you a lot of credit for covering that last night.
I didn't sleep here, contrary to popular belief. I only live a mile and a half away, so if I lived a little further away.
It was Acacia that slept here.
It was Acacia that slept here,
yeah. No, I'm kidding. She did not, thankfully.
I've never seen somebody get to their car and out. Now, she's always going to beat me to the car. We know that. But
her legs are twice the length of yours.
And they move 1,203 times as fast as mine. So, but she was gone. She was out the stable gate. I mean, it was amazing.
They are heading into line for the first of 8 stake races and 1.7 million or 6 million on the line here. It's the Hudson. Don and Brielle has your call.
And they're off. What do you think now? Hustled up to try to get the early lead, but it is Perfect Munnings who is in front narrowly. What do you think now is down at the rail up to challenge? Now the two of them are heads apart for the lead. Hoo, that's me. Splits Horses takes third. On the outside, My Boy Tate at the rail, Fast and Furious. And Big Engine is the trailer in sixth. What do you think now by a half length? Perfect Munnings in second through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. My Boy Tate runs in third. And Hoo, That's Me is down at the rail in fourth. Big Engine is moving up on the outside. Fast and Furious is now the trailer. The battle up front continues between What Do You Think Now and Perfect Munnings. They are right together. My Boy Tate just off of them on the extreme outside. Big Engine continues to gain in behind horses. Hoo, That's Me, who will need some racing room. The half and 46 and 1. Here comes My Boy Tate now to take over the lead as they move for the eighth pole. It's My Boy Tate in front. Hoo, That's Me, looking to come on through in between horses. Now a 16th out. It is My Boy Tate. Hoo, That's Me moves into second. My Boy Tate, the old boy, was ready to roll today. My Boy Tate wins the Hudson.
How can you not love when an 8-year-old gets the job done? This one owned in part, bred by, and trained by Michelle Nevin, her old boy. Well, he picks up career victory number 11 in this Hudson.
Gets to over 800,000 in earnings, 35 career starts. He's been in the exacta 21 times. Even I can do that math. 60% of the time he's faced the starter, he has finished in the exacta. And you got a heck of a price on him today, Maggie. 6-1 when all was said and done on the Old Pro.
And a good call by Richie, stating that he was the one who projected to sit the perfect trip, and that he did. Right off the pace, where the two favorites battling it out on the front end, as Hoo, That's Me was able to capitalize a bit on that pace duel too, as he rallied for second.
Yeah, he split the two favorites and two speedballs. Race complexion changed when Fast and Furious did not break, was not on the lead under Luis Saez, and you saw that What Do You Think Now and Perfect Munnings, they were duking it out on the front end through a pretty honest 22-3 opening quarter, 46-1 opening half, and My Boy Tate went and got them pretty early on in the stretch here at the Big A, and Hoo, That's Me was able to split horses for second.
For Michelle, that's a jubilant.
Yes.
Michelle Nevin, as she has to be so proud of this horse. Just how can you scoff at his record? Now he's going to be, upwards of 800,000 in earnings, and as we like to say, he's done that kind of the hard way. He just shows up in these New York bred stakes races year after year after year.
I've written him off a couple of times now, and
so high.
Another 80,000 in the bank. So much for our opinion on My Boy Tate, huh?
My Boy Tate, your winner at the Hudson, and a mild upset at 6-1. But more to come here. Will the old men rule here on this New York Showcase Day? It's America's Day at the races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Thanks for tuning in to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. My boy Tate, son of boys at Ticonderoga, led into the winner's circle for the 11th time in his career. Sat the perfect trip in this Hudson.
It's like you go back into the time machine when he shows up with performances like this, because this was one of the races I said he had races that would clobber these. He brought one today. Maybe him and Sharp Star had a conversation before the day began.
I got my fingers crossed. As we'll check in with Richie, who's standing by with winning conditioner, owner, and breeder Michelle Nevin.
I mean, that's what's remarkable about this, Michelle. You have your fingerprint all over my boy Tate, and you gallop the father, Boys of Ticonderoga. You've had him his whole career since he's a baby. How much has he changed as he's gotten older?
He really hasn't changed much. He's always been a very ornery horse. I have to give all the credit to his morning rider and his groom, because he's not easy to deal with. And even at the fine age of 8, he's still pretty rough to be around.
And do you have to change anything about his training as he's gotten older? Have you trained him harder or less, or just about the same?
We just try to stay out of his way. He has always done his own thing. He's always been on his own path. We're just blessed that we got lucky enough to have him.
And as far as today's race go, you had to love the draw with the 2 scratches outside of you. He really just got that kind of trip that he likes.
Yeah, it was great to have that outside post, and he broke so well today. It was really wonderful.
Congratulations, incredible. The breeder, the trainer, she's all over this horse and made a huge difference.
Michelle's just a tremendous horsewoman, point blank, and from her days of galloping for and being assistant for Rick Dutro, she has transitioned seamlessly into training. And congratulations to her and Little Red Feather Racing.
She's one of the best trainers we have on the grounds, period. Like, I know a lot of people like to categorize and say female trainer this, that. Michelle is one of the best horse people I have ever been around, and I think that is in large part, like you, she gets on her own horses, and it's paramount. If you can know what's going on underneath you, it's very important. Rudy Rodriguez, one of the most successful trainers we have, she told me once he tries to get on all of his horses at least once a month. When you think about how many horses he has, sending them out in sets every day, you try to keep getting on them as often as you can. It's so important to have that knowledge, and Michelle is, like I said, one of the best horse people I've ever been around.
As race number 4, it's the Empire Classic, mile and an eighth on the main track, and we see a 5-2 on Mr. Blute. Seafoam, though, he's going to be hoping Mr. Blute doesn't have his quick running shoes on, as there looks to be a lot of speed in this race. Seafoam, he is the elder statesman in this group. We'll see if he can keep things rolling for the old guys. He's 7. See if he can hold off the 3-year-old Borise, as he is one that seems to show up every single time. His first start against older company in this Empire Classic.
We're closely associated with Todd Pletcher, and for as long as I've known Todd, he's as high on Constitution as any other stallion that I can remember. It's resulted in us buying 5 Constitutions here at this sale for Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola, and then Mike himself. He loves being able to train them. Todd always thought that horse was uber talented, and we're seeing him pass that on to his progeny.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Hell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races with live racing coverage from Belmont at the Big A, our final day of the meet, as well as opening day from Churchill Downs. We're beneath the Twin Spires as we'll take a look at race number 3, making their way to the track. Another maiden special weight. This one, though, on a 16th around the 2 turns, Anthony. And obviously when you have horses going longer, you tend to have a field of more experienced types of animals, as we do see the scratch of number 1, Perfect Rose. This is the Elise look.
Yeah, the Elise look, I would imagine.
Ali's look?
Gets to draw the inside now. Did not get away well first time out. I wonder if the rail helps or hurts that.
Roses and Rosé.
Gonna stretch out as well. Hey, Rosé.
I had a derby party.
You're all about the Rosé.
I had a derby party one year, Roses and Rosé.
There you go.
As number 4, Towhead. She transitions back to the main track, though a sloppy one today.
Her first 2 starts were on the main track at Churchill Downs. They were both in sprints. We'll see how she does on the stretch out on the dirt.
Super explosive. She will stretch out. This daughter of Gunrunner, they paid a lot for.
Pair of blinkers, stretches out. Second start. See if she improves. She's taking a little money at 8-1.
Number 6 is Mended We Stand. She has experience going longer, but it's on the actually on the main track too.
Yeah, both surfaces. She tried Kentucky Downs last time. She goes back to the main track where she debuted inadvertently in an off-the-turf race.
Here's one that also has the experience going the distance. Beaten favorite, though, Alpha Bella last time.
And I thought she was home last time, but she did duel on the lead. She ran well. She gets a 3rd start off of her career now. She's a square price at 4-1.
Did not have a great start, number 8, Tiny Temper, but still ran well.
Took a bunch of money, too. She was your 2-1 favorite. Overcame that start, ran well to be second. Gaffleone stays, gets the experience, goes around 2 turns. Lots to like.
There is a horse trying to go long first time out in Sun Valley Road.
Yeah, you see this Brad Cox trainee gets Martin Garcia. Real quiet on the board right now at 14-1, especially when you consider it's a My Racehorse horse, and they usually take a ton of money.
Number 10 is Nomadic Pride. Number 11 is Mo Shiro. Also has some experience with the distance.
Ships in from our circuit to head down there. Nomadic Pride was a little interesting. The 10 before he went by. Second time out for the son of Flatter. I think he'll enjoy the stretch out for our man Tom Amos. He was 2-1 first time out. He's 9-1 today.
Sometimes when there's smoke, there's fires. Number 12 is Metaphysical.
Yeah, this horse is finished 4th in his 2 dirt races, 5th on the dirt. She needs to get it together a little bit. Maybe getting a little pace will help her cause.
See horses starting their warm-ups as we check back in with Paul LaDuca, who's standing by trackside.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And when you look at these fillies on the racetrack, the 8 really did stand out in here, Tiny Temper. The worry that you have with Tiny Temper, she got dead left in her last start going a mile, and she made up a ton of ground. Sometimes those horses can be sucker horses, but being by Arrowgate, Dallas Stewart, very high on this horse. This horse is getting bet pretty heavily, especially in the doubles and the pick 3s. The 2 in here, the Owls look, I thought was another play in here. You always got to use Brad Cox, another horse that got dead left. So both of these horses need to break well. And then I'm going to go to the 5 here, actually, as a little bit of a long shot. Comes out of that pretty mischievous race. I'm telling you, that horse is the real deal. He'll be running in race number 9. She will be. And, you know, super explosive, gets the blinkers arm from Mark Casse. Plenty of chances in here, but I really do think the Arrowgate filly is the one to beat. But you can't be too far behind on this racetrack. I don't know if you can make up that much ground, Mags. And by the way, when you had Roses and Rosé, Rick Ross better been on the radio.
That's so true. Paulie, as I think Paul does bring up a very good point. After 2 races down, it does not feel as though you want to be trying to make up too much ground. A lot of times the kickback horses and young horses reluctant to run into it when it's wet.
Yeah, no question about it. You don't want to be you ordinarily with a young horse, you don't want to be leaving yourself with too much to do. But in these instances, you're right, Maggie. Just the kickback just adds, it's another monkey wrench into the puzzle.
All right, two-turn mile is 16th. If you're watching on FS2, make sure you switch over to FS1 as continuing coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Hello and welcome to America's Day at the Races, proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. I want to thank those for joining us here on FS1 as I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside NYRA handicapper Anthony Stabile, and a glorious day here for the last day of the meet. Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere, folks. We'll be back Friday with live racing as we get ready for the Breeders' Cup as well. We'll cover everything for you. We'll be here with shows on Wednesday and Thursday, America's Day at the Races, covering the Churchill action, covering the Breeders' Cup, of course. And, yeah, we wrap it up, though, the right way, Empire Showcase Day. We still have 7 New York Bred Stakes races to bring you on the card. And we have the Stars of Tomorrow card. Stars of Tomorrow 1. There's 2 of them down at Churchill. They start and end the meet in the month of November. Lots of fun action still to come your way today.
If you want to play these races, make sure you do so with a NYRA Bets account. As always, you'll earn the $200 deposit match bonus. But as we head into Breeders' Cup, as Anthony was saying, this Friday and Saturday, make sure you use promo code CUP25 to earn the $25 free bet when you play those Breeders' Cup races. Who you liking down there?
At the Breeders' Cup, I like Flightline.
Oh, a little horse by the name of Flight.
I like Nest.
I like Malafat.
I know that's not a popular opinion, really. You know, if I can get my price on Nest on Twitter, I can probably get like 14 or 15 to 1 on Nest on Twitter. In actuality, she'll be 3. But if I could gamble on Twitter, I think I'll make a lot more money next Saturday than I would at the windows on my NYRA Bets account.
I really like Blazing Sevens in the.
Nice horse.
In the juvenile.
Friday's a little more up in the air, I think.
Well, it always is with the young horses, isn't it?
I have a little bit of an opinion too. I'm really, and I haven't really nuts and bolts yet. Latruska in the filly and mare sprint interests me a little bit. I'm a little interested. I'm a little intrigued.
I wouldn't.
I'm a
honestly,
little intrigued.
When she first started racing in the States and she came up here to New York, I was like, she doesn't want to go beyond a mile.
I remember, and I'm not trying to suck up right now.
Yeah.
I remember you saying that for a while.
Yeah.
And you know what? These horses, they have to kind of reinvent themselves, and their connections have to reinvent themselves. She's not as fast as she used to be. She's not as good as she used to be. That's not the toughest bunch of sprinters. I was just going to
say, if anything, she's the superstar of the group. It's not like she has this, big competition in that affair. I agree with you. I think she's pretty intriguing. We see.
And I love her too. So I love Latruska.
I mean, she just dances every dance. How can you not love her? As they are heading in line for today's third race at Churchill Downs, maiden special weight, mile and 16th, and 120,000 purse if you're Kentucky bred, which all of these are. Some creepy music going on in the background.
I don't know what's going on here today.
Definitely Halloween.
No more clowns and
right
owls, please.
Around the corner. I hope the clown doesn't make an appearance as we throw it out to Travis Stone, who will bring you the rest of the load and call of race number 3 beneath the Twin Spires.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Towhead, good beginning toward the inside. Roses and Rosé is there. Mended We Stand. And Alphabella comes on to join them. Those 3 now across the track. And now it's those 2 as Towhead and Mended We Stand go head-to-head early on. Alphabella on the outside, up into third toward the rail is Roses and Rosé in fourth. The Alice look is keyed up, very restive in between horses, in tight while doing so. And up close fourth, Alphabella spun out 3 wide back into fifth. Super Explosive advancing toward the inside 6. Tiny Temper is seventh. Nomadic Pride is eighth. Metaphysical was 4 wide in that first turn, advancing from ninth. Moshiro's back in 10th. The trailer is Sun Valley Road. And a manageable opening quarter in 23 and 4 down the backstretch run. Towhead shows the way. Mended We Stand continues to prompt from second. They're head-in-head with 4 furlongs remaining. Roses and Rosé is back into third. Alphabella begins to roll up on the outside. And Metaphysical with a wide trip, 4 wide both turns, but right there on the outside in fourth. The Alice Look in tight in behind while fifth. And Tiny Temper's finding a seam now. And here comes Tiny Temper. She's advancing 3 wide, now 4 wide, up into third. Coming for the top of the stretch, it's still Towhead in front. Towhead heading for home, in front of length and a half. Alphabella's there, Tiny Temper, Roses and Rosé cut the corner down inside. They're off the turn. Tiny Temper takes the lead, 3/16 to go. Towhead fights on, Alphabella is there. Moshiro's late on the scene. Roses and Rosé down toward the rail. Final 16th, Tiny Temper clear by 2. Towhead fights on. They're coming for the finish, and it will be Tiny Temper. Winning a length in the end, Towhead ran well, settles for second. Moshiro third, Alphabella fourth.
Tiny Temper, a little bit of a better break this time, Anthony, and she lived to the backing that she received first time out and this time too.
Yeah, she ran to the money again. Like you said, Maggie, I think the biggest key here was the better break. It put her in a much easier position to reel the leaders in. I don't disagree with you guys. You know, you see how well Towhead ran on her return to the dirt. You want to be forward on this track. I don't want to say she was against the track, but I think Tiny Temper's effort is a little bit better than it even appeared today because she was able to make up a decent amount of ground.
Yeah, and you could see she took some of that kickback, and it was kind of credited with the fact that Towhead was able to hang around and run second. Well, you are just on the tip of the iceberg as far as all of the racing action that we have on tap here. We've seen one New York Showcase Day Stakes in the books. It was my boy Tate in the Hudson, but up next, the Empire Classic. As always, too, Pick 6 starts in race number 5. It is a mandatory payout today. As we'll take a look at the field for today's Empire Classic. Mile and an eighth this year, around 2 turns. Typically when we run this at Belmont, it's a mile and a 16th, around 1 turn. And we'll kick things off with one of a few 3-year-olds. Number 1, Montebello.
Yeah, he ran against 3-year-olds in the Albany 2 starts back, and his lone start around 2 turns. He set the pace before tiring to third. Did not fare well against Open Older last out.
Barise went by. Here's number 3, Seafoam. He's the 8-year-old.
Yeah, he's going to take the 4th chance at winning this. He gets back around 2 turns, which should help his cause today.
Dr. Blute, he's taking all the early money, Anthony.
First time around 2 turns, he should be forward, maybe in front of Seafoam if Jose Ortiz chooses to do so.
Curlin's Wisdom's riding a 3-race win streak into here.
Yeah, back in 2 weeks for trainer Linda Rice, and you mentioned the 3-race win streak.
There's Big Bobby. He's going to try the 2 turns, too.
Yeah, stretch out from the flat 1-turn mile around 1 turn to 2. Michael Luzzy going to climb aboard, try and upset the apple cart at 9-1.
Here's the turn back from a mile and a half in number 7, Brooklyn Strong.
I think he's a little sneaky in here, Maggie.
He ran well last time.
He ran well last time. He's kind of rounding into form a little bit. His best race was on a sloppy track right here at Aqueduct and Remsen a couple of years ago. If he can find a race close to that, he might be formidable today.
As we'll check in with Richard Migliori as he's standing by trackside with a special guest, somebody very familiar with these New York bred cards.
Yeah, I'm with Nadja Thompson, the executive director of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders. And Nadja, it's just a great day, and the weather cooperated, but New York breds are truly special.
Definitely so, Richie. Happy to be here today on behalf of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders and the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. Another terrific Empire Showcase Day here at Aqueduct Racetrack.
And Nadja, I know that you're the executive director, but you're also somebody who likes to handicap. Give our viewers out there a little bit of insight into who you like today.
You know, today's a race coming up here at the Empire Classic, a great field. You have Seafoam, Big Bobby, Barise, just a talented field of runners. And I think I'm going to stick with Barise today, but certainly a talented field and a reflection of how great the program is overall.
Well, it genuinely is an incredible program, but we got to also talk about a trainer. Ramon, Mike Hernandez, to me, the dean of New York breeding, New York bred trainers, if you will. I met him at Germantown many years ago at a Claremont farm. He's not doing well, from what I understand. He's in a hospital in Albany.
definitely some bad news we received on Mr. Hernandez, and we're sending our support and love to his family. Such a stoic figure within the program, trained for John Henninger, Chester Broman, and others, and we really wish him all the best.
And Dr. Luke even going further back, and somebody that I had the privilege to ride for, Nicole, a friend. Like I said, I met him when I was 12 years old, went up to Claremont Farm and galloped some horses for him, and he mentored Dominic Galluccio, and Dominic Galluccio actually learned to gallop on that farm as well. So all our prayer and loves to Mr. Hernandez and his family.
Richie Naj, thank you. And we echo that sentiment. I mean, you look back, Anthony, through all the previous winners of these New York bred races, and you see Mr. Hernandez's name there with winners year in and year out.
Had the Broman horses for many, many years, sure. Yeah, he certainly left his mark on New York racing and specifically the New York bred program. Hope he's able to recover. He'll be 100 in January, I believe.
Wow, he would still come after he retired racing. You know, it just seems like
I think
a couple
I saw
years
him this
ago.
summer.
Yeah,
I think I saw him this summer, if I'm not mistaken.
As you are taking a look at number 2, Bariste, for Mike Maker. He finished second last time out in a 4-horse field in that Albany, but let's go 2 back to his dominant win up at Finger Lakes in the New York Derby.
I think he gets a better setup today, Maggie. I don't think he wants to be as forward as he's been in his last 2 starts. Okay. I think he gets a little, with Dr. Blute and Seafoam and Montebello kind of surrounding him from posts 1, 3, and 4. He should be able to break, save some ground, and be in behind the speed under Manny Franco. Manny's going to ride him for the first time today. We'll see how Manny's just had such a sensational year, right? Close to 160 wins. Really, really had a great year. I think he'll put this horse in the right spot today. I gotta say this though. I don't know how good he is. I just don't know how good he is around the 2 turns.
This is the first time we'll see him against older company, and he has a serious rival. Usually we are accustomed to seeing this race in particular kind of littered with those venerable veterans of this division, and obviously last year we saw a grade 1 type of horse, American Revolution, just completely dominate. But Seafoam, as we had been saying, if you're watching the program earlier on FS2, he feels like a horse that is better around 2 turns, where this is his 4th try in this race, but it's the first time he'll try around 2 turns today at the Big A.
Kind of feel like this field gets them to play his game today, right? Save Brooklyn Strong. The rest of these horses, quite frankly, they're just better around 1 turn so far in their careers. And now he's getting the edge that he might need at this point. He's 7 years old. He's a full horse at 7. Montebello to his inside and Dr. Blute kind of hamper his chances a little bit, but they're certainly playing his game around the 2 turns.
As we check back in with Mig.
Yeah, guys, looking at the horses physically, a couple horses stood out, but I just also think we've got to combine the fact that there's a lot of speed seemingly signed on here. And I think it benefits a horse like Barese down towards the inside, who couldn't be better turned out. He'll be my top selection. A lot of people are on him. He has the ability to stalk, and he should get a real good trip right in behind the speed. The streaking Curlin's Wisdom, the 5, made a beautiful physical impression. He got my paddock check mark, and he's already proficient in Mount 8th, and he is a closer. And then the 7, Brooklyn Strong, is a horse that will be closing. If things get heated up on the front end, he'll be coming on late. I went with Barese, but I think those are the other 2 logical closes in here. And how could I not like Brooklyn Strong?
Well, careful. You're talking to a Queens guy up here. I have no dog in the fight.
I got no beef with Brooklyn.
It's number 5, Curlin's Wisdom. This will be his 3rd start here in the month of October, but Linda Rice striking while the iron's hot, and this is a horse that I said last time looks phenomenal. He is wearing how he's doing on his sleeve, so to speak, and he is currently 5-1, definitely one of the closers. As Seafoam, you look back in the Polynesian, who was he beat by? Double Crown, who won the Grade 2 Kelso yesterday after a troubled beginning. Seafoam had last time. We'll see if he breaks today from Michelle Giangiulio, as he delivered the first win of her career when he took down the Evan Shipman last year at the Spa. We head up to John Embrial, who brings you the call of this Empire Classic.
there in the gate. And they're off in the Empire Classic. And it is Dr. Blute right out for the early lead. Seafoam racing up on the outside now. But Dr. Blute has gotten to the rail and has the lead with Seafoam on the outside racing in second. Montebello down at the rail is in third. And alongside is Curlin's Wisdom in fourth as they go around the turn. Dr. Blute on top of Seafoam, and then it's a break of 4 lengths back to Curlin's Wisdom in third. Montebello is down at the rail, passed there by Barisi and Brooklyn Strong. And farther back in the field is Big Bobby, the trailer, in seventh. The quarter 23 and 4/5 seconds. Dr. Blute setting the pace here and leading by 3/4 of a length. Seafoam is on the outside, second by almost 3. Curlin's Wisdom down at the rail. And on the outside is Barisi. Those two are right together, third and fourth. It's another 3 to Brooklyn Strong, 3 more to Montebello, and 4 more to Big Bobby. The half mile in 48 and 2. They are spread out here going into the far turn. Dr. Blute by a length. Seafoam getting a bit closer now on the outside. 2.5 lengths to Barisi in third. And Curlin's Wisdom is fourth. 3/4 up in 1:12 and 4. And they still have Dr. Blute to catch, who has been in front right from the start. Seafoam is in second. Barisi moves to the extreme outside for the final quarter mile. It is Dr. Blute in front. Seafoam all out in second. Then it is Barisi and Curlin's Wisdom as they come down for the furlong marker. Dr. Blute holding on to the lead by 2.5 lengths. Seafoam is in second. Then Barisi and Curlin's Wisdom on the outside. Dr. Blute holding on here as they come on for the finish. Dr. Blute, wire to wire under Jose Ortiz.
Dr. Blute broke like a shot, made Jose Ortiz's job pretty easy as he just proverbially ripped the heart out of Seafoam. Nice selection by you and a horse that's really come to hand for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Jose Ortiz gets all the credit here. When you are riding one of these speeds in a race that looks like it is chock full of speed, especially a horse like Seafoam, because that's a perfect way to put it. He ripped his heart out in the first 1/8 of a mile. Putting a horse like Seafoam on the chase is something he does not want to do. And Jose recognized that when he looked at the PPs. He knew he probably had a horse that at this stage in their careers was faster. He put him on the lead. He said, catch me if you can. And they couldn't. Boy, how about the effort, Maggie, from Curlin's Wisdom? He gets beat a half length. They pass the 16th pole. He's 5 off the winner. And he gets beat a half length. They go 3 more jumps. Curlin's Wisdom makes it 4 in a row. What an effort.
Linda really knows when to run her horses when they're doing well, as he picks up some stakes placing as Richie. This was a race that was just dominated on the front end, not necessarily how we saw it playing out.
Yeah, I think we all thought there might be somewhat of a contested pace, but Jose Ortiz came out with intention. He left the gate like, I'm going to take the lead, and you guys figure out what you want to do. Of course, this horse breaking so sharply helped facilitate that. But riding a speed horse and with other speeds in the race is a little bit like a game of chicken. You can't be the one that blinks. You've got to come out like, I'm committed to this. It's like the difference between bacon and eggs. The chicken's involved, but the pig's committed. You have to be committed to that idea.
Such a great analogy. It just made me really hungry, too. But you saw for a minute, too, as they went into that first turn, Jose Ortiz looked over at Kendrick because he knew that he was probably going to press him, and he did not, concede the lead to him.
No, it was a great ride. Really, really great ride. Just put him on a lead, and that was it.
All right, Dr. Blute, your Empire Classic winner for Saffie Joseph Jr., Flanagan Racing, and Jose Ortiz. Official prices and reactions on the flip side of this break here on America's Day at the Races on FS1.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee.
Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual-surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Joining us here on this Halloween Eve as we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet over 300 tracks worldwide. Sign up today at NairaBets.com as they bring you America's Day at the Races each and every day.
You carve these?
I got some skills on the carving knife.
I'm sure you do.
Yep. I usually need a stencil, but I think they can provide that for me. As Dr. Blute, he takes down the Empire Classic today for trainer Safi Joseph Jr., but guided to victory by Jose Ortiz, who seems to fit this horse like a glove. He's with Meg.
Thanks, Maggie. And Jose, you really get on with this horse well. Your third time in a row you've ridden him, 2 wins. He really leaves the gate running, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's very fast, very light on his feet out of the gate. And he's not the easiest one on the gate. He likes to move a lot.
Okay, yeah, I saw that he was kind of shuffling around quite a bit. Talk to the people out there and explain how that could be a detriment if a horse is almost a little too keyed up.
Yeah, because they have speed. You want them to be settled, concentrate, and when the door opens, be the first one out, especially if they have speed. But a horse like this, you know, he's very nervous inside the gate, and if they push the button on the wrong time, he's going to break bad.
Well, you broke so well today, so you got off clean. But there was other speed in this race, but you seem very committed to the idea that you were going to take the race away from them.
I felt on paper I was the speed of the speed. And I talked to Safi, and he leave it up to me. And I played it by ear. The way he broke is no way I was gonna give the lead away.
How much confidence and how much easier is it when you have a trainer that says, hey, I trust you to use your judgment?
Well, it's easier because you're not committed before the gates open. When you don't get much instruction, you can do what I did. It looked like I had speed inside of me, but the way he broke, I was able to send them and live with the consequences. But we won the race, so we're very happy.
Good job, and really, we think you gave a terrific ride and took the race away from everybody. And guys, not committed before the gate opens, but committed when the gate opened at the right time.
All about playing the break, and Jose Ortiz mastered it beautifully to win this Empire Classic with Dr. Blute. Nice selection by you, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, again, you just take, if you can take one of your main rivals' weapons away by using your primary weapon, it makes a lot of sense to do so, and Jose gave this horse a great ride. And like Richie said, they really do get along well. You know, sometimes you need to pay a little bit more attention to a horse like him who can be a little anxious in the starting gate, and he gets him to settle. Especially when you're a speed horse, you want to get him to settle before they break, and he comes out of there running each and every time with Jose.
Well, we'll take a look next at the Mohawk. It is coming up as race number 5, Mount of 16th on the inner turf course, and City Man heavy favorite at 2-5. Well, he was third in this race last year, but his resume here in 2022 has been very good as he has won an open graded stakes. He has that nice tactical speed. He will be reunited with Joel Rosario. We'll preview the rest of the field here on the other side of this break. Stay tuned here to FS1.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
I tell you what, my pumpkin carving skills are on point today as Run Happy, easy one, block letters. He proudly brings you our show each and every day. It's America's Day at the Races, and he proudly stands in stall number 1 at legendary Claiborne Farm.
So humble. You're very humble.
I'm just trying to match wits with you, my friend. Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile, we
Not
have
too
Richard
hard.
Migliori and Paul LaDuca on the scene at that track right there, Churchill Downs. We are 5 minutes away from their 4th race as we are on a sloppy track, another maiden special weight, this one going the 6 furlongs for the 2-year-old fillies, and we see a field of 12, full field of 12 going postward. Number 1 is Lemon Bomb.
Just missed by a head here at Aqueduct on the grass last time at 54-1. Gets a rider changing his surface switch to a sloppy main track.
That's an interesting move. As number 2 is Boardwalk Queen.
Yeah, Ian Wilkes, second-time starter. They usually need one. Lately, they've needed a second one. We'll see if this one improves with
Coming
the
out of the
experience.
Hoosier Philly race. Whoa, number 3 is Bo Derek.
Yes, but daughter of Spitestown going to hit the wet track for her debut. We'll see if Versailles can win 2 on the Stars of Tomorrow card.
$900,000 yearling is aptly followed up by Red Carpet Ready.
There you go, Bo Derek. She probably should have been the 10, not the 3. Red Carpet Ready with the gate works for Rusty Arnold in 2 of her last 3. Daughter of Oscar Performance may be looking for the grass.
Here's a daughter of West Coast, First Hill.
Yeah, short leaf stable owned for Brad Cox. Another work tab. Looking like she might want a little bit more ground according to the work tab. She's quiet on board at 12-1.
Peter Pan just went by for Joe Sharp. Number 7 is Okay Fine.
Some of the worst things you could see, the way Maggie just said that. Those are 2 of the worst words you could hear in the English language. It's 9-2, but taking money, by the way, at 9-2.
Yeah, she is for Brian Lynch. As number 8 is Girl Named Charlie. She returns to the main track.
From off the turf first time out, turf second time out. I'm assuming this horse is grass meant, but she ran well enough in her debut. Would they try her again on the dirt?
There's Patty Van Twinkle. I mean, the names in this race are
They're
awesome.
good. I like
Number
it. Yeah.
10 is Market
No lazy
Profile.
names. She's a little quiet on the board at 21-1. Market Profile showed speed like a lot of Asmussen first timers do. This one cuts back from 7-6 with Santana Jr.
Brendan Walsh, she had one finish second earlier on the card. Tashima, she's a first-time starter.
Yeah, it looks like this one may have a little turf pedigree. Maybe a little more ground as well, and maybe on the turf.
Here's number 12, Tough Legacy for Norm Cassie and the legendary Mary Lou Whitney stable.
Yeah, great to see the blue and brown still on the track. 47-3 work, 2 back. A 35-4 work, 3 back. You know, this horse has an interesting work tab. She was up at Saratoga training on the Oklahoma turf. Quiet on the tote board at 17-1, but there's a lot going on with her, Maggie. A little interesting.
You look at these Churchill races, because they don't have a turf course right now, you wonder how many people are just kind of, well, getting a race into their horses and hoping that they go south after here and get to the turf. As we head a little south from here, at least, to Churchill, we check in with our man on the scene, Paul LaDuca. Unfortunately, some issues there with Paul's mic. Hopefully, we get to hear from him, Anthony, because I always like to hear what Paulie has to say with these 2-year-olds. And we've seen just forwardly placed horses in the first 3 races dominate. So when you're dealing with a field of predominantly first-time starters, you have one in here that has run that showed that early speed Market Profile. Does that make her even more appealing to you for Steve Asmussen?
At this point in the card, yes. Until that proves or disproves itself, yes. You almost have to look at her with a little bit more interest at this point. The fact that Bo Derek is the favorite is not surprising. We've seen
they're
Brissett,
going ham on the Rudy Brissett horses today.
Yeah, and we've seen that already, and it's understandable. You know, there's some of the better bred horses, there's some of the higher purchase price horses, and this one's got to be taking some fan money as well for the name, right?
Yeah, I mean, she is a daughter of Speightstown, but, you know, there isn't much pedigree on the bottom, and what pedigree there is, it does feel as though it's more turf meant, as maybe she'll like a sloppy track as we check back in with Paul.
Yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties there. We got it going now. I just wanted to mention in the last race, Maggie, Tiny Temper, the Arrogate filly who won nicely, really took a bad step after the wire. Now, she walked onto the van and was vanned off after she took her picture. I talked to Tyler Gaffleone, and I asked her, you know, what happened. He said she thought she jammed her shoulder. They looked at her legs. They didn't think anything was wrong with her legs, but she sort of jammed her shoulder. I'd like to get your theory on that after I hit on this race, but hopefully everything's okay with Tiny Temper. She got on the van, and I think she's going to be just fine. So on to race number 4. Listen, the money is going towards the 3, Bo Derek. I don't know if it is because of the name, but this is a filly they paid $900,000. Maggie makes a great point. Galileo Mare on the bottom side. The one thing you can say, the Galileos do like cut in the ground when it comes to turf, so are they going to like the mud a little bit? The 7 horse in here, okay, fine. I thought was very interesting because when you consider Tom Amos has a horse in here and Edgar Morales shows up on the 7, and this horse is getting buried at the window in here right now at 9-2, and you know, not really getting played in the multis, just getting played in the win pool. I landed on the 10 in here. You already made the joke of Bo Derek being a 10, but Market Profile got left last time out. Speed, I think, is going to be good going short around this racetrack. Asmussen always better second time out, and I think Ricardo Santana will be on the gun from the beginning. You're getting 3-1 right now. I will throw in another horse in here. I think the 1's got a long shot look from the inside. Ran a giant race first time out for Peter Pugh.
We'll see if she takes to the main track in here. Daughter of Army Mule, who you would have to think that's a positive influence, as Paulie was talking about, number 1, Lemon Bomb.
What is a lemon bomb? Do we know?
It's a shot. I mean, that's where mine.
I thought there was a lemon drop.
Oh, is it?
Lemon drop is the vodka and lemon and sugar. I've
Yeah.
never heard of a lemon bomb.
I don't know. Now I'm confused.
I don't know either.
Oh.
I know.
Anyway, yeah, I could use one right now. It's not a candy, is it?
I don't think so.
That's a
cherry
lemon
bomb.
head.
It's a lemon head and a cherry bomb.
Right.
I don't know.
Maybe it's just a play on pedigrees.
Army.
Army.
Yeah, there you go.
Lemon, bitter lemon.
Yeah, possibly.
Paul was talking about number 7, OK Fine, and you mentioned how much money she was taking. She looked excellent out in the racetrack, but then again, Lynchy's horses do tend to always make positive physical appearances, but she definitely had a look about her, and the money might be meaningful that she is taking. She does have a pedigree, too, that suggests precocity.
I love the way you said her name, too.
Okay, fine.
I've heard that so many times. Oh, my God.
Let's see how Travis says it as we head out to Travis Stone for the call of race 4 from Churchill.
There in the gate. And they're off. Market Profile breaks alertly. Red Carpet Ready racing for the lead. Quickly in front. Bo Derek comes on to grab second, holding that spot down toward the rail. Red Carpet Ready with that steps on it once more and opens up by 2. Red Carpet Ready, fleet-footed down the backstretch. Bo Derek comes off the inside to track the pace from second. First Hill comes away third. Lemon Bomb toward the rail fourth. And Girl Named Charlie comes out in fifth. Patty Van Twinkle is now sixth. Peter Pam toward the inside seventh. Market Profile is eighth. Boardwalk Queen buried down inside ninth. And then on the outside, Tough Legacy is moving up from 10th. OK Fine, second to last early. And Tashima's the trailer. They tear through that quarter, 21-3. Red Carpet Ready, sharp off the mark. But here comes Bo Derek, and these two have gone 6 lengths clear of Lemon Bomb. They're off the turn. Red Carpet Ready, top of the lane in front once again by 2. Red Carpet Ready now by 3 furlong to go. Bo Derek left behind in second. Lemon Bomb closing in from third. Patty Van Twinkle fourth. Final 16th. And here is a sharp effort from Red Carpet Ready, who broke sharp and never looked back, gliding under the wire to win it by 9. Patty Van Twinkle's up for second. Lemon Bomb was third, and Bo Derek fourth.
What did we just witness? What did this horse go off at, Anthony? This is a first-time starter from Rusty Arnold that there isn't much to go on pedigree. If anything, it's more turf meant.
An Oscar performance at 36-1. Got to the top on a track where we figured you wanted to be forward and just kept on going. That was wild.
It looked like Bo Derek was poised to run by her at any moment. She faded to fourth. That was...
Shrugged her right off.
We were talking about lemon bombs. That was a Rusty Arnold bomb in today's 4th race at Churchill Downs. Congratulations to the connections as we're back here at Belmont at the Big A. City Man, your favorite for this Mohawk just went by. Here's number 2, Cold Hard Cash.
1-5 on City Man, who's 3 for 5 at Aqueduct. Cold Hard Cash, I think he's going to run better today. He just missed by 3 parts of a length. Gets a rider switch to Jose Lascano.
Here is Ocala Dream. Can he ever get back to his Kingston?
If he can get back to his Kingston, he'll be right on the money with City Man and the rest. We'll see if today's the day.
Long shot here, number 4, Kingdom on Pause.
Yeah, he's hard to make. Maybe he puts a little monkey wrench into things for Rinaldi on the front end.
I did see the scratch of the other pace in here, Jerry the Nipper, but number 6 is Sanctuary City, who always shows up.
Always shows up. Fast pace, slow pace, moderate pace. He'll be running late.
Rinaldi comes back off the layoff. He has his speed.
He loves seeing Jerry the Nipper come out of here because he is the controlling speed here. Luis Saez climbing back aboard for the first time since last November.
And fresh off the $80,000 claim is Therapist for George Weaver.
There aren't too many shocking claims around here anymore. This was one for me. I didn't know what the claim was all about. I don't think this horse really wants 2 turns. I think he's about a 1-turn horse, and I think he may have seen better days.
He's tried this Mohawk twice before, second in 2020, 4th last year. It's all about the Christophe Clement Trini City Man and the Mohawk. More to come here on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for tuning in here on Fox Sports 1. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. It's America's Day at the Races with live coverage from Churchill Downs as well as the final day of racing from Belmont at the Big A. We don't have to move too far this time around. Just have to drop the Belmont.
Yeah. We could just say we're at the Big
Belmont
A.
at the. Here is City Man. You just saw him on track live, but here he was last time in winning the Ashley T. Cole, defeating Sanctuary City and Cold Hard Cash, who will also meet today.
Yeah, he made first move here and was able to hold off Sanctuary City and Cold Hard Cash. I would not be surprised if this race plays out exactly the same way. You have Rinaldi to set the pace in here, and you mentioned it earlier, Maggie. He's really had a coming out kind of year this year, right? Last year, he won just once. He won the West Point up in Saratoga last year, but it was more of a series of disappointments last year. This year has been completely different. He's won half of his 6 starts so far. He was good in the Baruch on that quirky course up at Saratoga closing day. Only time he really didn't show up was on the bog for the Fort Marcy. He's had a good year, and he's the goods.
As for more on how City Man appears before this Mohawk effort, we check back in with Richie.
Anthony, he is the goods, and he looks fantastic. This is a horse that really carries his condition. He's basically been running since April 9th of this year without a break, just steady. You know, obviously Christophe Comant spacing his races well, but he looks as good now as he has all year, carrying great weight, great condition. Really could not look any better. I'm not going to pick him at 3 to 5 because I'm not really helping anybody with, picking 3 to 5 shots. That being said, he's your most likely winner. I thought the 2 Cold Hard Cash was interesting. I thought this horse could have been closer last time. Kind of lost position as they got to the backstretch, and then he finished well to be beaten 3/4 of a length. 2 City Man and nose to Sanctuary City. And I really do think the 3 horses coming out of the Ashley T. Cole are the horses you want to kind of lean more heavily on here. But I thought Cold Hard Cash can be a bit more tactical. Maybe Jose Lezcano has him a bit closer today, and maybe he can get the jump on City Man if City Man gets caught up behind some of the other speed. So tactically could be a chess match going on here. And then the 6 Sanctuary City. He's just a really nice horse. He's as honest as the day is long. Ran tremendous last time. Another horse, though, that is more of a closing type on a course that I feel like position has been certainly a benefit. I think Sanctuary City will be tough, but I want the 3 out of the Ashley T. Cole. I wound up on Cold Hard Cash.
Hoping you get that, Meg. I do want to ask you really quick, though, some of the speed scratched out of here, but the main pace could come from Rinaldi, and he has a layoff dating back to early April to contend with. What do you think about him as far as his fitness levels?
Yeah, I mean, he looks fit enough. I wasn't overwhelmed with his coat, but, he has been training up in Saratoga. And as you know, Maggie, colder nights, horses' coats come in a bit earlier. His one race here, the Dangers Hour, which City Man won, Sanctuary City was second. He let go so quickly that day. Now, I know it was on less than a firm course, and maybe that had more to do with it, but it just left so much to be desired. He's going to have to show me. I thought Kingdom on Pause would be the other horse that potentially could show some speed. A long shot that just could have a say in at least the pace scenario of this race.
Meg, thank you. Yeah, I didn't think he looked great in his coat the last time I saw him, and he's missed the bulk of turf racing here this year.
Yeah, I talked to Kevin Bond before the Saratoga meeting. He knew Rinaldi and Giacosa, who we'll see later on in the card. We're going to miss Saratoga. But we're pointing for this day, so we'll see if both of those assignments were correct.
We'll see. Our mascot's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Was he here last night?
I don't know if he ever left. Yeah, of course. I was able to play some fun games with Acacia last night, though. She didn't know if it was a bat. I kind of conned her into thinking it was a ghost because Halloween is right around the corner. It's daylight, and you see the pigeon, so I can't mess with you. I would have liked to, but
oh my God! Yeah, as long as it's not a clown
or an owl.
The owl thing doesn't get me.
You ever see an owl fly?
An owl can't kill you.
You don't know that.
Creepy clowns can kill you. We saw that in it. And snakes,
creepy clowns.
Snakes can kill you.
See, creepy clowns don't bother me. Like Pennywise doesn't bother me, But I'll tell
Really?
you right now, if Bozo walked in here, you'd never see a fat guy move so
either-
fast. I'd be
either
out
gets
the
me.
door. You'd be doing the next 20 minutes by yourself. Bozo walked in here, I'm out. Dunzo.
Creep me out.
Not
I mean,
happening,
ever
kid.
since I was a little girl.
Me
From
too.
like day one.
Bowling alley right by, it's not there anymore. Cross Bay Lanes used to have this clown picture, and when you walked by to go to the men's room, the eyes followed you. That's what, that. Thank you, Maggie.
No.
Boom. That's what got me.
That's a hard no.
Yep. No bueno.
Heading into line for this Mohawk, and 1-2 on City Man. He has been sensational this year. We'll see if he can go back-to-back in New York bred stakes company as we get it up to John and Brielle for this call of the Mohawk.
Field of 7 ready to go in the Mohawk. And they're all in. And they're off. Ocala Dream away well, but quickly moving up on the outside is Rinaldi. Rinaldi clears the field and is in front. City Man had a check there. City Man checked sharply as the field goes under the line for the first time. Rinaldi has a 2-length lead. And then it is Cold Hard Cash in second. City Man now racing in third down at the rail. And on the outside is Ocala Dream in fourth, followed by Sanctuary City in fifth. Then comes Kingdom on Pause, and trailing the field is Therapist in seventh. The quarter went in 24 seconds. They've reached the backstretch. It is Rinaldi by a length. Cold Hard Cash second by 3/4 of a length. And the heavy favorite City Man is down at the rail in third. Alongside is Ocala Dream in fourth. It's another length to Sanctuary City, followed by Kingdom on Pause. Therapist continues to trail, half mile in 49-1 over the firm turf. Long shot Rinaldi leads here by a length and a quarter. Cold Hard Cash is in second. City Man down towards the rail in third, with Ocala Dream to his outside. Then comes Sanctuary City, who's drawn within 3.5 lengths of the lead. The field is coming for the head of the stretch. It is still Rinaldi. Cold Hard Cash. City Man is in behind horses. May look to come through down at the rail. On the outside is Ocala Dream. Then comes Sanctuary City, who's looking for a way through. City Man and Rinaldi, and they are right together. Cold Hard Cash is there. Sanctuary City's coming on. Then Ocala Dream. City Man has gotten the lead and spurts clear. Some anxious moments early on, but City Man delivers at 2-5 in the Mohawk.
As John and Brielle just said, some anxious moments as they completed the first eighth of a mile. But City Man, he got to sit and stalk, and then the rail opened up, and Joel Rosario produced him. He just much the best here.
Best hands in the business. Once he got into that little jackpot going past the stands the first time, a lot of riders would have panicked. Joel didn't. He just gathered them, settled them. He knew he was on much the best horse in here. Even here, right? He's a little anxious going through that spot. Who could blame him? He almost got put over the fence going past it the first time around. He went through there, though, finally, and then it's nothing more than some hands and heels, and that's it. Good job by Jose Lascano aboard Cold Hard Cash to win this three-way photo. His aggression early on put him in the best spot to try to beat the others who had a chance to fill out the minor awards here. And I think he gave this horse a really good ride today. Cold Hard Cash, no match for the winner, though.
Yeah, as he was more prominent as they're jogging back side by side, both looking very proud of themselves. Let's take a look, though, at the start. City Man, he's down on the rail here. They kind of have that little dog leg to complete, and then the field's going to come over on him, including Rinaldi here, and Joel Rosario right there is going to have to check.
Rinaldi made it really tight.
He did.
Coming off the dog leg, you can understand that Louis trying to save some ground, but sometimes these horses can be a little dramatic when they're dropping over, and that was dicey.
And you could see as soon as that temporary rail went away, City Man just looked so much more comfortable to get to that little more open real estate, and he just exploded here for Joel Rosario.
Yeah, nice horse. Really turned the corner this year.
Unofficially, it is 1, 2, 6, 7 in today's Mohawk. Very formful race as City Man gets the win, back-to-back victories for Christophe Clement and Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. As we still have more to come, 2-year-old fillies in the Rags to Riches coming up a bit later, as well as a lot more stakes action here at Belmont at the Big A. It's also New York Showcase Day. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Beautiful. Their shots of the turf course with Reeves Thoroughbred Racing Silks over them. They were worn to victory by City Man, who takes the Mohawk here on New York Showcase Day. As we see Dr. Dean Reeves leading in City Man, as well as Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario in the irons.
Won't be a lonely paddock, a lonely winner's circle like Christophe had for Frank's Art earlier.
Yeah, second win on the card for the Clement stable as the Exacta. It was a chalky one as City Man 2-5 on top, as we still have a lot more to come when it comes to the racing here on New York Showcase Day. The next stake on tap is the $150,000 Iroquois for the sprinting fillies and mares. But take a look here at the stretch run. As soon as that temporary rail ends, you see City Man just kick it into high gear.
He got brave once the rail came to an end and he saw a little more daylight, and that was the end of it. Joel just keeping his mind on his business like he needs to. A nice year. I'd imagine this would have been it for him now. So he ends the season 4 for 7. Productive year. Right, he's not the kind of horse that was prolific winner, but he had a very nice season this year.
He really, with the open graded stakes
win
in the Forbidden Apple, as we see smiling faces all around. Joe McMahon there presenting the trophy. Elise Jacobs.
And he's a full horse, too, so that open win certainly helps the cause.
When I was handicapping and going through this card today, I was wondering, are they going to stand City Man? But to be fair, it's not as if he has that big of a pedigree, though.
He doesn't really have that big of a pedigree, and with the consistency he's shown this year, as a 5-year-old, maybe you give him one more year on the racetrack to maybe grab another Open Company Stakes win.
Well, we do need to get down to Richie standing in the winner's circle with the pilot aboard City Man, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I'm here with the coolest cat in the place, Joel Rosario, City Man. Little bit anxious moments early, though. Rinaldi came over a little bit sharp.
Yeah, I look like in there, and then just, I kind of have to take him a little hole.
kind of clip heel a little bit with that horse in front, and I mean, he did great. He just, he was nice and there for me inside. He was really brave, and yeah, he was the best horse in the race.
Well, he was the best horse, but after that, having to check early, you got him to settle in there so beautifully. And then to come through inside after getting squeezed like that, both of you showed a lot of courage.
Yeah, I mean, trying to ride the race, how everything setting it up. I thought at some point maybe I was going to come outside, but I didn't have the chance to go. And then I just took the opportunity just to go inside. Looked like I have some room to go there, and then we went for it.
Well, when somebody squeezes you like that, is there something to talk about after the fact?
I mean, it's just, glad that we win.
Well, congratulations. And, guys, he's just so comfortable and cool. I don't think I'd be quite as calm as him if that happened to me.
You may have been calm in the race, Richie, but back at the jocks room, I don't think so.
No, maybe he was calm on that's the only place he was ever calm. He's not calm now. You could go get a soda with the guy. The guy's flipping out.
No, I'm kidding.
Literally went to go get a Dr.
No, he's
Pepper
not hangry anymore.
He's not hangry anymore, but he's still. I mean, I don't know if he has like these angry moment flashbacks. I don't know what happens. I love the guy. Guy's a good friend, but he can.
He brings me food, so all is well.
He brings me food too, but when him and I, like, if it's a temper day, stay out of our way. We were roommates last year in Saratoga. We had some fun times.
Yeah, you were. As we will take a look.
Hatched many a plan.
That's very dangerous
Very
territory.
dangerous,
I'm not going to go there. As the Iroquois is up next, 6.5 furlongs for these older fillies and mares. And we see Bank Sting. She is a bit of a win machine. 8 for 12 lifetime, over $500,000 in earnings for this daughter of Central Banker. She's going to try to, though, come back off of a bit of a layoff, though we saw her winning her last race. The Dancin' Renee in fine fashion by 5.5 lengths. Joel Rosario will be looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, it's a cool race. You have a couple of horses in Betsy Blue and Mozienko riding some win streaks. You have the proven runner in Bank Sting. Her name escaped me. She's one of my favorite horses in training. I'm a big fan of hers.
And you kind of have an up-and-comer, if you will, with number 1, Lilu, who's going to be a big price in here, but you can't really knock what she's done lately on the racetrack. As we will dive more into these races coming up, though, it's time for a break. We also have the 5th race coming up from Churchill. They are in the paddock, and once again, guess what it is? 2-year-olds. They're going to mount a 16th. This one's, though, for the Colts and Geldings. We do see a scratch in here, number 3, Wicked Secret. And it looks as though they are honing in on number 7, Pyrenees.
Yeah. 2-1 right now on Pyrenees for Cherie DeVoe. Horse stretched out to this 2 turns at Churchill on October 1st and raced well, made up a lot of ground. Daughter of son of Into Mischief, I should say. We'll see.
Just saw her go by there.
We'll see how she handles the wet track today.
Yeah, has not had to do so. She's had 2 fast track efforts, so comes in here with a really fast breeze. 1 of 112, 46 flat over there at Keeneland. See if that puts a little bit more speed into her, in which you're going to have to be a bit more forward on this racetrack today, as we've just seen Ford Lee place runners dominate. And Pappy Wolf. It's like, no, Greg Wolf's not here. Can't even use that as a
happy wolf. No,
Pappy Wolf.
Acacia Clement's here.
Acacia Clement. Can't, definitely, gangster if it's Acacia. She's a gangster.
You think Acacia's a gangster? I don't know.
She looks bewildered at that comment.
She's probably never been called a gangster once in her life, Maggie.
Again, a affirmative no. Number 1, Magnificent Mile, will kick off the post break. And whoa, a Rudolph Brissett horse that isn't favored.
Crazy, 7-1, and this horse actually has 2 starts. Oh, don't worry, though. This horse was favored first time out, so everything's okay. Tried the 2 turns last time. Kind of spun its wheels late. We'll see what happens second time around the 2 turns.
Son of Get Stormy tried turf at Kentucky Downs. Now we'll try to stretch out and the dirt.
Yeah, I wonder if this is Eddie Keneally getting this horse ready to go long on the grass and just gets this race into him.
Blinkers go on. Number 4, Bengals go.
Yeah, this horse was up close and then dropped back a little bit in the lane. Big price. Blinkers go on, stretches out. A little interesting at 4-1.
Number 5, Diversiful, son of Taurus. He's going to stretch out in his second start.
Yeah, this horse ran okay from an outside draw going 3/4 of a mile. Stretches out now. I wonder how this horse, Dale Rowans has good numbers second time out.
Yeah, he's a bit interesting. As number 6, Toast to Coast.
The coach, Dwayne Lucas, this horse did not have a great start last time. Didn't take a lot of money. Probably going to need another one, I would think.
Handsome son of Into Mischief is number 7, Pyrenees, your favorite.
He should be the favorite off of his last race. He stretched out nicely. We'll see if he can make some more improvement today.
I'm not sure who named this one, but accident
This should not have gotten through. He's 0 for 8, and yeah, he's going to need to improve.
Blinkers go on Pappy Wolf.
Pappy Wolf gets the blinkers, like you said. Tried the mile on the 16th last time. Did not do too much running. I think his future's on the grass.
Number 10, Oh Gangster for Gustavo Delgado.
Not named after Acacia Clement. Two races around 2 turns. He did not fare well. He's making his 3rd start in 30 days.
Rocket Can, he was one that intrigued me in both of his starts up at Saratoga. Definitely like the longer distance for him. Hopefully he's minding his P's and Q's this time around.
And a big rider switched to Hall of Famer John Velasquez. This horse is bred to love a wet track. Let's see what he does from that outside draw, though.
I'm laughing at this horse's name, Miller's Right. I wonder if it's for Miller's. No, never mind. Miller's Right is the long
Tastes
shot on
great
the
or less filling. Blinkers go on. Horse took a ton of money in his debut at 4-1. Was 68-1 and didn't run a step last time.
Jolyon from the A's is a horse who makes a bit of sense. Ran a good figure last time out, going this distance. That's number 13, Spielman.
He was a surprise, too, 39-1. I don't know. We'll see what he does from the 12 hole.
We need to check back in with Paul LaDuca. He has more on your favorite Pyrenees.
Yeah, in Maggie in here, Pyrenees lost to Tapas Conquest last time she ran, and I thought it was a really good effort, or was a good effort for him. You know, he got caught behind the 8 ball with Colby Hernandez. Nothing against Colby Hernandez. Now the jockey switch to Tyler Gaffilone, who is the master here at Churchill Downs. I really feel the 7's going to be tough to beat in here. When you look at some of the other runners in here, you do have the 4 Bengals go. I was walking by Kenny McPeak. He likes this horse. Horse taking money on the tote at 7-2, along with the Diversiful, the 5 as well. There was a lot of different ways you could go in here. You know, when I looked at some of the other horses in here, you made a good point with Rocket Can, the 11, a horse that might love the stretch out. And then the 13, Spielman, drawing in, I thought was a key draw in. I'm kind of with you. The horse looked tremendous on the racetrack as well. I just think they're going to have a really tough time beating the 7 in here with the jockey switch, Cherie DeVoe. This horse has already got the experience going around the couple turns. A son of Into Mischief and a daughter of Into Mischief and Hoosier Philly is going to be a heavy, heavy favorite. Put it this way. If you wanted to bet a 7-1 double right now, this race into the other Into Mischief is paying $5 right now, Maggie.
Paul, thank you. Great stuff, as always. And, Anthony, do you think Paul likes – oh, excuse me.
It's okay.
Hoosier Philly today?
I do.
Maybe just a little bit?
He's a little excited, isn't he? Yeah,
I think Tom Amos is
he
excited
hasn't
to
found
run
a bachelorette or a birthday party yet down there, or a bachelor party.
The weather's just not, you know.
Do you think that's
jiving.
what it is? Yeah, I guess that's what
Pyrenees,
it is.
though, out of the Dam R. Christie, who is a Greatest Stakes winner, actually won a race that we're going to have here next week in the Grade 3 Turn Back the Alarm.
To turn back the alarm. What a good filly she was.
Mm-hmm.
Red Terrell. Nice filly. She did something I haven't seen done in a long time around here. She may have been the last one to do it.
What's that?
When she made a comeback, and she worked an 1/8 of a mile past the wire. We don't see that anymore.
She worked an 1/8 of a
back. She came back. I wish I remembered. I mean, I was young.
You mean during the races she
During
worked?
the race. So she ran in the race.
Yeah.
And let's just say, for argument's sake, it was like a 6.5 furlong race.
Uh-huh.
She had permission after the wire to work another 1/8 of a mile. And she worked an 1/8 of a mile past the wire, so the rider did not pull up at the wire. The rider rode her through the wire. I think she ran second or third. Regardless,
you'll never see that today.
You'll never see that today, but she worked past the wire an 1/8 of a mile.
I mean, you'll see, horses work 5/8 from the half mile to the 7/8 pole, like if you're on a wild track.
This was
like the
during
Belmont
a race.
Track, but that is insane.
Work past the wire. It happened. It used to happen. I'm not going to say it happened a lot. It used to be common enough where nobody, when Red walked into the racing office and asked for permission, nobody looked at him like he was like he had
sure,
three
Red.
heads.
Do what you got to do.
Yeah. And, you know, she was a prolific filly, obviously. And, you know, that was back in the day when you didn't have to prep in a stakes for a stakes. You got a money allowance race written, a conditioned allowance race written. And but that's one of the things I remember about her career. I remember her coming back and working past. Well, you know what's sad about it is nobody's probably around to remember that at this point.
Somebody who is Andy Serling.
Andy would definitely remember that.
He's coming up next.
Yes, he is coming up next. I bet you he would remember that.
He's ignoring us. He's sitting
I
on
don't think
set
he
right
hears
now.
us right now.
Oh.
He's concentrating. Breeders' Cup time.
Yeah. Bengals go, as Paul was mentioning, Anthony, taking some money. Now, did not post a particularly fast buyer speed figure first time out, but did run second while taking money that day. I mean, currently he's your second choice. You know that Kenny McPeak is going to like any horse he runs, but...
It wasn't a fast race, Maggie.
I
but
mean...
he was forward, and he
Right.
gets a pair of blinkers. And that so far has been helpful today on this wet track. You want to be forward at Churchill right now. Just saw a huge upset in the fourth at horse paid $75. You want to be forward right now.
Another one that's going to be forward you would have to think in here is Diversiful. Stretching out, wasn't too far off of it and off of a fast pace last time out at Churchill. I mean, they went 21 and 345 flat. It was only 3 lengths off of it.
They were flying up front, yeah. Joe Talamo's an aggressive rider as well. And like we said in the post parade, Dale Roman's horses usually benefit from their debut. He only went 6. You're asking him to stretch 5/16 of a mile. That's a little bit of a big stretch, especially when some of your rivals have already raced at 7. Some of the rivals in here have already raced around the 2 turns.
Yeah,
But
including your favorite, Pyrenees.
He's a good price, too. He's 10-1.
It's funny. It's more of a turf pedigree, and
Yep.
we know that Dale's a little bit allergic to the turf, but he showed enough ability, and as I always say, a sealed track, especially one at Churchill, can mimic the turf. So I think he should be A-OK over this surface. Isn't it crazy that Dale won a Breeders' Cup turf?
On the turf. He may have been the only person that didn't care there was no turf racing at Churchill Downs.
Absolutely.
In America.
Yeah. What do you, the
next generation of fans is here today.
I love seeing kids at the
Me
racetrack.
too.
It's very important.
There's a lot of them, too.
I hope they're having fun, as they should, and it's New York Showcase Day. As horses are heading into line in the gate for today's 5th race at Churchill Downs. It is Future Stars Day. There, as Travis Stone has your call of race 5.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. From the far outside, Rocket Can is there. Toward the rail, Bengals Go. Diversiful in between. Toward the rail, Sam Stormy. Bengals Go wins the race into the opening turn and heads over to the inside to show the way. Diversiful comes on to prompt the pace from second. Rocket Can on the outside. Third, Sam Stormy comes away. Fourth, Spielman is now 5th. Magnificent Mile in tight toward the rail. 6, Toast to Coast. In between horses advancing up from 7th. 2 lengths back, Pyrenees is running along. In 8th, Pappy Wolf is 9th. O Gangster 3 wide in 10th. Accidents in 11th early. And Miller's Right is the trailer down the backstretch run. A moderate opening quarter in 24 and 2. 5 furlongs to go. Bengals goes the leader, prompted by Diversiful. Rocket Can is keeping pace with them. Sam Stormy tucked away 4th and toward the inside, only 2 lengths off the lead. Spielman is 5th while in the clear. Magnificent Mile continues on in some traffic, advancing through between horses. Now it's a gap of 4, back to Coast, who's starting to come under a ride. And Pappy Wolf launching a rally while wide. Accident comes through toward the inside of Pyrenees. Round the far turn. Bengals go. Diversiful Rocket Can. The three-ply battle to the quarter pole. Spielman with a wide trip is looming 4 wide. Magnificent Miles in behind them. They're off the turn. Bengals goes off the turn in front. Rocket Can to the attack. Spielman coming hard down the center. 1 furlong to go. Bengals goal digs in. Here's Rocket Can outside. Spielman down the center. Final 16th. And Rocket Can has come away with the lead. Rocket Can opens up by 2. Spielman with a big effort will settle for second to Rocket Can. Rocket Can first, Spielman second, Bengals go third, and Pappy Wolf was fourth.
How can you go wrong? 2 Hall of Famers teaming up with a son of Into Mischief as Rocket Can for Bill Mott and John Velasquez gets the job done at third asking.
You mentioned you liked his look up at Saratoga. I did too. Big rider change. Johnny gave him a perfect ride today, and you know, with that pedigree, Maggie, I don't think that moisture in the track hurt his chances today.
Absolutely, as he gets the job done over Spielman, who did rally well and wide to pick up place honors. Back here at Belmont at the Big A, we owe you a post parade that happened just a few moments ago for this Iroquois going the 6.5 furlongs. We'll start the post parade with number 1, Lilu. Dave Duggan off the back of 2 wins.
Yeah, go back to Dave Scare, looking for 3 in a row. Has won 2 of the 5 starts at Aqueduct. Draws inside with Kendrick today.
Secret Love, she's a long shot in here. She's been beaten by many of the rivals she faced in here today.
She's run an awful lot this year, too, Mags, making her 10th start today. She's a big price at 14 to 1.
One that hasn't run on the Nair circuit is number 3, Gone and Forgotten.
Trips in for Barry Schwartz in the black and white, the familiar color. She's missed the trifecta just once in her 12-race career with 9 wins.
Dropping out of graded stakes, Company's November Rain.
Nothing lasts forever, Maggie. We'll see how fast and far she can take them with Trevor McCarthy aboard.
Including her form, as number 1 is Venti Valentine.
Venti Valentine cuts back in here. Jorge Bray, who's always wanted to see what it's like on the turn back. She sprinted once. She broke her maiden going 3/4.
I'm not opposed to it. As number 6, Bank Sting, your favorite, just went by. Number 7, Betsy Blue. Gotta love her.
Bank Sting, the most accomplished. Betsy Blue, the one in form. She has the recency. 6 for 8 with a second here in South Ozone Park, Queens.
And there is the one riding a 4-race win streak into this Iroquois, number 8, Masienko.
The barn. Dennis Lauman's running the barn today because this is the only horse that's ready. She's 5 for 12 this year with a couple of seconds for $300,000. What a great claim he made last year.
And she will be looking to pick up her first stakes win as we'll be looking to get offset. Anthony and I, Acacia Clement and Andy Serling coming up next to take you the rest of the way here on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned, though. So much more to come on this Empire Showcase Day on America's Day at the Races.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I'm Richard Migliore here up in the winner's circle. For the Iroquois, we got fillies and mares sprinting here, and a really nice group put together. A couple that really stood out to me, starting with the 5, Vente Valentine. She's coming off of a bit of a checkered campaign this year. She only ran once in Saratoga, mile and an eighth, but she could not be any better turned out. She is just completely dappled out, carrying good weight, but looks very fit. She's run once at the 6 furlong distance, where she did get up to win to break her maiden on debut, coming from far back. But she looks very sharp, and I don't think she'll be nearly as far back as she was on debut. Problem is, the kickback today, the dirt thrown in horses' faces, has been very problematic, and we're seeing a lot of horses not really running through it until they get into the clear. So something to kind of incorporate into your handicapping. The 6, Bank Sting, coming off of a freshening, hasn't been seen since June, been in very, very good form. I wish her coat was a little bit more resplendent, but she's certainly very much the horse to beat, Bank Sting. And then the outside, the streaking Mosienko, who's looking for her 5th win in a row. And I have to say, Mosienko is well spotted outside. She's quick enough to put herself in a good spot. And she has kind of kept her weight and her condition, even though this is her 13th start this year. Dennis Lallman has done a tremendous job, and she continues to flourish. And to me, she is much the horse to beat. And because of the outside post, I am going to pick Mosienko on the outside. And I'd like to welcome in my colleagues, Acacia Clement and Andy Serling. You guys made it to the set. Been a great day of racing so far.
And a lot more to come. Richie, thank you. Happy to be here. Empire Showcase Day at Belmont at the Big A. Andy, I always love these kinds of days as we get a chance to highlight these New York breds, horses we know so well, and they just kind of feel like old friends at this stage, too.
No, I agree. I really enjoy the races as well and celebrating the New York bred program. I mean, I go back a long, long way, and I remember Vandy Sue and Fratello Ed battling it out in races like the Empire up in Saratoga, but I've seen so many great New York breds over the years. I mean, even the elite level, whether it's Funny Side or a horse like Win, the first $1 million winning New York bred. And this is a fun race coming up. Mosienko, kind of a cool story. And Betsy Blue, who's just been terrific lately for Linda Rice, as well as the horse's most accomplished, Bank Sting.
Bank Sting currently at 9-5 on the board.
I like the 7 here, in case anybody's wondering my actual picks are. It's the 7. So you might want to take that down, guys.
All right.
Sorry.
Number 7, Betsy Blue for you. She beat Brattle House 2 starts back, but then she came back and she did it again last time. She's been in such good form, and against Open Company, Andy.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's just been really, really good. I mean, sometimes for a second you thought maybe she just got good in Saratoga, but then she ran so well in her last race, and this is a tough spot, no question. But at least she has the Reese and Bank Sting, and Mosienko's got to improve. Venti Valentine, can she refine that good form
Love
she had
her
early in
back.
the year?
Yes.
I just don't know if she's as good as she once was, but this is an interesting matchup and some really nice, hard-hitting horses.
It really is interesting. 6.5 furlongs, the Iroquois, fillies and mares, New York breds in the spotlight here. Loading into the gate, let's go to John Embrial for the call.
There in the gate. And they're off in the Iroquois Stakes. From the inside, it is Lilu, who's out for the early lead with a Secret Love right alongside in second. And then it's November Rain in between horses, Gone and Forgotten. 4 of them across the track, and sitting right off of them, Bank Sting in 5th. Far outside is Mosienko in 6th. Then comes Betsy Blue and Venti Valentine. Lilu leads here by 3/4 of a length, with Secret Love in second. The opening quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. As they go into the turn, Lilu the leader. Secret Love runs in second. November Rain is next in third. Bank Sting has moved up along with Mosienko, who's on the extreme outside. And then it is Betsy Blue, who moves into 6th. Down at the rail is Venti Valentine, and then Gone and Forgotten. The half mile in 45 and 2. Here comes November Rain up to challenge Lilu for the lead. Lilu and November Rain, followed by Secret Love. Down at the rail is Betsy Blue trying to come on through. Then a Bank Sting. Mosienko has dropped back. They're coming for the finish with November Rain in front. November Rain pulls off a big upset here. November Rain at 19-1.
Last seen in the Grade 1 test, she returns to New York Bred Company and gets the win for Kelly Breen. November Rain at 19-1, able to hold off your favorite Bank Sting.
Yeah, she's a virtually impossible horse to make on paper. You know, when she won and got the good figure 2 back, beating Baba is not exactly a feather in your cap. A lot of horses didn't show up. Betsy Blue got herself mired down towards the inside and never able to make that clean run, but really she didn't have the oomph that she usually has, a little far back maybe, as they were moving a bit up front. It was just a race where none of the big dogs got into the race, and November Rain, she's improbable, but she's a winner.
Trevor McCarthy pulling the upset here. Bank Sting in second. Secret Love, who was forwardly placed, checked in third. Betsy Blue, you see her covered in dirt down on the inside. Went to the rail under Jose Lascano late and just, as you said, didn't have that punch that you'd like to have. Richie talked a little bit about the kickback, and you think Betsy Blue, a horse that had to take quite a bit of it. Also, it's always the question, Andy, too, with a horse that's in good form, can they continue that streak moving on?
Yeah, I also wonder, I understand what Jose was thinking. In other words, he saw that the 7 and the 8 were both, or 6 and 8, excuse me, were both wide. And he thought, let me try to save them ground. But you come into the stretch that you want to be looking to go outside, not looking to go to the inside. Now, his options were limited, but I do wonder, and I can't imagine he wanted to try to close down the inside. It's not usually the winning move to make, but that's where he ended up.
19-1 upset, November Rain, as we are just 2 days away from the start of November. November Rain gets the win. Homebred for Ron Lombardi's Mr. Amore stable. When we return, we'll talk about the Kentucky Oaks and Belmont Stakes winner Rags to Riches, her namesake race coming up for the fillies at Churchill Downs. Stay tuned for all that and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
After the Breeders' Cup, the sports focus will turn to Fasig-Tipton for the world's premier breeding stock event. Over 60 graded stakes winners or producers catalog, 30 of which are Grade 1. Offering champions, Breeders' Cup winners, a Royal Ascot star, and 3 Kentucky Oaks winners, plus 180 selected weanlings, all in one spectacular session. The November sale, Sunday, November 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
And here comes on the outside Rags to Riches. Rags to Riches has kicked it into high gear and accelerates away with authority. Rags to Riches by 2 now. Octaves back up into second, but it's all Rags to Riches. Much the best here. Rags to Riches and Garrett Gomez gallops home.
Rags to Riches in the 2007 Kentucky Oaks. Of course, she would go on to beat the males in the Belmont Stakes as well. The race named in honor of Rags to Riches is coming up next at Churchill Downs. She was just absolutely terrific, Andy.
Yeah, and that was the early days of video back in 2007, as you can tell. She was a terrific
We've come
horse.
a long way since then.
Yeah, she never really, bounced back from the
Yeah.
Belmont. She had that one start in the Gazelle where she finished second. West Point actually beat her, I believe, with that very, very good horse. But at that point in her, you look at the races that winter, her race Tucky Oaks and her race in the Belmont, she was really, really good. I wish she had a bigger career.
Yeah.
People talk about she'd be in the Hall of Fame. She can't be in the Hall of Fame with that record,
Right.
but she had the talent where if she had gone on, she might well have belonged there.
There's a look at the field for the Rags to Riches, but back over in New York on Empire Showcase Day, we saw a 19-1 upset in the Iroquois. November Rain off of a little bit of a layoff since trying the Grade 1 test in Saratoga. $40 winner from this filly.
And I imagine there are a lot of people that are saying now, I'm glad the pick six wasn't a double carryover of $234,000 today because I just have gotten blown out. But if you're alive in the pick five, we wish you the best of luck.
Absolutely. Ridden to victory by Trevor McCarthy, who's standing by with Richie.
Well, a terrific ride from Trevor McCarthy to get November Rain home. And it seemed like getting a clean trip was kind of critical here.
Yeah, look, it's a filly who seems to benefit off a clear trip, and I thought she'd be a little quicker in the gate, and Bankett was a little rough in there today, kind of set her off as well. And, her first jump always isn't the quickest, but her second, third, fourth stride out of there, she puts herself in a good spot. And look, there was plenty of pace, which I didn't think it would be that quick of a pace, but it ended up working out nicely for us to where we just kind of tracked in the third spot, just a few lengths off the lead, and we were able to kind of execute it, come to the 5/16 pole where I said, well, I got plenty of horse. If I'm going to win, I'm going to win right now, and I'm going to win by opening it up and make the other guys come and get me.
And how critical is that when you make that decision to say, you know what, I'm going to seize the race right now? Seems to me sometimes riders waste a little too much time waiting on competition.
Yeah, it's hard. It's because sometimes you can come back and say, shoot, I moved too soon, But with a filly like this who likes the free run and she likes kind of a loose rein, and she really builds up some momentum. Watching her replays, it was really seemed like she really strides out nice and she stays. So, look, the guys were plenty away from me to where I could make a little bit of a middle move and get away with it.
No, Trevor, you did a great job. She's controlled the race at just the right moment. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Guys, a happy Trevor McCarthy.
As he should be. Congratulations to Trevor. Just picked up a nice New York bred stake, $150,000 purse. Nothing wrong with that. Trevor McCarthy riding in fine form here is November Rain. A big price in that start off to the pick five.
Yeah, no, listen, if you had her, I'm glad I didn't play the pick five. I would have gotten blown out right away. But if you had her, good luck to you.
We continue on with the New York bred stakes action next in the Maid of the Mist. But back over at Churchill Downs, as promised, the Rags to Riches is coming up next. Horses in the paddock, these 2-year-old fillies on the Stars of Tomorrow card at Churchill Downs. We're going 1 mile and a 16th, and that's the question at this stage of the game for these 2-year-old fillies, Andy, is that a lot of them are still really lightly raced, including your favorite, who's 1-2 for Tom Amoss right now. She's only ever gone 5.5 furlongs and is stretching out in just her second start to the 1 mile and a 16th.
Wow, she's 1-2?
Yeah.
I know they loved her first time out, and she was good. I'll give you some stats. Stretching out off maiden wins overall, not too many, but Tom Amoss is 2 for 15. Good ROI, but only 2 for 15, but one of them paid $43. And he's 0 for 4 doing it off of a debut win. She did run well in here. She was impressive. Obviously, I'm rooting for Tom, but why is she that heavy a favorite over, I don't know, Fun and Feisty and Stellar Lady?
I agree. A little bit of a surprise there. Tom Amoss, who had a terrific September meet at Churchill Downs, primarily with those 2-year-olds, including this first-time out winner, this filly by Into Mischief. Now, she did sprint first time out. She's stretching out, so the distance will be the question in just her second start. But a couple of other interesting ones in this field, including Fun and Feisty, who you mentioned. I thought that she was interesting. She, yes, ran poorly in the Alcibiades, but she does have the win going the 1 mile and a 16th in the Grade 3 Pocahontas. She starts back.
Yeah, I mean, she got a perfect trip that day. And listen, maybe Hoosier Philly is going to be better than worse than Pocahontas. So, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked, but I'm surprised. And Stellar Lady is, what price did I hear she was? 21-1?
Yeah.
I feel like I have different PPs than everybody else in here. But, I mean, I think, with the presence of the 1, the 2, and even T-Max, I think we're supposed to see some pace in this race. And unlike New York, it does seem like the riders at Churchill haven't got the message. They're not allowed to go to the lead.
Let's hope they don't find out.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we're always rooting for our friend Tom Amos, but I just think this horse is overbet. I'm not sure Tom would disagree.
And especially, again, just doing something for the first time in just her second start, more distance, a lot to prove today, facing tougher competition. That's where you really do start to learn about these fillies. I thought the 2 Peacock Lass was intriguing too. She's a filly, I remember covering her last race, that I thought that she ran very well ahead of Tiny Temper. And this is a filly who I think appreciated getting some more distance.
No, I'm not going to argue with it all there. I don't think she was 7-1. I think the board just is dramatically skewed, in my opinion, that the 1 is 1-2. Once again, I understand why she's favored. I do. And I understand why people think she's yours to beat. I don't think she looks like an odds-on favorite. And by the way, people that run Keeneland have to just be laughing. They didn't get a single day of rain.
I know.
It poured an opening the day after they closed and they opened up Churchill. It really is unbelievable.
Oh, boy. I'm sure.
It's unbelievable, right?
It really is. I mean, it was just absolutely gorgeous weather in Kentucky the last couple days. And, of course, raining today. But
3 weeks.
We will meet the field for the Rags to Riches, starting off with Who's Your Filly, 3-5.
Listen, this is a prep race for their goldenrod towards the end of the meet. And, they're all going to try to see if they can be players in there. And she's clearly being bet like she is.
Here's Peacock Lass.
I'm not going to argue with the stuff you said. Now, she's going to probably have to deal with Who's Your Filly towards the front and some of her speed, but she's far from impossible.
1 of 2 for Ken McPeak, your stellar lady.
Maybe she just isn't that good and more of a turf horse, but she ran good enough figures in her dirt races. I don't think it's supposed to be 20-1.
Here's East Shore, who comes off a maiden win.
She looks like a 20-1 shot, but she doesn't make any sense to me that she's a shorter price than the 3.
This filly's fast. Here's T-Max.
She is quick. Now, there's other quick horses as well, and she stretches out also, but I'm not going to knock her win.
She's been impressive, 2 for 2, pulling away in both of her starts. Here's Fun and Feisty, Pocahontas winner.
As you say, she didn't run well in the Alcibiades, but she ran well prior to that, and I don't understand why she is 9-2 and there's such a big discrepancy.
And last out maiden winner, here's Dramie Less.
Yeah, the problem with her is she was able to wire the field last time, and now she's in a speed-laden field, so she's a long shot. But once again, I don't know why she's a shorter price than the 3.
That's the field for the Rags to Riches as we bring in Paul LaDuca. Paulie, 3-5 on the rail runner. What do you make of her stretching out?
Well, I mean, obviously this is a tough task. And, talking to Tom before this filly's first start, he had such high regards. And the horse opened up at 3-5 in the first start. This is a different story, obviously. That day was 5.5 furlongs, and it was a maiden special weight. Now we're stretching out to a mile in the 16th. And you never really know. Obviously, with Tappet on the bottom side, she's an into mischief. She has been the buzz in the morning around this racetrack. As soon as I walked in earlier, 2 days ago, I heard she has been working lights out. Everybody here at Churchill Downs has been talking about Who's Your Filly, and I think that's why she's 3-5, including myself. Tom is really high on her, but she does have a tough task. And you guys make some very good points. Fun and Feisty at 9-2, a ridiculous price, and a horse that's might just love Churchill Downs, and just didn't like the configuration of Keeneland. Sometimes horses just don't like that, or ran a lifetime best, but going to have to handle an off track. But I'm kind of in agreement also with Acacia. The 5 T-Max has one in hand both starts. So, I mean, obviously we'll see how good she is today, but she is really, really jogged. Now, I do think Who's Your Filly is the class in here, is the horse to beat. But this is going to be a tougher task, obviously. And 3-5, I thought she'd be around even money or around 3-2, somewhere around that area. I think 3-5 is a little bit much. And I do give the 5 T-Max a little bit of a look. And like Andy said, the 7 Fun and Feisty should not be 9-2, should be the clear second choice. I guess is the clear second choice at 9-2, but I think should be around the 5-2 range.
All right, Paul, thank you. As we'll see how things shake out with these 2-year-old fillies in the Rags to Riches. Who's Your Filly currently 3-5. Getting a little bit more distance in just her second start. And it is fun this time of year, too, Andy, to see as we'll have the street sense for the boys a little bit later on as well. It's all about the 2-year-olds on the card today at Churchill.
Yeah, I mean, this is a year where, at least as of now, there are some pretty good 2-year-old clubs out there. I think the Phillies is a more wide open bunch, looking to the Breeders' Cup races, and I know you have as well. There's a big discrepancy. With horses like Cave Rock and Fort and other horses in there, it's a strong group. The Phillies, there's a lot of room. And, you look at the speed figures that Tom's horse ran first time out, and she's not that far off from horses that are going to be short prices or relatively short prices in the Breeders' Cup. So it'll be interesting to see how they develop and where they go from here. And what kind of race horses obviously run this weekend, where hopefully and expectedly the weather's not going to be like this. They'll be back at Keeneland, so I guess it'll be beautiful weather.
That's right. That's what the racing gods have decided, I guess. 3 to 5 on Who's Your Philly. You had mentioned there are some fast horses, especially T-Max, who's been really quick in her races so far. The outside runner had shown some speed last time out. Peacock Glass showed improved speed in her most recent start. How do you expect things to shake out as far as the pace in here?
Well, you have to go with Who's Your Philly. If somebody's going to go fast and outrun her, that's fine, but you've got to go from the rail. I don't think you want, unless Tom's thinking I want to get that much education into her, especially on a wet track.
Tom Amoss is not a guy either, though, that will take that speed away.
I agree. You know that's not what Tom does. But Peacock Glass, I don't imagine that Kyler Gaffleone is looking to give an inch, and T-Max may be a little bit slower on pace figures, but she's not. She's not without speed here, so I'm not going to be surprised when they're moving a bit up front, and I think that complicates it well. And also, you have a wet track, and wet tracks play no favorites. Now, most horses handle it, but sometimes it'll complicate the running of the race, and a lot of questions to be answered. And taking second-time starters, it's one thing when you have a horse that runs an overwhelming figure, running against horses that just don't match up. So when a horse regresses 4 lengths, probably still going to win. I don't know that that's the case with Tom's horse, Who's Your Philly. I hope I'm wrong. I'm not wildly against her. I'm just wildly against her 3 to 5.
Yeah, she's a very short price. And I think for any filly at this stage of the game in this race to potentially be such a short price, I think if you had, for instance, Fun and Feisty without the Alcibiades on her form, that could change things. But because she is coming off such a poor effort, maybe that's the reason that there's such a discrepancy?
Oh, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure their last performance is affecting that a great deal. The truth is, if she was coming in this race off of her win in the Pocahontas, I'm not sure she wouldn't be favored.
Yeah.
And probably should be favored. Now, it wasn't a super strong Pocahontas, and the favorite for Steve Ashton didn't run a race, but still.
Fun and Feisty, 3 to 1. Who's Your Philly, 4 to 5. It's time for the Rags to Riches, named for that Kentucky Oaks and Belmont Stakes winner of 2007. We'll see what kind of future these 2-year-old fillies have as they load in. Travis Stone standing by with the call.
For Fun and Feisty and Dreamy Less. They're in the gate. And they're off. And T-Max bounces out on top, and Peacock Glass is there. Dreamy Less from the far outside. Who's Your Philly gets a spot in behind 4th early. Clubhouse turn. And it's Peacock Glass out there showing the way. T-Max is going to prompt from 2nd, and Who's Your Philly is right up and on the pace 3rd and toward the rail. Dreamy Less comes away in 4th. Fun and Feisty over to the inside to be 5th. East Shore's on the move from 6th, and Stellar Lady is the early trailer in 7th. They turn to the backstretch run. And that opening quarter in just 24 seconds flat. Controlled tempo down the backstretch run for Peacock Glass, who leads the way 5 furlongs to go. T-Max is a stalking 2nd. Who's Your Philly continues to cruise along 3rd and toward the inside. 2 lengths back to Dreamy Less. Fun and Feisty advancing down toward the inside within 5 lengths of the lead. And then it's East Shore, another 4 back to Stellar Lady the trailer. The opening half in a manageable 48 and 1/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. Peacock Glass confronted by T-Max. And Who's Your Philly has been moved outside. And she's sidling up 3 wide as they round the far turn. Fun and Feisty's going to stick to the inside route. 4 lengths to make up there as they come for the quarter pole. Peacock Glass turning for home. Who's Your Philly ever so willingly has swept to the front and is just like that clear by 2. It's Who's Your Philly in front. Peacock Glass wanders back outside. T-Max and Fun and Feisty, and there's 1 furlong to go. And Who's Your Philly by 5 now. She's on the wrong lead at the 16th pole. She's cruising down the stretch at Churchill. It will be Who's Your Philly, who literally galloped under the wire, winning by 5. T-Max, Fun and Feisty, and Peacock Lass.
Still figuring things out, but much the best was Who's Your Filly, who sat in that stalking spot, Andy, and when asked by Edgar Morales, she just pulled away and ran off from the rest of this field.
Tom's got himself a nice horse. I mean, it's hard to know. I haven't been paying attention to what kind of time it was and kind of figure she gets, but she trounced this field. She rated comfortably behind horses, had no problems in there. I mean, did she work out a good trip? Yeah, but she showed she can rate going long as well. And this is a good year to have a good 2-year-old filly.
Yeah.
It looks like our friend Tom Amos has just that.
She was impressive. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. We continue on with our Empire Showcase Day, the Maid of the Mist. Up next for the 2-year-old fillies, here's Dream on Cara going turf to dirt.
Yeah, she actually has some pedigree for dirt, but she'd have to get an awful lot better to be competitive here.
Still a maiden as well. Here's Security Code.
She's my top choice. She ran too bad to be believed last time, and I think either of her 2 races makes her a major player.
Le Bon Temps is next.
Yeah, listen, she ran okay last time out, showing speed, but I don't know how much more upside she has.
Here's Little Lindsay, also turf to dirt.
It's really much more of a turf pedigree than the dam's production, but the dam was more of a dirt horse, so who knows? Take a shot.
She's 16-1. Blinkers going on as well. Gambling Girl, winner of the Joseph A. Gemma last time out.
Yeah, I don't like this horse. I thought it was a very slow race. I thought she had everything go her own way. Maybe she's improving and takes another step forward, but I'm going to try to beat her.
Leggy Filly dialed in, currently your 2-1 favorite. Here's I'm Just Kidding coming out of the Miss Grillo.
I think she's an overlay. I know she ran well in the turf, but I thought her dirt race was good too. She has a lot of turf pedigree on the dam side, but she ran well enough in the dirt. I think she's a big-time player.
Here's number 7, Recognize, another turf to dirt runner.
But she ran well enough in her debut. I can understand why Bill Mott's taking a shot in here. It's big money. Why not? No killers.
Blinkers on, Miracle.
I've seen enough of Miracle. To me, she's disappointed now 2 straight times.
Stretching out, here's Silver Skillet.
I think it's a very smart move by Christophe Clement to try this race with the maiden. She's had some trouble in her races. She could improve stretching out. I think she is a player in here.
And another one stretching out. Here's Benterra.
I don't know. You know, she improved so much in a wet track off her first 2 races that I'm a little bit suspect overall. But, you know, one thing I'll say of this race, if you like somebody at a decent price, take a shot, because I think the 5, the favorite's very vulnerable.
Good opportunity to potentially gamble against Gambling Girl. She's won her last 2, including the Joseph A. Gemma, looking for another New York bred stake. We'll talk more about her and the rest of the field after this on America's Day of the Races.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliori here, trackside at beautiful Belmont at the Big A, and we've got 2-year-old fillies running a mile here in the Maid of the Mist, and we'll start with the 2-horse Security Code. Really good-looking daughter of Frosted, trained by Phil Serpy. Phil Serpy having a good year, winning at better than 20%. And Security Code just really has the look of a horse that's going to appreciate the mile distance. Did not run well last time, but her other races are certainly good enough to be right there. And from a physical perspective, I really do think she'll appreciate going a mile. The 6, I'm Just Kidding, went to the turf after a nice debut, sprinting on the dirt, talked with her conditioner, John Kimmel, and he talked about how he worked her in the dirt, and she galloped out so well, he felt like she deserved another chance to get back to the dirt. There's a mixture, a quality of dirt pedigree there, even though her damn Concord kid has produced turf runners and was more of a turf runner herself. The 8, Miracle, filly that's taking a lot of money by Mendelssohn, adds blinkers. Just from a physical perspective, she just doesn't look like a horse that's going to want a tremendous amount of ground. She's just not that big. And I'd just be interested to see how she handles the mile distance here. The 9, Silver Skillet, is a horse that I'm very interested in. She's a maiden, but she's by Liam's map. I really think she's going to appreciate the further they go, and she is really well turned out. So I think a maiden with a look here, as I'll send it back to the desk. Guys?
Richie, thank you. Dean Reeves and Christophe Kamal looking for the double with Joel Rosario as well. Of course, they scored with City Man earlier on. Stephen Rocco, owner of Silver Skillet, as well, as she took a lot of kickback last time out. One who is a maiden, Andy, but as you mentioned, a few opportunities for New York bred 2-year-olds. Why not take a shot in this kind of spot?
Based on the race we've seen, a 65 buyer could win it. She's not that far off it. She improves with some distance. It's a big purse race. I mean, she's only 7-1. I think right there, the public is saying it was the right move. And by the way, the horse who finished second and beat her last time came back to win her first impressively, albeit as the favorite.
Top pick for you in the Maid of the Mist?
The 2. The 2, Security Code.
It. Security Code. Let's see if she can get back to that impressive maiden special weight races we saw from her up at Saratoga. The Maid of the Mist up next. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting on number 10, Bantera, to complete the field in this Maid of the Mist Stakes. Bantera goes in. We are set for the start. And they're off. And Bantera broke well. Miracle now moves up, so it's Miracle to take the lead. Bantera runs in second. Le Bon Temps is in third, followed by Recognize in fourth. Silver Skillet far outside in fifth. Security Code is next in sixth. The favorite Gambling Girl is seventh. And then it's I'm Just Kiddin', followed at the back by Little Lindsay and Dream on Cara. The 2-year-old state-bred fillies race up the backstretch through a quarter in 23-1. It is Miracle by 3/4 of a length. Bantera on the outside runs in second, and Le Bon Temps is in third, length and a half, to Silver Skillet in fourth, who's 3.5 from the lead. And then it's Security Code in fifth, followed by Recognize. Little Lindsay has come on through now to take sixth. Gambling Girl with a lot to do in seventh, and she's on the far outside. At the back of the pack, I'm Just Kiddin' and Dream on Cara. It is Miracle who leads by 2, ran the half in 46-4. Bantera in second. Le Bon Temps towards the rail in third. And then it's the maiden Silver Skillet in fourth. Farther back, Gambling Girl has now advanced into fifth, still 7 or 8 lengths off the lead. 3/4 in 1:11-3. It is a Miracle in front in the stretch. Le Bon Temps is all out in second, and Le Bon Temps is gaining ground on the outside of Miracle. Here is Le Bon Temps and Miracle right together as they come for the 16th pole. Le Bon Temps and Miracle on the inside. Le Bon Temps narrow lead as they come for the finish, and it is a 13-1 upset. Le Bon Temps wins the Maid of the Mist under Luis Saez.
Another upset, this one at 13-1, and the Maid of the Mist, Le Bon Temps, finishing on that left lead, but she's able to run down the pace setter Miracle.
They were moving up front in here, but nobody gained an inch of ground in this race, to be honest. I mean, Le Bon Temps sat second or third behind a Miracle, who ran better, I think, than you and I expected. Just the distance might have gotten to her a little bit at the end, but at least near she was able to control on the front end, and maybe that helped her chances. Le Bon Temps, who really improved, switching to Mike Maker last time, well, she did take another step forward, and she did it with more distance, getting it done. Another Laoban. Luis Saez back in town. He'll be riding at Churchill, I believe, this meet.
And fresh off the Keeneland riding title.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Won the last race with a long shot over Tyro Gaffleone by one win. The $58 horse in the last race. And he gets it going here. You know, Christoph's horse, he ran third here. Well, that's $20,000 in there, and she wasn't quite good enough, but it wasn't that tough a field. And Gambling Girl, she was a mediocre favorite. She didn't run. You said to me, you commented to me, you weren't thrilled with how she was warming up.
I didn't like her warm-up today. Yeah. No. Didn't like her warm-up. I was a little suspicious of her last time and thought that she was just facing a little bit deeper waters today. And look, I mean, who knows, who's to say moving forward how strong this field really is. But I do think we could all agree that this was a way more wide open bunch than the board might have reflected.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that these are the horses that finished 3-2 behind Gambling Girl last time. So I don't think that my feeling that that race was bad was right. In reality, it wasn't, because they ran 1-2 here, but Gambling Girl was the one who was the super short price near. They were bigger prices, and My Security Gold ran 5th, but she was a completely ineffective 5th, never did any running of any kind.
Le Bon Temps with the win. Another filly by Laoban. This one for Mike Maker. Luis Saez in the saddle. Back over at Churchill Downs with the 2-year-old fillies there. Now this one is a good one. Who's your filly? Very impressive. The duo of Tom Amoss and Edgar Morales has been absolutely deadly at Churchill Downs, and they're both standing by with Paul.
Here with winning trainer and winning jockey of the Rags to Riches here, Tom Amoss, and who's your filly? Tom, full disclosure, we were walking through the tunnel before this filly's first start, and I couldn't believe the words you said out of your mouth. You said, I have a filly here that might be as good as Serengeti Empress.
I think I said I've never had one prepare as well as she has, meaning this filly today. And I haven't. She's different than anything I've ever had in my career, which goes back to 1987. We bought her at the Keeneland sale, yearling sale. Lauren Carlisle picked her out. She did a great job for us. Edgar rode her great today. I'm just proud to be part of the team.
I mean, the confidence you have in Edgar, too. We'll get to Edgar here in a second. But she did not break completely sharply, but she's so polished, and she was able to rate, especially in the mud, too. Were you more impressed with this than anything?
Yeah, I'm thinking back to what I said when we left the gate. It wasn't for TV. But, you know, she recovered well. Edgar has a lot of confidence in her. Really, at no point during the race did you look like anything other than she was going to win. You know, he had a lot of horse at all times. She cleared. I think she got a little lazy at the end, kind of switched leads back and forth because the competition was over. She was pre-entered in the Breeders' Cup, and we were first on the alternates. I waited until 9 o'clock this morning. I called. We weren't going to get in as of this morning, and I said, well, we're just going to run here. I'm really proud of her, and I wish the owners could be here today. Bill Stone, Rod Radcliffe, their group. I wish they could all be here, but they'll be here for the next one.
Wow, that's a ton of confidence. And to you, Edgar, I mean, baby on the way, success coming, your first graded stakes win, and you just told me this might be the best horse I've ever sat on.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to say thank you to all the connections, and everything's going pretty well. I mean, she broke not slow, just, you know, there was some speed. I know that we're going, and I just travel off the rail a little bit. It's pretty deep inside, and when I took her outside, she did all the job. So.
Did you ever even get her out of gear? I mean, what gear did she hit? Did she even hit top gear?
I don't think so. I mean, she was just waiting for the company. Like, when she made the lead, she was just with the ears up, waiting for the company the whole way. So.
Well, congratulations. And when I was in the tunnel, I decided to call Vegas and make a future bet for the Kentucky Oaks next year on Hoosier Philly. So, my bad.
I want commission.
Paul, I love it. 408, the old 408 for Hoosier Philly over T-Max and Fun and Feisty, but no doubt about the winner. Congratulations to Tom Amoss and Edgar Morales, a very talented filly on their hands. Back over Belmont at the Big A, it was Le Bon Temps with the upset, ridden to victory by Luis Saez. Back in New York and back to the winner's circle, standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And Louis, Le Bon Temps, she was under a ride from a long way out. And I've noticed a lot of these young horses haven't been running through the kickback too much. Was that part of the reason why you had to kind of keep her in it?
Yeah, definitely. With Brit from there, we was trying to take the lead with her because,
I was watching the replay when she was on the lead, and she ran pretty good. So, but they have a couple speed outside, so we say ground. We try to keep her away from the dirt and the face, and well, when we came to the top of the stretch, she gave me a good kick. We went now right there. Thank God we don't have nobody right there outside, and well, and we was like battling to get there with the other one, and well, and the final jump we got there.
Yeah, the other filly inside of you, Miracle, she was very game. She didn't just cave in.
Yeah, she didn't want to give up. And Flavian was riding pretty hard too, so it was pretty tough to get him. But in the end, we was right there. It was a great race.
Louis, you came in from Keeneland, just completed the meet there, lead-in rider. What are your plans now after today? Are you going to be riding in Churchill Downs?
Yeah, that's the plan. I think we're going to come back for the Cigar Mile. But right now, we're going to stay in Churchill. We're riding a lot of good horses. They're here everywhere, but we're going to get the opportunity and see what happens.
Great job here, and congratulations on the leading rider title at Keeneland. Best of luck going forward to the Breeders' Cup.
Oh, thank you so much, Richie. Thanks a lot.
Guys, nice game performance by a filly by Lauban that obviously wanted more ground.
She certainly handled the mile. Richie, thank you, $29 winner. Yeah, back to what you were saying about the pick 5. Now 2 big prices in the sequence in the first couple of legs, and a couple of horses who will make things really interesting as we move on through the sequence.
Yeah, I mean, if you're alive in this pick 5, really good luck, because it's going to be a big one, and the pick 6 is likely not paying out on 6 winners. Can't believe at this point it's going to get hit, you know?
Some big prices there as we continue on with the Empire Showcase Day card. We have the Ticonderoga coming up next. Fillies and mares on the turf, going a mile and a 16th. Marvelous Maud is currently 3-2 on the board as she comes out of a second shoulder rematch with Finest Work after they finished 1-2 in the Hettinger last time out.
Yeah, all things being equal, Finest Work, in my opinion, ran a significantly better race than the 2 fillies that ran behind her, because she did the winning work. You know, she was 2-3 wide around the track. She made that winning move, and the other horses were just picking up the pieces in a race. I think if you look at it on paper, it looks like it was close, and it wasn't really close. They were sucking up with good kind of suck-up trips. Not to say the margins are that significant, but Finest Work did more work in that race. I'm going to try to beat them all with Spongy, but so far my opinion has been like an old sponge. Been terrible today.
I like it. Spongy was impressive last time out. Finest Work currently 6-1 right now. As we'll talk more about the Ticonderoga when we come back, we'll also talk about the jockey who just missed in the Keeneland riding title behind Luis Saez, but Tyler Gaffleone, he's clearly seeing the ball, clearly 6 stakes wins during the Keeneland meet, and looking to keep that momentum going as we kick things off at Churchill Downs.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Light line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we continue on with the Stars of Tomorrow card at Churchill Downs. It's a maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds coming up next. Here's a look at the field. Currently, the number 8, Joking Way, Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle for Steve Asmussen is your favorite as this colt finished 3rd on debut, showed some speed, had an outside post, and typically, Andy, these are the second-time starters that I do like, ones that show some speed, at least to show you a little something in that first race, and maybe they weren't able to sustain it. You'd imagine there's going to be some more stamina, some more focus second time out.
Yeah, I believe the winner was a first-time starter in here. Actually, I know the horse with the other speed was 7th in there, a first that was 9-1. This horse and everybody here may have benefited from the fact that the 2 also eligibles were the strength of this race. And I agree, if the horses that ran, this horse just towers over the field. The real question is whether or not there are any other horses near that are interesting. Only the 10's really taking any money.
The 10, Winnemac Avenue, Jimmy DeVito, John Velasquez in the saddle, but it's Joking Way at 9-5. 2-year-old maiden special weight coming up next at Churchill Downs. They'll hit the track. We'll hear from Paul and talk more about the race after this on America's Day at the Races.
It's 1,000 Words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 Words just in front. 1,000 Words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 Words has done it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Spooky season, Andy. I got my orange on today.
You ready for a little
I'm
trick-or-treating?
ready.
Trick-or-treating tomorrow for you?
Well,
you are. You're full? You look like a pumpkin.
Yeah. I'm embracing the pumpkin. Well, friends of mine who have a young son are going to be up in Saratoga. He's 3, and he's going to be a pumpkin for the 3rd year in a row. He's very excited.
Very nice.
Seeing holidays through the eyes of kids. There's
It's a
nothing
great
better
kids'
than
holiday,
that. Yeah.
Halloween.
Meet the field for the 7th. Here's Gordy's Label, first-time starter.
Yeah, it's taking money for Al Stahl, a dangerous trainer. I want to know if Tom Amis has a big double going with him.
There
what I
is
really
some
wanna know.
pedigree. The dam and the siblings were all good on a wet track, so maybe that's a little bit interesting there. Here's Brazen Boy.
Not really taking much money this one, a first-time starter, and not a whole lot to recommend from a pedigree standpoint.
Number 4, Dream Within a Dream, another firster.
Ditto. This one's actually taking some money at 10 to 1. I mean, Dam's had 2 foals that did no running. I do like Midshipman as a sire. He's kind of under the radar.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. Here's the number 5, Moon Over Dubai for Danny Pipes.
I like seeing Danny Pipes the worst of the lows. He, of course, trained Capote Bell for them quite a few years ago, and she was a tremendous racehorse.
Sharp out on the track is that Son of Malibu Moon. Here's Crip Yarns.
Getting a little money as a second-time starter for Ian Wilkes, and not really sure why. Maybe it's just because there's just nowhere else to go besides the favorite.
Didn't do much running on debut. Here's Backside Buzz.
This one's had 4 chances. 4's enough for me.
Big price on the board. Next will be your favorite, Joking Way, that second-time starter.
Absolutely, the horse to beat. Ran fast enough first time out. Looks like speed, feels like the horse to beat.
Tyler Gaffleone going to be in the saddle. We have another horse with experience up next, but a big price. Here's Beau Day.
Yeah, didn't get bet, didn't do any running, and it's a 10-pound bug rider.
34 to 1. Next will be the second choice, a first-time starter, Winnemac Avenue.
Coming in from Hawthorne with some fast works at Hawthorne, John Velasquez riding. This dam's had 4 foals that really didn't do any running.
Worked 10 and 1 at the OBS April.
What did you think of it? I wasn't overly impressed.
I didn't love it. I didn't love it. I think it looked better as far as the time versus visually. 3 to 1. John Velasquez does climb aboard. Here's the number 11, Global Pride.
This one feels like a pedigree for turf. They're at the wrong racetrack if they want to run on the turf.
First-time starter for Gustavo Delgado. 13 to 1 can be sneaky. Here's the 12, Ridge Point Road for Wayne Catalano.
Yeah, there's just not taking any money on this one. Actually, some of the foals did some running. I'm interested in Al Stahl. He's getting bet.
I think so, too. I thought that one was intriguing. Gordy's Label down to the inside. 2-year-olds, a lot going on here. One short-priced favorite. Let's go get some more insight from Paul LaDuca.
I couldn't agree with you guys anymore. I mean, the one looked tremendous on the racetrack and is getting buried in the doubles. Actually, the second choice to the 8 in here. So we'll start with Joking Way in agreement with Andy completely in here. The horse to beat. I mean, off that running line. And Steve Asmussen horses always improve second time out. This horse showed some speed first time out and just lost the most treasure in Ghost Nation. Should be okay. And that was on September 22nd. And, you know, he's kept this horse here. A Son of Practical Joke, they paid $270,000. Now, the 2 other horses that are taking money, the 10, obviously Winnemac Avenue, a horse that really you see showing bullets at Hawthorne over there in Illinois and coming in here and getting bet. But Jimmy DeVito is very good with 2-year-olds, and most of his 2-year-olds do show speed. He's very underrated when it comes to that. He's 13% when it comes to a first-time starter. But I'm going to get back to the one at 6 to 1. Maybe Al and Tom had a little talk last night because this double is a $12 double from 1 to 1 Hoosier Philly to Gordy's Label. And I think Gordy's Label looked tremendous on the racetrack. I do think the 8's to beat at 6 to 5. If the 1 can get out of the gate, I think he's got a big shot here at 6 to 1.
I like it, Paul. Thank you. 6 to 1, Gordy's Label. Jimmy Graham going to be in the saddle. Of course, Al Stahl and Tom Amos, former roommates at LSU. They did that nice cart talk this summer with JK.
How about that double? Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Tom, how much did you bet?
You know what? He's got money in his pocket after the stakes win.
The question would be how much Al bet.
Probably.
They're a dangerous twosome.
2 great guys and terrific traders as well. Yep. Al Stahl sending out Gordy's Label. That cult by Motown. Intriguing. Got some good notes from Paul as far as the appearance that he made on the racetrack. I know I'm looking at the screen, but I couldn't agree more. Really good-looking horse. 6 to 5 on your favorite. The only other one taking some attention is the 10 Winnemac Avenue, first-time starter. A couple of horses that were successful in minor stakes wins or stakes placing in the family. With a colt by Taprit. We'll see how he does on debut. And also the wet track adds an interesting layer to these 2-year-old races as well, especially there are some horses in here who just haven't done much running as of yet. You wonder if they're going to improve second time out. I guess that could be the question with the 6 as well, the second time starter for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, you just don't know. I mean, there's a lot of randomness to wet tracks. I in general don't pay them a lot of mind. I think most horses handle them, run the same on dry as they do on wet, but obviously it can be a factor. But in general, I always feel like if you like a price, you're supposed to be happy it's a wet track in a certain way. If you like a favorite, you're not, because wet tracks play no favorites. And it really is amazing that double, the double is paying like this horse is supposed to be paying $6, and right now the horse is clear-cut third choice at 6-1. It's very strange.
Gordy's Label, called by Motown, debuting from the inside. Even money now on Joking Way, Steve Asmussen. And we've seen Steve and Tyler Gaffalione teaming up quite a lot lately, too. And they're about 28% together at Churchill Downs. And, you do see Tyler, who is, we've heard Steve say it before, he's just a guy that wins. And he's had a lot of success. When you think about him teaming up with Gnight and all the stakes they've put together.
Yeah, I agree with Gnight. I tell you, looking at the Breeders' Cut Dirt Mile with Gnight, he's not impossible coming back in 2 weeks.
He's been very good. He's been very good lately.
That is it's a funny race. I'm actually very interested in simplification in that race. My general feeling is he's going to be a big price, and I think there's an argument he ran better than Cyberknife did in the Pennsylvania Derby. Certainly very close between the two of them.
I have a soft spot for simplification, of course, trained by Antonio Sano. Steve Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbred send out Joking Way. This one by Practical Joke, the favorite in the 7th race at Churchill. Beneath the Twin Spires, we go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Gordy's Way, slow to get into stride. Not so for Joking Way, who races right to the front. Joking Way opens up a length and a half. Ridgepoint Road in second. Dream Within a Dream. Advancing toward the inside third. Backside Buzzes fourth. Global Pride in fifth. Advancing inside Brazen Boy from sixth. Winamac Road is running along in seventh. Moon Over Dubai is eighth. Baudet running along about 9 or 10 lengths off the lead. Third to last early. And then it's Crep Yarns, and it's 5 lengths back to Gordy's Way, who's outrun so far. Swift Fraction 22 seconds flat. Far turned run. Joking Way steps on it. Opens up to lead by 4 with 3 furlongs to go. Brazen Boy on the chase now. Angles outside from second, getting closer to Joking Way as they come for the top of the stretch. Joking Way leads by 2.5. Brazen Boy comes off the rail second. 1-2 off the turn. Joking Way set down for the drive. Brazen Boy fully extended in second. These two 1-2 with 1 furlong to go. Backside Buzz now third. 8th pull. Joking Way turns back to challenge and opens back up by 5. Joking Way now by 6 to the wire. Start to finish for Joking Way. Brazen Boy held second. Backside Buzz and Dream Within a Dream.
No doubt about the winner, number 8, Joking Way, aggressively handled by Tyler Gaffalione, and he was just on the best horse, and he showed it out on the track today as well, Andy.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was on the best horse. I think Gordy's Label might have had something to say about it if he didn't literally knock it out of the gate, and the rider, I think, lose the irons after that, but it just was easy for him at that point when the only their firster that really was that live was going to take money. Gordy's Label actually finished 5th in this race. I mean, he was a city block behind these horses.
He was off slow.
Easy winner. I mean, it didn't just get left. I mean, I think he may have lost the irons.
I think so, too. It
Cost
looked like
him
his
about
jockey
10
lost
lengths,
his balance. Back over at Belmont at the Big A, it's time for the Ticonderoga. Let's meet the field for these fillies and mares on the turf, starting with Pure Bodie.
Pure Bodie, she'd have to improve off of any of the races she's run to be a contender in here.
Here's the 2, Dakota Dancer, back on turf.
And she makes Pure Bodie look like she should be favored.
Here's the half 2, Dakota Gold, for what that's worth.
She looks like speed.
Here's the 3, Out of Sight.
Another horse that would have to improve off her best races. Does come out of a very tough open race.
The Now horse, who's a big price. Here's Finest Work.
Yeah, this is insane that she's 5-1. And Marvelous Mud, you and I were talking off camera.
Yeah.
In my opinion, she's the horse to beat.
Next will be the number 5, Runaway Rumor. Blinkers going on.
She's got a very good ride last time, picked up peace at the end. At least she's showing some life recently.
Can she turn things around today? Here's Dream Central.
She just looks like a couple of these 3-year-old trying olders as well.
Your current favorite, Marvelous Maud.
Well, Chad Brown and I read our teas. If that isn't a recipe to be overbet, I don't know what is.
Here's Mashney Girl back to the turf for the first time in a while.
Yeah, she's another horse who should be forward in here, but she just feels like a better dirt horse, but she didn't run that badly in her dirt races.
First start since her win in the Mount Vernon. Here's Giacosa.
She ran well that day to win. It's a tough thing to do, come off this long layoff, and I don't love the field in the Mount Vernon, but she has run good races.
We didn't see her in Saratoga. Good to see her back now, though. And here's Spongy.
This is my top choice in the race. I know at one point she looked like she could be good enough. She got a very good trip last time, but she's the one horse I could make a case for to take a slight shot with at a price.
She's 8-1 on the outside, 6-5 though on Marvelous Maud. As we welcome back to the show Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, what do you make of these fillies and mares on the turf?
Well, there's the logical contenders such as Marvelous Maud and Finest Work in here, and they look okay. I'll be honest, I wasn't overly enthralled with them. So let's check in with, well, one that has the question mark of the layoff to answer, and that's number 9, Giacosa for Jimmy Bond. And, you know, when she came back off the layoff in the Mount Vernon, I had noted that as a 5-year-old, she had really, gotten to her physical maturation, which you like to see, and she just looked like a bigger, stronger type, though I did question her overall fitness levels, but she proved me wrong. Today, she looks exactly the same. If anything, she's a little bit more subdued in the way that she's behaving. Sometimes, different tracks will do that to horses. But I think she does make a certain amount of sense here, and it feels as though they missed Saratoga with a purpose. Probably not one that they intended to, though, because she had run very well up there last year. Moving on to a horse that's a big price, and Andy making fun of number 2, Dakota Dancer. But as Acacia correctly pointed out, a half to the horse that Danny Gargan has done very well with and ran well in the Breeders' Cup. And it's interesting that the breeder claimed her back for the $15,000, and knowing that she had a nice, pedigree, some nice siblings that were already on the racetrack, and she's been riding primarily on the synthetic at Presque Isle, and as a pedigree would suggest, she looks all turf. All turf, and I'm actually excited to see what she does back here on this surface. Yeah, she's going to have some other speed to contend with, but the last time I saw her was last year, and she was just a bit of a heavy type, never looked that fit or athletic, and she has molded into so much more of an athlete. I know she's a big price in here, and dynamically maybe things don't run in her favor, but I'm really intrigued to see her back here against New York breds in this spot. As Andy, I'm intrigued by number 10, Spongy, as well. This is the best I've ever seen Spongy look. She's third off of that long layoff. I know, Acacia, you were down here for her last start, and that you said she got hot but not nervous. It's kind of the same today. It's really not bothering me at all because she doesn't seem bothered at all. It's actually weirdly, in a way, warm for fall, too. Like I said, I have never seen Spongy look this good. She's filled out across that top line, across her hind end, which was my main concern with her when she came back to the races at Saratoga. I think she makes a good deal of sense in this spot since I've seen her.
Some good news about Spongy. Maggie, thank you. As, last time out, she was a horse who was coming in second off the layoff. She was just a little sweaty. We all have those days, but not agitated. And a horse that I thought ran a good race. And, she did have the right kind of trip that day, Andy. But I think that she's one who now third off the bench, too. She has ability, and she'll offer a generous price in this race.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody in here is so outstanding that it doesn't open up the possibility if you have an idea beyond Finest Work or Marvelous Maud or Runway Rumor. So I'm willing to have an open mind in this race. They have the wrong horse. I favored. I think Finest Work should be favored. I knew they would make Marvelous Maud the favorite because the public is drunk on Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown horses. I mean, they see them and they just... But the reality is, think about Finest Work. Finest Work makes her move to get in the race, while Marvelous Maud and Runway Rumor are just sort of sitting back there waiting to try to pick up the pieces. Finest Work makes the winning move. She puts away the speeds in the front end. She is wide in those turns. The other horses saved much more ground. I'd look at Trackus, but based on what I saw, they covered less ground, particularly Runway Rumor. And they sort of made their run when Finest Work had just put the race away. On paper, it looks like they were a factor, but they were never winning here. Yeah. There's never a point where you felt they were winning. And Marvelous Maud just kind of got second and I mean, the other one, Runaway Rumor got third, and they ran fine. Marvelous Maud is a horse that's never run spectacularly well. She's run okay.
Yep.
She's gotten great rides and great trips, and she may continue to. But at 8-5, I'm not sure that you're supposed to be excited about that prospect. And as far as Spongy's last race is not going to win this. I know the figure looks close enough. It isn't. She got a perfect trip, a dream setup. The second horse was much the best.
She's facing tougher today.
But last year, she was on the come, a horse that could have been in this race last year. And clearly something went wrong in Saratoga. She was against the track that day, so she did have an excuse of that. But obviously it went wrong. She was laid up. She needed her first race. Good trip or not, she got it done last time. And she has shown in the past that she could have the ability to step forward because, let's be honest, last year she was a better horse than the Marvelous Maud that we were seeing. So I don't think she's a terrible gamble at 7-1. I believe that the 4 is the horse to beat and should be. And I think she should be favored. And if it wasn't the Chad Brown and Red Ortiz factor, she probably would be. But I think she's supposed to be the favorite. Certainly that's supposed to be the same price as the 5. I'm not sure how Runaway Rumor, who really hasn't shown that will to win this year, Acacia.
Oh, she's tough. I know the blinkers are going on. I know she shows up every time and she runs strong numbers, but she has not won since June of 2021. It's been a long time between drinks.
Yeah, that bothers me. I like that she's finally come around and been somewhat effective.
Her last 2 were good, absolutely.
Yeah, but not effective enough.
Yep, we'll see if she can get back to the winner's circle today. Marvelous Maud, still your favorite at 9-5. She'll rematch with Finest Work. Both Andy and Maggie taking the 7-1 shot. Spongy to the outside. It's time for the Ticonderoga. The New York bred fillies and mares on the turf. Johnny I standing by.
Spongy. They're all in line. And they're off in the Ticonderoga Stakes. And it is a Mashney Girl who's out for the early lead. Pure Bodie is down at the rail, and Dakota Dancer is alongside and in third. Spongy now ranges up to take fourth. Finest Work is next in fifth. Right alongside is Runaway Rumor in sixth. Break of 2 to Marvelous Maud in seventh. Then comes Jacosa and Out of Sight. And the early trailer is Dream Central in 10th. As the fillies and mares go around the clubhouse turn, head for the backstretch, the quarter in 23 and 4. Mashney Girl leads here by almost 2 lengths. And it is Dakota Dancer, second by a half length. Pure Bodie down at the rail runs in third with Spongy in fourth, 4 lengths from the front. Then comes Finest Work in fifth, followed by Runaway Rumor in sixth. The favorite, Marvelous Maud, is in seventh on the inside of Jacosa. And farther back, it's Out of Sight and Dream Central. Half mile, 49 seconds. Big long shot. Mashney Girl takes the field into the far turn. Mashney Girl by a length and a half. Then Dakota Dancer and Pure Bodie. Actually, 3 big long shots, running 1, 2, 3 at this point. Spongy is next in fourth. And then Finest Work, Runaway Rumor, Jacosa on the outside, and Marvelous Maud, who's down towards the rail, off the turn into the stretch. It is Mashney Girl who has the lead here. Looking to come on through is Finest Work, and she is coming on through. And Finest Work now goes up to grab the lead. Spongy on the outside, then Marvelous Maud. Late run here from Runaway Rumor, who is full of run on the outside. It is Finest Work, Runaway Rumor on the outside. Runaway Rumor looks like she got there. Runaway Rumor in the final strides appeared to nail Finest Work on the line.
Runaway Rumor, the blinkers on, gets back to the winner's circle for the first time in a long time. Flavian Pratt kept with her. It looked like she was, at one point, Andy, going to be stuck with another in-the-money finish, but she got up in the shadow of the wire.
Well, she knew I boxed 410.
Naturally.
Yeah, and she also was a little more forward today than she was last time. A little bit better position probably helped her out. I mean, listen, I don't make her a winning type. I would never have bet her in this race. I'm not shocked she won, but she got it done and paid $9. The real value was betting against Marvelous Maud, who was just way over bet because of connections.
the sister to the likes of Scuttlebuzz, My Heart Belongs to Daddy, just everything that this mare throws is a runner for Larry Goichman, and I think a perfect example of the strength of the New York bred program with the mare Elusive Rumor.
Yeah, Larry Goichman's had so much success with especially turf horses over the years and breeding them and such. Listen, Finest Work couldn't have gotten a better trip and ride for Manny. I mean, that was a great ride and a great trip. She just wasn't able to seal the deal. Maybe she made the front too soon, and Spongie's a great bet at 7-1. She didn't get the job done.
5, 4, 10, 7, your favorite, Marvelous Maud, a distant fourth in the Ticonderoga. But Runaway Rumor getting her first win since June of 2021. Back to the winner's circle today for trainer Jorge Abreu. Bring you prices, reactions, and more as we continue with Empire Showcase Day after this.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A winner in 4 of her first 5 starts, Bella Sophia dazzled on debut to win a Belmont maiden special weight by 11 1/4 lengths. In just her 4th start, Bella Sophia posted a 4 1/4 length triumph in the Grade 1 test over Grade 1 winners Search Results and Obligatory. A 4-time graded stakes winner, her other victories include the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom and Bed of Roses Stakes, as well as the Grade 3 Vagrancy Handicap for trainer Rudy Rodriguez and owners Michael Imperio, Medallion Racing, Sofia Soares, Vincent Scuderi, and Parkland Thoroughbreds. She hails from a branch of the renowned Phipps Family Breeding Program that features champions Kona Gold, Inside Information, and Smuggler. Grade 1 winner Bella Sophia, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with TaylorMade Sales Agency.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, as we just saw in the Ticonderoga. Runaway Rumor up in the final jumps. There's owner-breeder Larry Goichman in the winner's circle with winning trainer Jorge Abreu. This filly by Flincher, who's been close but hasn't been to the winner's circle in a while, gets back there and gets her picture taken today.
Yeah, I know it's a horse you've always liked, and she was such a good 3-year-old last year. It's been really disappointing. So it's nice for them in the last big stake race, in the New York Breds at least. And I imagine they'll take one more shot in the Aqueduct Turf. Is it the winter memories for her?
Yes, yep, probably. $9.20 winner, Jorge Abreu, the trainer. He's standing by with Maggie.
And Runaway Rumor, she has just been a bit unlucky, Jorge. And talk about putting the short cheater cup blinkers on her today, finally, in start number 15.
Well, last time when Flavian rode her, he came back and he said, you know, she just dropped herself back and she gave her too much to do. Probably if you really put a little cheater blinkers on, she'd be more into the race. And it worked out. I worked at one time with her, and she was there. Not ranked, but she was right where you wanted her to be, like in the bridle all the way around.
Now, it's been a long time since we saw her in the winner's circle. She seems to always kind of be there. But when you have one like she did, she won her first 3 starts of her career. Do you struggle then to kind of find the conditions then?
Well, yeah, because, you know, when we start her back, we gave her, I think, of a layoff. It was a tough race. We ran her in the Hillsborough. And she didn't have the greatest trip. And then she came back, and she was just always knocking on the door. It always seems to get her own self in trouble all the time.
Now, Acacia mentioned how productive this dam has been, Elusive Rumor, and you've trained many of her daughters and a son, a 2-year-old, Chase, this year. Talk a little bit about being able to work with a family of horses.
Well, like when I got my Her Belong to Daddy from Chad, she was just a high-maintenance filly. In the morning, she had to have everything her way. It was her way or none. And then this filly, when she came, she was pretty laid back, and she was good since day one. And Chase, I like him since he came to my barn. He was a little immature when he came to me in Saratoga, and, you know, we gave him the time. We didn't start raising him until late July. And I don't know how he made Saratoga, but he did. And I think he's a pretty nice horse.
It's funny. They're all runners, but they're all a little different in their personalities. Well, congratulations here, Runaway Rumor, taking down this one here, the Ticonderoga.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, what a masterful job Jorge and his team have done, Acacia, to get Runaway Rumor back to the winner's circle finally in this Ticonderoga.
The equipment change worked today. Maggie, thank you. Runaway Rumor getting the blinkers on after some feedback from Flavian Pratt, and it did the trick today. She's been one who's been close, has been right there, and yeah, she was a logical horse, but she's still going to be a generous price versus some of the other ones who were perhaps a little bit more quote-unquote logical in that race as far as the pick 5 is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this group, and you'd say before the season she would have been favored here, right? I mean, she was really good as a 3-year-old, just a disappointing year, and it's unusual in horses like that they get better towards the end of the year, because a lot of times they're just not the same kind of competitive edge. And she's running well, and I have to think they're going to think about trying that last turf stake in New York, and hopefully they do. She's been such a hard knocker. Just last year, it's like every time she ran well. Didn't matter the distance.
Yeah, and she was facing open company a lot too. She's actually had very few starts just in restricted New York bred company.
Yeah, I mean, a race in the Sands Point when she lost to Fluffy Socks, beat her that? Did Fluffy Socks beat her
yes,
that?
just a neck behind Fluffy
A mile
Socks.
and an eighth. Thought she ran very well that day. It's a really nice horse, and it must be kind of a relief to finally get that win after a frustrating year with her.
A sweet win today for Runaway Rumor from that incredibly productive family that we have seen a lot of on this New York circuit. Back over at Churchill Downs, taking a look at the field for the 8th race. It's an allowance for the 2-year-olds. This is going a mile and a 16th on the main track. Tappett's Conquest currently 7-2 on the board as Brad Cox and Florent Giroux will team up once again. They've won a few races together, familiar faces, teaming up with that 2-year-old who broke his maiden at Churchill last time out on October 1st. Let's see if he can keep it going after this.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1.25 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churl's Fight running on. Mason in front. Churl's Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Little bit of a rainy day, but no wet track blues here. We're all about the 2-year-olds on the Stars of Tomorrow card, continuing at Churchill Downs. Horses stepping onto the track for the 8th at Churchill. An allowance for the 2-year-olds, the favorite currently to the outside. That is Echo again, who was so impressive on debut. Meeting the rest of the field, here's American Speed.
Yeah, I mean, would have to improve substantially and doesn't feel like it's going to be easy to wire this field.
Broke his maiden last time out by 4 lengths with a 67 Beyer speed figure. Here's Moe's Treasure for Wayne Lucas.
He has one win that gives him a chance to be 4th here, and the rest of his races are awful. You wonder where that win 2 back came from.
He did beat Joking Way that day, who we saw just come back to win and break his maiden. Here's Overly Doro.
This horse is, I'm surprised, only 40 to 1.
Big price on the board, which makes sense. Here's Counter Spy stretching out.
I'm not sure why this horse is basically the similar price to the 3. Now, that may not be a ringing endorsement, but this horse is a lot better than 3 for Mark Cassidy.
At least a little bit less races on the form. Second-time starter, must be the money.
Yeah, this one's good. This is, were you on with me when this horse got bet off the board first time out?
No,
and then
I don't think
this horse got left first time out. I'm not sure I was on with, and just called the money and just galloped. Really impressive. Interesting to see what he does.
Here's Tappett's Conquest, Brad Cox and Florent Giroux.
He'd be my top choice in here. Improved after his debut in Saratoga to win stretching out. Seems logical to me.
Highway Robber, second-time starter.
Yeah, Brian Lynch doesn't have a lot of these stretch out second time out. Would have to improve, but good barn.
Here's the other one for Rodolphe Brisset. Here's Paddock Boss.
Yeah, this horse would have to improve substantially.
Next will be Frank's Honor. Broke his maiden last out.
Yeah, but he had the benefit of drawing the rail and having everything his own way. I bet him last time. I don't like him here. I know he got a good figure, but I think it was very much due to his draw.
B Minor is the other one for Ken McPeak. He has 2.
Well, he has 1 win and 1 dirt race, and so perhaps he's going to run better in the dirt, but he'd have to prove off that.
And Echo again. Can he run back to that 94 Beyer speed figure we saw?
I could never bet this horse. He got a slow pace to break his maiden impressively, but when he came back, I mean, he was awful last time. Now, the one thing you could say, Acacia, is that Steve Ashton ran him long second time out.
Yes.
So he does feel confident he can go long. Maybe he feels something went wrong, and he's going to use a race like this instead of running the street sense to hopefully get him, I imagine, the Kentucky Jockey Club. But, Acacia, I mean, would you take a short price in this horse after the debacle last time?
He is tough to trust, that's for sure. As Paul Echo again was one of the most impressive 2-year-olds we saw in Saratoga. Can he run back to it, though?
I mean, that is the question, right? I mean, he was so dominant, and he looks tremendous. He really does. And that's the norm with Steve Asmussen horses. I say it all the time. He's got the best car wash on the backside. His horses just literally just shine when they come on the racetrack. Now, do you want to take 2 to 1? That's a tough call. Tappett's Conquest 6, I thought was very, very professional. And, you know, every horse, you know, treats an off track a little bit different. Now, he did beat the Pyrenees, who just did not run earlier in the day. But I don't want to put any credence into that because it was a muddy racetrack. So I don't want to put anything into the win of the 6 Tappett's Conquest because he improved second time out. And at this distance, I think it's a horse that you have to conclude in here. You know, the 7 Highway Robber, I thought was good first time out. You know, in Frank's Honor, the 9 is another horse that finally broke through. And we're all rooting for Storyteller Racing here, and Paddock Box, who is actually, Paddock Boss is actually, the owners are sitting right in front of me, and they're rooting for this horse, so we're going to root with them as well. But to be honest with you, if I had a price to go in here, I think someone's going to blow up the board. I think the 10 B Minor again might sneak at 11 to 1. I just don't have a feel in this race. I do not like the 11. If the 11 beats me at 2 to 1, he beats me.
Fair enough, Paul. Thank you. Echo again by Gun Runner, just one of 817 Gun Runner winners we saw this summer.
I mean, it's amazing. Running son of a gun yesterday, and you know his win, which was the highlight of the probably one of the highlights of the meet for me.
So
to see him winning for those connections and getting that win. It was an exciting race. It's amazing. It's like it gets boring saying another gun runner. I'm fascinated to see what this horse does in the race because It's hard to believe he's not a better horse than that, and it's hard to believe Steve Asmussen would get him so badly wrong to run him back going long here and not look for a 7-furlong race form or something. We'll see, because in a lot of ways, it's unfortunate it's wet track, because that's another potential excuse. He's got to run well here, Acacia, or else he's either a sprinter type or a horse that ran well once that's just never going to do it again. Steve will figure it out.
Let's see. I'm sure he's in the best of hands for exactly that. The half-brother to Pneumatic, who we saw the graded stakes place in Steve Asmussen's care as well. Let's see if Echo again can get back on track today. He's sharp behind the gate as they load in for this 2-year-old allowance race. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call and see if Echo again can get back to the winner's circle.
For B Minor and Echo again. There in the gate. And they're off. Most Treasure toward the inside. Echo again is there. B Minor comes on. Paddock Boss down toward the rail. American Speed. A crush. Tossing the rider was Paddock Boss. Paddock Boss tossed the rider and is out of the race. So the field rounds the opening turn, and it's American Speed with a short lead. Echo again is prompting from second, 2.5 lengths back. Most Treasure comes away third. Counter Spies fourth. Highway Robber fifth, 2 lengths back to Must Be the Money in sixth, followed by Tampa's Conquest now seventh. Overly Doro's on the move from eighth. B Minor's in ninth by 5, and the early trailer is Frank's Honor down the backstretch run. So they have about 4.5 furlongs to go, the quarter 23 and 3. And it is American Speed the leader by 2. Echo again second as they hit the half-mile pole. And please be advised, the race is now being called off. The race is being called off. With that stricken rider into the clubhouse turn, the race will be called off. Once again, race being called off as they round the far turn.
And a very tough situation there at Churchill Downs. We heard from the call from Travis Stone that the race being called off, the 8th race, as Paddock Boss and Alex Achard did go down early on in the running. I'm not sure the situation there. Of course, we will provide updates as we do have them, but the race being called off for safety reasons at Churchill Downs. Stay tuned for updates. We'll be back on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And now a 5-length lead for Bar of Gold as they turn for home. 3/4 in 1, 12 and 2. They're into the stretch, and she is still in hand. Bar of Gold and Joel Rosario have run away to a 12-length lead. With a furlong to run, and look at her run away from here. Bar of Gold just made that huge move on the turn, and under the wire wins the Empire Distaff in hand by about 18 lengths.
Bar of Gold winning the 2016 Empire Distaff. Of course, she would be a Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner at a big price, and she's gone on to be a terrific broodmare as well. And that family with Chester and Mary Broman with their hands all over that has continued to be productive on the racetrack.
Well, am I wrong? Is she a half to the horse that ran in the race
is,
earlier?
yeah,
I'm just kidding. Yeah,
yep.
She's a
the Dam of Coinage.
Can't-Court Kid. Yeah, she was an amazing horse. I was saying, I have no memory of this. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe I wasn't there. Maybe I'm just...
Where else would you be?
That's a good question.
As we take a look at the field for the 9th, the Empire Distaff coming up. Again, we are still waiting for updates on the situation at Churchill Downs. Per a tweet from the Daily Racing Forum's Marty McGee, Alex Achard, the rider of Paddock Boss, was still down past the finish line, and thus the race being called off halfway through. So we will keep you posted on the situation at Churchill as we have the updates. Meeting the field for the Empire Distaff here at Belmont at the Big A. We'll start things off with Sharp Star, who stretches out in distance.
You never know if she's got another race in her. She sort of randomly these days shows up with a big effort and won this race last year. I'm against a lot of horses here that are taking money, so I'm using her.
Here's the number 2, Sunset Louise, one who is taking money.
There's a good chance that she'll turn the tables on Let Her Inspire You, who beat her last time out, because she does seem to be improving for Bruce Levine.
Here's Carragate coming out of that same race.
Listen, she's not impossible here, but she's a forwardly placed horse in a race that's supposed to at least have some pace.
Sweet Mystery just had a win last out.
Another horse that could be forward in here. She got a big figure, beat No Audrey, who duplicated it last time. She runs back to it, she can win. I'll believe when I see it.
Ice Princess goes turf to dirt.
I like Ice Princess's chances, but I always like her. But I think she's going to get the pace she needs to run into today.
Here's Frost Me for John Kimmel.
Yeah, she looks like she is in deep trouble. I'm not sure she's effective going this far. I don't know if she's good enough.
Brattlehouse beaten in her last 2. Can she get back today?
She's not super short if you like her. I don't. I question she get a 1 1/8, but she knows she's going to the front. Javier's not rating her.
And Let Her Inspire You, who showed last time out she didn't need to be the lone pace setter.
No, but she had a very soft trip that day, and I wonder if she finished like a 1 1/8. I know she ran 1 mile two back, 1 1/8, but that was a wet track, and I think it's very different, especially with the presence of Brattlehouse.
I do wonder about the 9 furlongs for her. But for more insight on this Empire Distaff field, Maggie, who's standing out to you?
I'll get to the horse that's a bit of a standout that I liked on paper, too. So we'll start, though, with the 2 outside fillies and talk about number 7, Brattlehouse, whom I always wish that she carried a bit more conditioning, to be fair, as I've been slightly against her in her last 2 efforts. But she's a lot more relaxed than what I've seen from her in the past today. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing necessarily, so we'll see what she does. But in her last 2 starts, and even before that, she has been rambunctious, to say the least, just bouncing on her toes. And today, she never really got that way. So we'll see. She obviously has speed, but sometimes when they act like this, they don't necessarily show it on the racetrack. As number 8, Let Her Inspire You. She's your favorite. Physically, she looks sensational. She looks as though she's thriving right now. But I, too, question the 9 furlongs for her. She's just not built that way. She's not bred that way, but at least she has Todd Pletcher in her corner. I'm going to try Sharp Star here. She is your Empire Distaff winner of last year, and she is a bit of an unreliable type, to say the least. She does not have good form heading into this one. She did not have good form heading into the Empire Distaff last year, though. Maybe she is a little bit more of a wet track type of horse, but with the speed signed on, that could be a benefit to her, although I will say it does appear to be somewhat difficult to make up ground on this racetrack, significant ground. But we'll see. Hopefully Jose Ortiz can work out some kind of trip with her, because she has great energy today. She's been a bit dull in the way she's acted in her last few starts, at least here at Naira. Her coat and her flesh are tremendous. So I'm going to take a little shot with her, Acacia.
I like it, Maggie. Thank you. Sharp Star 8-1 as she is trying to defend her title, Andy. She won the Empire Distaff last year, albeit on a sloppy track. And as you said, you never know when you're going to see the good Sharp Star, but it's in there somewhere.
Who knows with her? She's so random. When she won this race last year, she was actually coming off a layoff of a couple of months. Now she came 5 months last time. She did absolutely no running in that Betty Blue race. She got a very fast pace to close them. I think arguably she may not have run as well as Ice Princess, who actually attended the pace. But she ran well to get it done. And it's not that she's an aberrational wet track horse, because she's run well on dry tracks, and she's run well here. Now, a mile and an eighth. 2 turns, mile and a 16th, 1 turn, slightly different races, mostly because she got the fast pace to close into. But earlier in her career, she used to be the speed type.
Yep.
She's a funny horse, and as we were all saying, there is in there somewhere a race that can win it, and she's 8-1. So I have no argument with somebody who says, I'm going to take a shot with her at 8-1, because she makes a certain amount of sense in here.
I'm sure she's been a bit of a frustrating horse for Horacio de Paz, because knowing that she has the talent, she is a graded stakes winner too. She won the Go for Wand after a nice state bred allowance win here at Aqueduct. That was back in 2020 though. She is a generous price at 8-1. Your favorite continues to be Let Her Inspire You to the outside at 2-1. As Maggie had said, the distance I think is a question. She does have speed. You've also got Brattle House with speed right to her inside. How do you see things playing out? Even Sunset Louise, not necessarily a slow horse.
Well, even Carrigate's not necessarily slow. It's hard to know here, because around here, I'm sorry, one guy goes and nobody else goes. But assuming a clean break, Javier has to go with Brattle House. If they rate her, then you really have to ask why they even brought her over here. So you imagine Irad's going to look to stalk that one. But isn't Pratt supposed to be forward with Sunset Louise to at least hold his position and make them go a little bit early? Isn't Dylan Davis supposed to be a bit forward? So I think the potential exists for it to at least be an honest pace. They're never fast paces here. So to me, I can never expect a fast pace. There's just not that kind of riding. Other racetracks, fast paces here, very, very infrequently. But I have to imagine there's going to be some hitting in this race. And I also think that Brattle House and Let Her Inspire You are both questionable going the 9 furlongs.
You like Ice Princess? I think she's a little bit of a pet of yours.
Oh, not even a little bit. Now, you're just being nice. I want like a. Is there a Briar horse? Those Briar horse?
Oh, yeah.
If you could get me one of Ice Princess, I'm in. I just think she's a neat horse.
She's a really pretty filly.
She's been unlucky in some of her races. She can run on turf and dirt. I mean, ultimately, I've probably overrated her quite a bit in her career. But you know how it is in the racetrack. There's some horses that you just. I can't even define why. I don't know why Ice Princess is a horse I like. I just like her. I'm a fan.
I completely understand. As you do see Flavien Prat jumping off Sunset Louise, they'll load her in without the rider. She's a bit of a quirky filly. They have the front of the gate open, and the starting gate crew so terrific with situations like this to keep a horse calm, get her in, and Flavien Prat will climb aboard in the gate. I think we should do, like, you know that feature that Meg did on the starting gate? I think we should do one where you serve on the gate crew for the day.
Believe me, they don't want me out there. The horses don't want me there. There is probably there are many jobs I'm ill-equipped for. There are a few I'm more ill-equipped for than that one. I have, as you know, a world of respect for the job those guys do.
They are absolutely tremendous. There's Sunset Louise, nice and comfortable in the gate. Flavien Prat aboard, and they'll finish loading in for the Empire Distaff. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Let Her Inspire You moves in to complete the field. We are set for the Empire Distaff. And they're off. Ice Princess, Brattle House from the outside. Sweet Mystery is now moving up. And Let Her Inspire You is close to the pace as they go into the clubhouse turn. And moving through on the inside is a Sunset Louise, but Brattle House has the lead. Sunset Louise, along with Let Her Inspire You. Ice Princess 3 wide. Frost Me, widest of all. Carrigate runs in 6th. Then it's Sweet Mystery in 7th, and Sharp Star trails the field in 8th, and they've reached the backstretch after a quarter in 25 seconds. Brattle House by a head. Let Her Inspire You is in 2nd. And then comes Ice Princess, who is running in 3rd.
Sunset Louise down at the rail, moving up a spot now from 4th. In between horses is Carrigate. Then comes Frost to Me. 3 lengths back to Sweet Mystery and another 2.5 to Sharp Star. Opening half mile in 49 and 4/5 seconds. And it is Brattle House, the leader here, 3/4 of a length. Let Her Inspire You is second by a half. And on the outside is Ice Princess in third, and there's less than a half mile to the finish. 3 of them across, Brattle House, Let Her Inspire You, and Ice Princess. The front 3 have almost 3 lengths on Carrigate, who's running in 4th. From the back of the pack, Sweet Mystery begins to pick it up. Then comes Frost Me, Sharp Star. Sunset Louise is now the trailer. Let Her Inspire You is now the leader as they hit the top of the stretch. It is Let Her Inspire You in front. Brattle House down at the rail. Then Ice Princess in third. Sharp Star is making a late run here. Sharp Star now moves to the outside, trying to go after Let Her Inspire You. Let Her Inspire You by 3. Sharp Star has moved into second with a 16th out. Let Her Inspire You by 2. Sharp Star second. Let Her Inspire You and Rod Ortiz Jr. Sharp Star from off the pace to be second. Ice Princess was third in the Empire Distaff.
Let Her Inspire You with the win in the Empire Distaff. We all had some questions about the distance, but Andy, she was just cruising under Rod Ortiz.
Yeah, she rebroke, really, coming right in here. She rebraked from the field. It looked like Sharp Star might catch her. And Sharp Star ran extremely well in here because, as usual, 7 speed signed on. There was absolutely no pace whatsoever. And I give Manny Franco credit with Ice Princess. He saw it, and he adapted to it. And he got close, but she was never winning under any circumstances. Manny did the best he could. But this filly, she just keeps getting better. And instead of not handling the distance, she got stronger as the race went on. So you and I were wrong. And Todd Pletcher and probably Irad again got the money.
Todd Pletcher. One thing about Todd, too, and we've talked about this often, with the foundation, the training, the miles that he puts into his horse. I can't think of another trainer who you've seen successfully so often get a horse to go further distances when maybe it seems that that's not what they necessarily want.
I agree. Yeah. Listen, there were a lot of short price horses that won today, and I didn't like it all.
2-1 on Let Her Inspire You. Impressive in the Empire Distaff. Back over at Churchill Downs, a tough situation in the 8th race, which was called off halfway through the running. Let's go to Paul Duca for an update.
Yeah, Keisha, very unfortunate situation here in the 8th race here at Churchill Downs as Paddock Boss went down and suffered a catastrophic injury. Now, the rider, Alex Achard, was laying on the racetrack motionless for about 10 to 15 seconds. The outrider started to run towards the field because he really didn't know what to do because Alex was laying there motionless. Then he started to move. The outrider came back to get Alex. They tried to carry him. They picked him up and carried him. Probably not the smartest move to move him under the rail. And then the sirens went off. They called off the race. Now, Alex was strapped onto the board, put into an ambulance, and all of his extremities were fine. He was alert. It looks like he has avoided a major, major injury. Obviously, the loss of Paddock Boss will be in our prayers.
Paul, thank you. Our deepest condolences to Storyteller Racing and the connections of Paddock Boss, as we certainly will be thinking all the best thoughts for Alex Achard. We'll keep you posted on the situation at Churchill Downs throughout the remainder of the card. But back at Belmont at the Big A in the Empire Distaff, it was Let Her Inspire You, who seemed to relish getting a little bit more distance. She was impressive. Maggie had commented that she is flourishing right now for Todd Pletcher and thriving, and that's exactly what she did on the racetrack.
Yeah, no, she had no problem with the distance at all. She got stronger and stronger, and right now she's in great form.
A big effort from Let Her Inspire You. We are saying farewell to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. America's Day at the Races does continue on FS2, so hope you'll switch over there and stay with us for the remainder of the show. Empire Showcase Day continues. We have the Sleepy Hollow coming up next for the 2-year-olds as Let Her Inspire You goes into the winner's circle and will get her picture taken as it's closing day of the Belmont at the Big A meet. You're going to be used to saying just Aqueduct from now on?
I'm good with that.
We'll get some practice in. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races over on Fox Sports 2. We'll be back with more live racing after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Fox Sports 2, we're glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Acacia Colon alongside Andy Sterling. We're bringing you racing from Belmont at the Big A and Churchill Downs today, Andy, as it's Empire Showcase Day here in New York. A lovely fall day for the event, and we have the 2-year-olds in the Sleepy Hollow coming up next. And I do love these days where we get to highlight those New York breds.
Oh, yeah. We get so much fun out of the New York breds year in and year out, and get to see the 2-year-olds, and we've got one race left for the 2-year-olds, as well as some of the stars and horses we've seen for many, many years. They just keep coming back and hanging out with their friends.
We like that, too. They feel like good friends at this point as well. It's the Stars of Tomorrow card at Churchill Downs, all about the 2-year-olds over there as well. But race 9 at Belmont at the Big A is in the books. The Empire Distaff went to Let Her Inspire You, who was the favorite for Todd Pletcher and China Horse Club. She was a filly that the distance was maybe a little bit of a question, a $6.10 winner, and she just had so much horse underneath Irad Ortiz, her rider, as we go to Maggie Wolfendale with a special guest.
Here with Byron Hughes, assistant to Todd Pletcher. And Byron, this is a filly that I guess you guys had high aspirations for as a 2-year-old. She couldn't quite break through, but talk about her development now as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, she's been progressing well for us, and it seems like the older she gets, the better she's been getting in the morning and the afternoons. She's very straightforward now and very workmanlike in the mornings, and she showed that today, and we're pleased with how she's progressed.
Looking at her pedigree, it doesn't scream 9 furlongs, to be fair. But talk about getting her to this distance and to the fact that she responded so well to it, drawing away from the field late.
Yeah, I mean, well, she's a big, scopy kind of filly, and in the morning, her gallop outs are very strong, so we figured that she would like the 9 furlongs, if not more, so, and she showed that today.
What did Irad say to you when he came back in? I know that it looked as though she kind of responded to the horses coming at her, that she's a very game type.
Yeah, no, I think the trip worked out perfect, and he said she's very straightforward, and, there's not much else to really say about it, so everything worked out just how we planned it.
I like that when plans come together. Congratulations here with this Empire Distaff win.
Thank you.
All right, Let Her Inspire You. Well, she was inspiring as the favorite in taking down this field today, Acacia.
She was, and she's continuing to improve. Maggie, thank you. Let Her Inspire You, as Byron, of course, assistant to Todd Pletcher, and he's got the Todd lingo down, too.
What I want to do is I want to set it up so next time Todd Pletcher is supposed to go on the radio with my friend Steve Bick at the races.
Just have Byron do it.
Have Byron do it, and Steve will never know.
I would agree with that.
Well, I don't know. We have to see if Byron's as erudite as Todd is. Todd, but from a voice standpoint, it's incredible. Todd could really have some fun with that. He really could.
Yeah. I agree. $6.10 winner as far as that late pick 5 is concerned. We started things off with the young horses with some very big prices between November Rain and Le Bon Temps, and we'll see what happens as we continue on in the sequence. It's about the 2-year-old New York breds next in the Sleepy Hollow, going a mile on the main track, and once again the distance at this stage, there's only 2 horses in here with wins at the mile distance, and that was then, this is now, and quick to accuse. We'll see who else can handle the stretch out today in the Sleepy Hollow. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll continue on with Empire Showcase Day, the Sleepy Hollow, right the day before Halloween. Very timely. That's coming up next.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped fill his books every season at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. And now that his runners have proved themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there. COVID adds to the mix. And, you know, Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that fourth-year sire Central Banker ranks in the top 10 nationally. Central Banker progeny have earned nearly $9 million, and not just in the Empire State. His 4-year-old daughter, Nico's Dream, won the My Charmer Stakes at Gulfstream Park.
And they're off.
That same day, another first-crop runner, Bankit, took the Alex M. Robb Stakes back at Aqueduct.
Bankit has taken the lead.
That win was Bankit's third stakes win and brought his earnings up to more than $800,000.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can check out nybreds.com as we continue with Empire Showcase Day here at America's Day on the Races. And we do have a colt by Central Banker in this upcoming Sleepy Hollow. There's That Was Then, This Is Now. Trained by Michael Gorham, broke his maiden at Delaware last time out, but going the mile distance, just one of two in the field that has a win at the mile.
And isn't he named after an S.C. Hinton book? Wasn't that the book after The Outsiders?
Oh, yeah.
That was Then, This Is Now.
You're absolutely right. 25-1 on that one, son of Central Banker. Tepid favorite is Jackson Heights, who pulled the upset in the Bertram at Bongard last out. For more on these 2-year-olds, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
I can't say that I completely endorse Jackson Heights here, the favorite, but let's take a look at first time out maiden breakers that did it at 6, then are going to try the mile. Now, if Canarsie was trained by anybody else, I'd be a big X over his name of not wanting to go this far, but he's trained by Ty Pledger. So, doesn't matter what I think. He's not built like a horse that's a router. He's definitely built much more like a sprinting type, very much of the Army Mule type of frame to him, but he looks sensational. If anything, he's come out of that race even stronger than when he went into it. So I can't definitively say, no, I don't like him going this distance, because he just looks as though he could run very well here, and ultimately he may end up being a sprinting type, but against this field, he does look strong. As we'll move on to number 5, Starquist, in here for John Kimball. I wasn't in the paddock for this one's debut, but I know that I believe Mig was, and that he liked him. And he's one that, rallied from well back to get the win, and I think the stretch out should, if anything, help him. He's long, lanky, very leggy type of horse, but still possessed a good energy coming in here, considering he is coming off a somewhat short layoff that we just saw him 3 weeks ago. He's okay. The other horse that looks best in addition to Canarsie here is number 6, Shadow Dragon. And he's one that I said first time out may want a bit longer. And he really closed from the clouds. So he's and he's an Army Mule. It's so funny. The 2 Army Mules are the 2 who look best, but they look completely different physically. Whereas Shadow Dragon is more of the Medaglia d'Oro type of frame to him that he has on the bottom side. I really like this spot for him. I think this is a very logical progression for a horse that is and possibly going to be better at those longer distances. Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Shadow Dragon, intriguing, broke his maiden first time out and will get some more distance to work with today. Back over at Churchill Downs, we continue with the Stars of Tomorrow card, race 9, coming up next, 7 furlongs on the main track. It's an allowance for the 2-year-old fillies here. Stepping onto the track will meet the field. The 1 is out. Here's the 2, Andy, Promise of Hope.
Yeah, Promise of Hope, a Tom Amos runner, gets back to the dirt where she looked good in her first start. I think she's a player at a nice price.
Scratch the 3. Here's the 4, Blue Light Special.
It's a funny name for a horse, Blue Light Special. It's coming in from Indiana. We're running its home state breds.
Scratch the 5. Here's the 6, Pioneer Parade.
Going to have to improve off her maiden debut. And I'm surprised all the 2, 4, and 6 are the same price. Thought the 2 was far and away more likely winner of those 3.
7-1 on Pioneer Parade. 9-2 on the next horse for Steve Asmussen. Here's Jokes on Blue.
Yeah, I looked at those horses she ran against out of town. I was not impressed.
Coming in from Remington Park, 3rd place finish in a stake last time out. Turf to dirt for Chiquita Mosca.
She's overmatched on paper.
Big price on the board as well. And your 1-2 favorite to the outside, Pretty Mischievous.
She ran well to break her maiden first time out. Brendan Walsh, off a maiden win and a debut on the dirt. He's just 3 for 17 with a positive ROI, but one of them paid a big price. I think this race is closer. I'm going to take a small shot with Tom Sort's Promise of Hope and use her with Pretty Mischievous.
Pretty Mischievous, she was in the outside post, 12 of 12 on debut. She was the favorite that day, too. And she was impressive to break her maiden. That was back in mid-September. She will get an extra half furlong today. And while it's still the outside post, she does have a couple scratches to her inside. She's not 12 of 12 like she was in the first start.
I'm sorry. I didn't think she was impressive enough in her debut to warrant 1-2 in her second start. Her dam dead heated to win the spinaway.
That's right.
Back in 2016, I believe.
Yep. For Mark Cassie. A nice pedigree on this filly. Homebred for Godolphin, 2-5 now on the board as we welcome in Paula Duca once again. Polly, a short price on that second-time starter to the outside.
Yeah, and I think she's going to be really tough to beat. Now, the crazy part is here at the Churchill Downs meets, I thought 2 fillies, oh my God, I think they're playing Alvin and the Chipmunks Halloween right now. I don't know what space world I'm in. But the horse in here, the 9, Pretty Mischievous, I have a feeling Brendan Walsh, listen, this was the second best 2-year-old in my mind filly that ran here behind Hoosier Filly. She was ultra impressive for Godolphin. She did it with ease. And I'm wondering if Brendan Walsh thought to himself, hey, I can't beat Hoosier Filly the way she's been working out in the morning. Let's just go with the second step here. And I just find her really tough to beat in here. I do think the 7's got a little bit of a look in here. Jokes on Blue for Steve Asmussen. Ellis Park and Remington Park, Steve takes a lot of horses to Remington Park, and they do fine. And when they come out of there as well, he's got a huge string. I thought the kind of outside horse in here that had a decent look was a 6 Pioneer Parade. I thought rated well in a 12-horse field from the 2-hole, and that could be a kind of a hole where you're down on the rail and you're sort of pressed a little bit. And I thought this horse handled it very well and was able to finish. Got a low figure, so it's going to have to improve here, and they're really going to have to improve to beat the 9 in here.
All right, Paul, thank you. Pretty Mischievous, who broke her maiden first time out by Into Mischief out of Pretty City Dancer. If you are not a fan of her at 1-5, for you, Andy, it would be Promise of Hope?
Yeah, she's the horse to beat, but I have no idea what about her first race makes her a 1-5 shot in this race. 1-5 shots are basically horses, if the rider's able to hold on, they'll win the race, in my opinion. And in a sloppy track, off a debut win, which was nice, but not spectacular, in my opinion, I think she's massively overbet. And Promise of Hope, I mean, I don't know what happened that she was eased, and that was one with Jose Ortiz in the dirt race. They ran the turf with her, but I thought her first start was actually good. Why are we just like assuming she hasn't improved from there and she can't be competitive? I don't get it.
It's interesting. Pedigree on the bottom side is more turf overall, but she ran well on the dirt, didn't necessarily improve switching to the grass. We'll see how it shakes out if Pretty Mischievous can go 2 for 2 to the outside for Brendan Walsh. Track announcer Travis Stone standing by for the call of the 9th at Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Pioneer Parade bounces out on top, trying to get out there. Angles to the far outside. Blue Light Special's not far behind as they head up the chute and they cross over. So Pioneer Parade is the leader. A huge opening at the rail for Blue Light Special to punch up on through, and here she comes now. So she's in front with 5 to go. Blue Light Special, the leader. Pioneer Parade running in second. Promise of Hope comes on to grab third. Pretty Mischievous comes away fourth and 4 lengths off the lead. A break of 3 from there to Jokes on Blue. The early trailer is Chiquita Mosca. And an opening quarter in the slop in 23 seconds flat. They're on the far turn. Blue Light Special shows the way, leading by 2. Pioneer Parade, Pretty Mischievous, and so too Promise of Hope. All 3 of them coming after that lead now, and they're stacked across. 4 across the track round the far turn. And Pioneer Parade puts a nose in front. Pretty Mischievous moves with that one, but is 4 wide. Promise of Hope comes on in between. Blue Light Special's back into 4th. Jokes on Blue comes alive from 5th. They're off the turn. Pretty Mischievous powers up and takes the lead. 3/16 to go in front by 2. Promise of Hope fights on. Pioneer Parade down inside is Blue Light Special. 1 furlong to go. Pretty Mischievous still there. Promise of Hope continues to fight with Blue Light Special, but they're coming down to the finish. And Pretty Mischievous, a bit green late, but the winner nonetheless by 2 in the end. Blue Light Special was second. Promise of Hope was third, and Chiquita Mosca finished 4th.
Well, Travis Stone was very confident that it was Pretty Mischievous, as it looked like she had to work at it a bit. Not necessarily like a 1-2 shot you might anticipate, but she got the win under Tyler Gaffleone, flipping back to that left lead late. Andy, Pretty Mischievous, the winner for Brendan Walsh.
Right. She's no 1-2 shot, and certainly no 1-5 shot, but she did win.
Back over at Belmont at the Big A, we have the 2-year-olds coming up next in the Sleepy Hollow, a race I always look forward to, and especially with Halloween tomorrow. It's very timely for the Sleepy Hollow. Have you been to Sleepy Hollow?
I don't think I have.
I haven't either.
Is it
I
in the Catskills?
Yeah, not too far from here. Here's the field for the Sleepy Hollow. Arctic Arrogance went by. Here's Canarsie, second-time starter.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the betting right now in this race, and have to imagine it'll change and she'll be favored. She's favored. $29,000, 50 cents, the big 5.
Wow.
She's the favorite, or shortest price in that.
Todd Fletcher sends out 2. He also has Donegal Surges who went by. Here's the 4, Blame It on Daddy.
Yeah, I like Donegal Surges. We'll talk about him more in the post-parade. Blame It on Daddy is overmatched on paper.
Here is the number 5, Starquist, second-time starter as well.
Yeah, I didn't like the field he beat first time, but maybe he'll improve second time.
He's 6-1, getting some more distance, as well as the 6, Shadow Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it wasn't a fast race. He was kind of impressive visually getting it done, making a wild run from the back of the pack.
Jackson Heights, upset winner of the Bertram F. Bongard.
I have no idea where that race came from, and I think is a major question today of what we get from a horse that ran 3 terrible races in one race that would make him a winner.
That was then. This is now. Son of Central Banker.
Yes, like the book, not the horse.
Quick to Accuse broke his maiden going a mile last
Yeah,
time.
I took advantage of a very strong bias, though, last time for an exaggerated performance.
And here is the number 10, New Claim with no name.
4 of 5 in the pick 5 if this horse wins, and 4 of 6 in the pick 6 if this one wins.
Wow. 7-2 on Jackson Heights. He was 24-1 last time out. Number 3, Donegal Surge is a horse I know you like, Andy, as he looks to turn things around today.
Right. I mean, it's hard to bet horses here, and I say this a lot, anticipating an honest pace because we so rarely see them. But it's hard to imagine that there's not a more contentious pace than you saw in the last race. And I believe in both of his last race, particularly last time, he was more aggressively ridden because if they didn't go forward with him, he would have had absolutely no chance. So I think that a horse who's probably more comfortable making a run from a little bit farther behind has been more aggressively ridden because of circumstance. So I'm hoping in here they can get him to relax a little bit and he can show his best race, and I'm hoping his best race is good enough. I am shocked that the 1, 2, and 3 are all 5-1 in this race. I thought they were the clear, certainly the 1 and 2 would be the clear-cut shortest prices. I don't know what price David made them in the morning line. I don't have a program. They're apparently like gold around here.
The number 1, Arctic Arrogance, was 7-2. The 2 was 3-1, and the 3 was 6-1 on the morning line.
Did he? What price did he make the 7?
The 7 was 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you do with, what do you do with horses winning 24-1? And listen, he ran big last time out. But he was also with the racetrack last time, the 7. But I'm going to hope Donegal Surges gets his act together and gets it done. But it's a very tough race.
It is, as you see favoritism go back over to Canarsie now, tepid 4-1 favorite. Horses finishing up their warm-ups on track. Let's go back to Maggie.
I feel like the betting's heading the way that it should now. Canarsie is the best looking horse in this field. Whether he gets the distance, we'll see. But again, I didn't think that Let Her Inspire You was that inspiring going the 9 furlongs, and Todd got her to do that. So I'm sure Canarsie can get this done here at this 1-turn mile. But let's talk about a horse who has experience coming in from out of town at these distances. That was in, this was now, is now, looks slow on paper. I get it. And for an only $12,000 purchase at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale, he's a pretty good-looking son of Central Banker, to be completely honest. He's big, he's scopy, he has a size, he's handled himself well. Like I said, sometimes there's something to be said about having experience at the distance. Sometimes horses are just brilliant and they'll get it done, like I can foresee Canarsie doing, and I'm hoping Shadow Dragon can do that. But at 24-1, I would not be afraid of using this horse, at least underneath Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. He's a generous price. Kendrick Carmouche going to be aboard. This horse coming in, actually facing New York bred competition for the first time, as we did see him break his maiden last time out. Favoritism now on Canarsie. He's 4-1 though, Andy. What do you make about him as he stretches out? It's kind of similar to what we were talking about over at Churchill with 2-year-olds who are getting more distance after breaking their maiden sprinting in just their second start.
Well, he beat a horse that came back and ran an 84 buyer to break his maiden just the other day. I think Canarsie's the worst to beat in here, and I'm surprised he's this big a price, to be honest.
Arctic Arrogance was a short price last time and finished second. Do you give him another chance in here?
Absolutely, but he probably has, you would think on paper he has to deal with the speed of the 2 outside of him, but wouldn't give up on him. I don't think the track played in his favor last time out.
Was beaten by Jackson Heights. He was that big upset winner. He's co-favorite now. It's time for the 2-year-olds in the Sleepy Hollow, just north of Terrytown. Right the day before Halloween. Best of luck if you're playing, and best of luck to all the connections of these 2-year-olds. New York breds in the Sleepy Hollow coming up next. Let's go to John and Brielle for the call.
We're waiting for Blame It on Daddy, Starquest, and With No Name. Starquest has moved into the gate, and With No Name will complete the field on the outside. These are state-bred 2-year-olds going 1 mile as we wrap up Empire Showcase Day. With No Name moves in, and we are set for the finale. And they're off in the Sleepy Hollow Stakes. And it is Starquist from mid-pack trying for the early lead. Arctic Arrogance down at the rail moves up, and Canarsie is in between those two. Then Quick to Accuse on the outside running in fourth. With No Name is next in fifth. Donegal Surges is sixth. Blame It on Daddy is next in seventh, as a Shadow Dragon moves up a spot from eighth. Alongside is With No Name. Break of 2.5 lengths to That Was Then, This Is Now. And the trailer is Jackson Heights in 10th. The quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. Arctic Arrogance leads here by a head. Starquist is right there on the outside in second. It is Arctic Arrogance the leader. Starquist runs in second as they head for the half-mile pole and pass it there. The opening half went in 47 4. A battle up front. Starquist and Arctic Arrogance, and Quick to Accuse is right there on the outside in third. In behind is Donegal Surges, who will need some racing room in fourth. Then comes Shadow Dragon in fifth. Canarsie dropping back, passed on the outside by Jackson Heights. Down at the rail, That Was Then, and This Is Now, and they're at the head of the stretch. Here is Starquist, and here is Quick to Accuse on the outside. Down at the rail is Arctic Arrogance, so it's three of them across. Donegal Surges is in fourth. They're moving for the eighth pole. Arctic Arrogance with something left now. Arctic Arrogance gets away from Arctic Arrogance has built a 4-length lead, a 5-length lead as they come on for the finish, and it is Arctic Arrogance. Impressive in the Sleepy Hollow as we wrap up Empire Showcase Day.
Arctic Arrogance, 2-year-old colt by Frosted, was the favorite last time and had to settle for second, but he was much the best today, Andy.
Looked like he was getting usurped completely around the turn and came back on for impressive victories. A very, very nice horse for Linda Rice. Congratulations, the connections. It seems sort of fitting that the Bromans would win the last race today. They've been such a huge part of the New York Bred program for over 40 years, so it's nice to see them get the win. And Canarsie, I know he went off the favorite. They knew.
Yeah, absolutely. Disappointing effort, in fact, a non-effort from Canarsie today. Right up there throughout was the number 9, Quick to Accuse, along with the 5, Starquist. But kicking away was Arctic Arrogance. In fact, the Bromans run 1-3 in here, with Starquist, also a homebred for Chester and Mary Broman. Arctic Arrogance gets the win for Linda Rice. Jose Lascano in the saddle. An impressive victory. Got the price today, 5-1, as Arctic Arrogance takes the Sleepy Hollow. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more as we wrap up Empire Showcase Day. Stars of Tomorrow Day at Churchill continues after this.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
On the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it.
Internet, 575,000. Thank you. PC, 675,000. Oh my, 725.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes, strong hips, and powerful bodies that look like they have speed, which is really what you want to see from the freshman stallion.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gallop. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all, home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Wrapping up Empire Showcase Day, the Sleepy Hollow was won by Arctic Arrogance, a homebred for Chester and Mary Broman and Andy. Not only did the Bromans breed the winner, they bred the top 4 finishers in this race.
Unbelievable. Well, I mean, they're just such a huge part of our program, and it's really nice to see them do that. It's just year in, year out for so many years.
$12 winner Arctic Arrogance, who finished second last time out in the Bertram at Bongard, gets the win today. Forward trainer Linda Rice, Jose Lascano in the saddle. As far as the pick 5 is concerned, 42,000, Andy.
Yeah, well, it was an impossible sequence. $240, $3,600, $11,000. The parlay itself was, well, it's about 3.5 times the parlay, but still.
Congratulations if you had it. It was not easy today. Arctic Arrogance to win the Sleepy Hollow. Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Linda Rice. And Linda, Arctic Arrogance, he looked like the real deal up at Saratoga first time out. Defeated last time, but he lived up to that first effort this time around here in the Sleepy Hollow.
Yes, he sure did. And I felt like in his last race that he's a hard horse to keep him fit. He wants to get very heavy, and he's a fat horse all the time. And after he won at Saratoga, I felt like I let his weight get away from him, and it cost us in that last race. And if you look at his form right now, I really put more pressure on him than I normally would put on a 2-year-old, and I think it paid off.
We've seen you, I mean, City Zip automatically just comes to mind, but you seem to do obviously really well with all horses that you have, but with the 2-year-olds, we often see your horses need a start, but this one not. Do you treat the ones that look as though they have that talent a little bit differently?
Yes, I do. And with this horse, he was prepared exceptionally well at Saratoga for his first start for a couple of reasons, because we were having a difficult time getting him to leave the gates. And so he had been fit enough to run for at least 3 weeks before we ran him. It's just that we were struggling to get him to leave.
He leaves pretty well now, but Linda, as we were talking about the Bromans breeding the top 4 finishers here, this one obviously Arctic Arrogance owned by them, and you've trained for them in the past throughout the years. Talk a little bit about their breeding program.
Oh, there's no race, whether it be open or even in the New York State period, that you're not going to find some Broman bred horses. And they have a great program. Chester Broman has worked with Becky Thomas for a couple decades now, and they've really put together a great program. And I'm just fortunate to be a part of it.
Well done to you, Arctic Arrogance, now a stakes winner.
Thank you.
All right, Acacia, as you guys said, it's just so fitting that the Bromans take this one with a horse that they bred and owned, and it just speaks volumes of what they've done for this New York bred program on New York Showcase Day.
Contributed so much to the game, to the breeding operations here in New York. Maggie, thank you. So fitting. Indeed, big congratulations to Chester and Mary Broman, truly mainstays on the New York circuit and in horse racing in general. Arctic Arrogance. Nice to see him get back to the winner's circle. And I think this is a horse with quite a bit of talent.
Oh, I totally agree. She was a bit against it, or he was a bit against the track last time down the inside. And he didn't run a bad race, but he ran very, very well this time. And he's run well. He handled the wet track first time out, and I agree. I think we'll hear more from this. The way they passed him and he just came back on and flew by. It's not like the rail has been good today. Just think he ran very, very well.
And Linda Rice with a terrific meet as we wrap things up with Belmont at the Big A. Linda Rice finishing second in the trainer standings behind Chad Brown, who had clinched the title even coming into today. 24 wins at the meet. Linda Rice in second, Todd Pletcher in third. Chad Brown with a insurmountable lead, but some trainers with some very, very strong meets continuing on here. And as always, we appreciate them sharing these incredible equine athletes with us.
Yeah, no, we love the New York Reds. They're a big part of New York racing. And Irad Javier made a run at him, but Irad, he looked like Arctic. Looked like the last winner. He just let Javier get close and then ran away. Good meets for a lot of those guys, but Irad dominated.
Irad Ortiz with 35 wins in the jockey standings. That was the last race of the Belmont at the Big A meet. We're staying here, though. We'll be back next week with just Aqueduct as we continue on with the Stars of Tomorrow card at Churchill Downs. Still a few races to go there beneath the Twin Spires. The Grade 3 Street Sense for the 2-year-olds coming up next, and 3-2 on Jace's Road, who ran a big race behind Curly Jack in the Iroquois last time out in just his second start. He is the short price favorite right now. We'll see if he can pick up the first graded stakes of his career after this.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us as we continue on with the Stars of Tomorrow card opening day beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. But before we talk about the Street Sense, we have to recap what happened yesterday. Hopefully you tuned in late into the evening. Anthony Stabile and I got a little loopy, but it was for a good cause to watch the Breeders' Crown open pace. Bulldog Hanover, the world record holder, Andy, picked up this Breeders' Crown win, and he has just been absolutely tremendous. It's been so fun to see the attention that he has brought to harness racing.
He was terrific. I watched the race last night, and, you know, the way he was just, the driver just wasn't going to let, you know, the race get dictated. He just went first over, paired the lead at the half. They went 26th in the first quarter, slowed up a little, I think 53 and change to the half, and he just took control, and just nobody threatened. Came in the stretch, which you could see he was dominant. I was going to say, I haven't watched harness racing in a long time. The biggest change in these sulkies, the way the riders now are laying down, right?
Yeah. You need a lot of core strength for that, too. Regular driver Dexter Dunn, who had a terrific night, too, but I know that he feels so strongly about this horse. And again, just the excitement, the buzz that he brought, people wanting to tune in to see Bulldog Hanover, who, of course, set that world record for the fastest mile paced back in July. And he had an impressive victory in the qualifier, came back with this Breeders' Crown win, and we retiring at the end of the year, and just really, I think it's amazing of what he's been able to do, bringing all of that attention to the sport of harness racing. Back over at Churchill Downs, we have the 10th. It's a Grade 3 Street Sense. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up beneath the Twin Spires, and we always look forward to these 2-year-olds to see who can take a step forward. And not too surprising, Andy, Jace's Road is currently the heavy favorite. He ran a very valiant third in the Iroquois behind Curly Jack last time out.
Yeah, once again, he's probably the horse to beat, and I thought he ran very well last time because he was aggressive in there and the race did come apart a bit. I thought it was a good effort by him, and I do think he ran better than Honed, the horse who passed him, was picking up the pieces. 3-2 seems a little bit short on him, however, and it just feels like, I know these horses have won, but they're honing in on one horse, and they're not one-horse races. Maybe they'll turn out that way, but I do think he ran very well last time. He's run well in both of his starts. I have no knock on him, but I'm very interested in the horse in the rail. I just wish it wasn't a wet track.
Top Recruit, who was disappointing in the Champagne last time out. That was a wet track. He will have to deal with a wet track at Churchill today, but Honed and Jace's Road, as mentioned, coming out of the Iroquois. Again, Honed on the outside, kind of just clunking along, I thought, behind Curly Jack, whereas Jace's Road had done a bit of the dirty work. Again, this is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And hey, I'll tell you, if you like anybody else besides the favorite, including Top Recruit, you'll get a nice price.
I like Top Recruit. I'm going to give him one more chance. Mike Maker knows it rained. It may have been more than just the sloppy track last time out. His race 2 back would win this race.
With anticipation, winner Boppy O goes back to dirt.
Yeah, I'm not sure why going back to dirt. I guess everybody dreams that they might have a Derby horse, and they want to find out now. He'll be on the turf going forward.
Blinkers going on as well. Here's your favorite, Jace's Road.
Talked about him. Probably the horse to beat, but probably not a great bet at 7-5.
Next will be a Son of Honor code, Filiparino, who stretches out.
Took no money first time out. Has to make a stretch of 3 furlongs for the second start.
15-1 debut winner sprinting for Rusty Arnold out of Test winner. Sweet Philipperoo. Here's 2 fills.
Not a great post in abuse futurity and also overmatched in that race. His run figures that make him contentious at a square enough price.
5-1 for Larry Ravelli. Here's a Red Route 1.
Yeah, I don't like this horse. I think his last race is completely a function of a fast pace that was falling apart, and he was able to work out second at almost 60-1.
Frosted Departure will be next, also coming out of that Breeders' Futurity.
But he ran a big figure 2 back, and he was close to the fast pace in the Breeders' Futurity. I think he's a definite player in this race at a big price.
11-1, generous price. Scratch the 8. Next is the 9, Honed, second in the Iroquois before trying the Breeders' Futurity as well.
But he didn't pick up any pieces last time. I don't like his chances, but maybe we'll see.
Public agreeing on that one. Here's the 10, Hayes Strike.
Just doesn't look fast enough. That's the big price.
Ken McPeak with 3 in here. And the coach, Wayne Lucas, sends out Western Ghent to the outside.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing in here, but good luck to him. What is he doing in here?
I don't know. He stretches out in distance, too. Wayne likes to have some action. He likes to be involved.
Oh, yes, that he does. No doubt about that occasionally.
6-5 on Jace's Road. Let's go back to Paula Duca as we get ready for the Street Sense. Paulie.
Yeah, Dean Wayne Lucas, he does not, he's not scared of anything. Okay, let's get to the favorite in here, Jace's Road. I thought very good first time out, like Andy said. And you can say that, you know, Honed had an extra long race on him, and it was the first time he was going long in the Iroquois, and I thought he ran a bang-up race. I'm in agreement with Andy that he ran better than Honed. So I think he can get to maybe to the front end or sit behind at least the pace in here. Now, the one in here, Top Recruit, is a horse that definitely is a horse that can show a lot more speed. And like Andy said, listen, every wet track is different. Now, this horse lost the Blazing Sevens and was never interested in that racetrack in the Champagne. And the horse went off in under 6-1. It wasn't like he was 70-1. Lost footing at start, basically lost the race at the start. So you really don't know. He looked tremendous on the racetrack. And then the 6, Red Route 1. I'll take a different approach than Andy. I understand at 59-1, but this horse ran a bang-up race at Kentucky Downs, and he passed a lot of horses. And I think Forte and Loggins are really 2 quality horses. I get what he's saying, picking up the pieces, but I do think, you know, those are the 3 horses that are really the candidates in here. For me to win this race, I'll put the 3 slightly on top of the 1 and the 6.
All right, Paul, thank you. 8-5 on Jace's Road. Let's go back to top recruit, Andy, who I know you had some interest in. 10-1 on this horse, who did seem to be intriguing coming into the Champagne, given the foundation that he had, that gaudy figure in the juvenile at Ellis 2 starts back. What do you do with him off that non-effort in the Champagne?
Well, I'm going to bet him. I already have bet him. Now, I don't love a wet track. If it was a dry track, I'd make a big bet on him. His race 2 back was exceptional.
Yeah.
And he beat Curly Jack, who ran that good race to win the Iroquois. And listen, obviously I went wrong last time. He didn't run 5th, beaten 6 lengths. He was eased. And he went wrong from the start. Mike Maker's not afraid to run him back in a wet track, and I imagine he'd prefer that it was a dry track, but he's still running him back, so he must feel it was something other than the racetrack. So for me, I'm going to give him a little bit of a chance.
And he's a nice price at 8-1, too. Another taking some attention is the number 6, Red Route 1. His first 2 races were on the turf, and then his lone dirt start, he closed from really far out of it in the Breeders' Futurity. Was he just picking up the pieces that day? Can you trust him running back on the dirt once again?
No, I don't like this horse. This is a turf horse. And he ends up taking a shot at Breeders' Futurity, and I don't think he ran badly, and I won't be shocked if I'm wrong. I think it's a horrendous gamble at 3-1, but to me, he didn't really do any running. He won a 3-horse photo, just picking up race that was falling apart. Listen, from a speed figure standpoint, he ran a number. Paul likes him. I respect Paul's opinion. This is not my kind of horse. I think he's dressed up by circumstance. Having said that, I don't know what makes JC's Road 6-5 in here.
Yeah.
I don't have any argument that he's a major player in this race. He's not exactly running speed figures that are making him 6-5. And maybe he doesn't love a wet track either. It's just like Brad Cox, so they're going crazy. I mean, what am I looking at that makes him like now he's gone up to 8-5, so he's gone up a little bit, but I'm still surprised he's that short. But probably end up being a 3-6 exact, and I'll just look like a fool, or 6-3. I'm betting on the 1 top recruit. It's just, I'm going to use him with the 3 and the 7.
Something I think is interesting, too. Kenny McPeak sends out 3 in here. One of them honed, finished second, again, picking up the pieces, as we mentioned, in the Iroquois. But the one I'm intrigued by from him is Frosted Departure, who had the rail in the Breeders' Futurity. I thought his race 2 back was really impressive.
Couldn't agree more.
He's a big price that could be a little interesting.
Could not agree more, Acacia. Yeah. It is absurd that he's 11-1 and horses like the 3 are 8-5 and the 6 are 3-1. And how about the 5 at 8-1? I mean, with all due respect, his race 2 back makes him very tough in here. And you say, got the rail, drawing the race. He's got to be forwardly placed. The pace was fast. So big deal. So he was basically eased. He's a better horse than that. I agree with you. I think he's very dangerous. That's why I used him with the 1.
I like it. Adds an interesting layer to this race for the 2-year-olds. The Street Sense at Jace's Road. It's still your favorite at 8-5. What about Boppy O? The big upset winner of the With Anticipation on the turf did break his maiden first time out in a slow race, albeit on the dirt down at Gulfstream. He is the half-brother to Papa Cap, multiple graded stakes placed horse.
He's a big price if people like him. Not talking him off 16-1s.
I guess we'll see where Boppy O really wants to run. 9-5 on Jace's Road. It's time for the co-feature, the Grade 3 Street Sense. We saw the fillies earlier today in the Rags to Riches. Who's Your Filly was impressive 2-year-old winner for Tom Amos. And we'll see what happens with the 2-year-old boys here. And I'm sure some big dreams could come out of this race.
Yeah, we'll see how they feel those dreams after Cave Run next weekend.
Cave Rock.
Cave Rock, excuse me.
Yeah, undefeated. He is impressive, that's for sure.
He looks like about as good a favorite on the Breeders' Cup weekend as there is.
I would certainly think so. Dominant 2-year-old for me. I know Forte was impressive last time out, but I've just been blown away with what I saw from
Forte's a very good horse.
He is.
Cave Rock's been really
He's next
good.
level. Well, into the gate they go, slowly but surely.
They
for
really
the
have
Street
lost.
Sense.
They used to run the races on time at Churchill Downs. I have no idea what's going on today. They haven't run a race close to post time, have they?
No, they haven't.
Even the new post times.
Even the new post times. These are 2-year-olds, so it's a lot to take on.
That's
Things
what it
can
is.
happen.
It's the 2-year-olds. They're a little tardy to the gate.
I'm just guessing, really.
They like to circle around a lot.
Well, who knows? They're still figuring things out. Maybe they do. 9 to 5.
Confuse them before the race.
9 to 5. Yeah, get them a little disoriented. Jace's Road, currently your favorite for the street sense. We'll get them into the gate eventually, and we will get a chance to run this feature. And there's just one more race after this, Andy. I know you really, really are excited for the nightcap at Churchill.
Well, isn't the Todd Pletcher horse the 2 a layover on paper? I thought that was
Desert Wolf. We'll talk more about the nightcap in a moment. 2-year-olds giving them a tough time at the gate, primarily the number 4, Filipperino, stretching out for Rusty Arnold. They're just about in. I think we can throw it up to Travis Stone now for the rest of the load and call of the Grade 3 Street Sense.
Waiting for Western Ghent. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Filipperino bobbled coming out of there. Jace's Road breaks on top. Top Recruit sent through toward the rail. Papio is there. Two Phils is not far behind. Red Route 1 was sent on for speed, but is in tight and wide. Farther out than that is Frosted Departure, and way out there was Western Ghent. Saving ground every step of the way was Top Recruit, who leads the way around the opening turn. Bapio is a stalking second. Jace's Road backs out of there. Frosted Departure with a blitz on the first turn, passing horses quickly, and is up to challenge Top Recruit. So an eventful opening quarter mile. It's Top Recruit the leader. Frosted Departure in second. Bapio is third. Two Phils comes away fourth. Jace's Road given a nudge on the outside, fifth. Red Route 1 toward the inside, advancing up from sixth. In between is Hayes Strike, while seventh Flipperino's back in eighth. Honed is ninth, and the trailer is Western Ghent. Fractions 23 and 4, 48 and 1 for the opening half. 4 furlongs to go. They're on to the far turn. 3-ply battle up top. Top Recruit saving ground every step of the way. Opens up just a little bit. Frosted Departure and Bapio trying to keep up. Hayes Strike comes through toward the inside, and Two Phils comes on from the outside. Flipperino's finding best stride as well. And down inside is Red Route 1. Jace's Road is plummeting to the back. They're off the turn, and it's Two Phils who comes away with the lead. It opens up by 2. Two Phils willingly, now by 4. Top Recruit fights on from second, and then it's Hayes Strike. Flipperino is late on the scene. There's 1 furlong to go. Two Phils clear by 3. On the wrong lead. Hayes Strikes trying to make it tight. Late time running out. Two Phils finding more. And Two Phils splashes home the 4-length winner. Hayes Strike ran well to be second. Flipperino was third. And Top Recruit was fourth.
Two Phils, caught by Hard Spun, gets the win. Andy, you had pointed it out. This is a horse who was impressive 2 starts back, and he was an impressive winner of the Street Sense.
Yeah, no, he ran big today. I didn't think he ran particularly well at Keeneland, but he ran big today. My horse Top Recruit, because the rail got forced into a quick pace, wasn't being this horse anyway. Maybe he could have been a distant second. And listen, I know some of these overbet horses won, but it should be noted that Jace's Road, I think he was eased in this race. He ran absolutely nowhere. He never appeared. Red Route 1 never appeared. But Two Phils, he was much the best.
A little bit green still hanging on that left lead, but he was clear, pulling away from the rest of this field. Larry Ravelli, the trainer. It was 5-10, 4-1. So some big, big prices here. The winner, 7-1. The second place finisher, the number 10, Hayes Strike, was 27-1. When we come back, we'll talk about some of the big name 2-year-olds. We already mentioned them a bit. Cave Rock, who has been super impressive, multiple Grade 1 winner. And then Forte, winner of the Hopeful. He will go head-to-head with Cave Rock in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time will
has a new stakes record.
Matoli, he did it again! Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is!
The mighty Matoli.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1-mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1-mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In the winner's circle in the 10th race, that was the Grade 3 Street Sense at Churchill Downs. The number 5, Two Fills, much the best. Jareth Loveberry in the saddle for Larry Ravelli, and this one gets back to his winning ways.
Yeah, impressive win here. Got a good trip. Just blew these horses away. They were moving up front. I actually think the one ran pretty well in there. I'm not, because I liked him. He actually ran well to finish fourth because they were flying. Everybody else close to the pace fell apart. But this horse made a move around the 5/16 pole and just destroyed the field. I mean, he crushed them. A couple of nice performances behind him, picking up the pieces, but no doubt about it with Two Fills. Very good performance.
Still a little bit green, still figuring things out, but very impressive, kicking on away from the rest of this field and getting the win. This 2-year-old colt by Hardspun in the Street Sense, $17.24. Hey, Strike, a big price underneath. Jareth Loveberry, the jockey, and he's standing by with Paul.
Yeah, I'm with Jareth Loveberry here, the writer of the winner, 2 fills. And Jared, I just heard you say you like this horse better today than you did in the Breeders' Futurity. You got an unlucky position in the Breeders' Futurity where you couldn't get to the front.
He got a little stacked up in the first turn, and he just kind of, first time 2 turns.
Yeah.
Going in the first turn, he wasn't quite ready for it, and he was kind of erratic. And I called him after the race, and I'm like, look, don't get disappointed in him. He's a better horse. I like him more after this defeat than I did before. And I liked him before, so that just showed how much this horse could improve off of that last race.
That's pretty amazing. It was very, very rough going into the first turn. There was a ton of horses going. The 6 and a couple of horses were ping-ponging. This horse ran giant to stave off that contact and just keep on going, no?
Yeah, he shows a lot of heart. He really has over the last month training after the Breeders' Futurity. And settled. After we got through that first turn, he just settles. When you get him in the right position, he just settles comfortably, and he's a powerful horse.
Well, congratulations to Jareth Loveberry and Larry Ravelli. First greatest stakes win here at Churchill. Not his first greatest stakes. This man can flat out horseback. If you ever watch Chicago racing, make sure you put the money on Jareth Loveberry. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Paul, thank you, Jareth Loveberry, with the big win with 2 fills. Big congratulations, hugs all around, as gets the nice win with a promising 2-year-old that he had high hopes for. One more race to go, Andy, on the Stars of Tomorrow card, opening day at Churchill Downs. It's a maiden special weight to wrap up the day with these 2-year-olds and Desert Wolf. Not surprising, second last time out for Todd Pletcher. He's currently your 2-to-1 favorite on the board. But before we talk about the nightcap at Churchill, as mentioned, what we're now 6 days away from, well, 5 days away from Breeders' Cup Friday, 4.5. Yeah.
Somewhere between.
Do you have a countdown clock?
Yeah, I do. At home in my
you
apartment.
seemed like the type that would have a countdown clock.
Yeah, I'm lucky I have a clock, period.
The 2-year-olds will take center stage on Future Stars Friday for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Here's the look at the schedule of the races we're going to have an opportunity to see. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile looks to be a tremendous matchup, and as Andy and I had discussed earlier, the boys do seem to be the stronger of the 2-year-old dirt divisions, particularly with the likes of this horse in there, Cave Rock, who's undefeated, won the American Pharoah last time out, and he has been so impressive out in California for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, he's really a fast horse. He's an unusually good 2-year-old. He's probably one of the better 2-year-olds that we've seen. I don't know, maybe since Uncle Mo. I mean, American Pharoah didn't run in the Breeders' Cup, so it's hard to know, but he's probably been more impressive, frankly, as a 2-year-old than Uncle Mo. And I mean, than American Pharoah. Uncle Mo is a brilliant 2-year-old. Brilliant racehorse. Unfortunately, just issues kept him from having a chance to have a full career. But this is a very, very good horse. And listen, I am not knocking Forte. He's been good in all of his races, but this horse may just be a little bit special.
Cave Rock, he has been so impressive. He's by Arrogate. His full brother, a New York bred, broke the record for the highest sale at the Fasig-Tipton yearling sale this summer, and it was pretty timely too, as he had broken his maiden so impressively right before the sale happened. So it'll be pretty exciting to follow the family. But of course, won the Run Happy Del Mar Futurity, won the American Pharoah. Cave Rock, I do think, will be the favorite leading into that Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But some other nice 2-year-olds, including Forte, who we saw win the Breeders' Futurity last time out, also won the Hopeful. As we bring Paul into the conversation, Paulie Forte, who showed a lot up at Saratoga, and especially in his last win as well. What do you make of him as he moves on to the Breeders' Cup with the likes of Cave Rock waiting in the wings?
Well, I like him. I like him a lot. And now I don't know if he could beat Cave Rock. Andy's analysis on Cave Rock is, I think, spot on. He could be any kind. Let's be honest with that. I mean, he has shown beast races. But I think a lot of people thought when Forte came up the rail and Gulfport floated out, they thought, okay, he just won. It was on a sloppy racetrack. You know, what ended up happening is he goes to the Breeders' Futurity, and, you know, Loggins is Brad Cox loves Loggins. And, you know, Forte, first time around 2 turns, was able to outfinish him. They went down to the wire. I think he'll be better around 2 turns. Now, does he have to step it up? he most definitely has to step it up to beat horses like Cave Rock. But Todd Pletcher has a lot of success at Keeneland in general, and I would think Forte's going to fire a big shot. I don't know if it is good enough. And by the way, I know we're talking about Forte, but I just want to report this. The one horse here in the last race just ran off. The handler was trying to bring him into the paddock for the last race, and just ran off. I think he's going to be a late scratch here.
All right, Paul, thank you. Keep you posted on what's happening in the nightcap. But as Paul was discussing, Forte going on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, there's some of his preparations. And Paul's right. I mean, Todd Pletcher, the horses that he sent to those graded stakes at Keeneland were incredible. I mean, he had a terrific meet this fall, including Forte's win in the Breeders' Futurities. He opted to go there instead of the Champagne. And I guess the question is, with these two, you have the likes of Blazing Sevens, you have some other talented horses going into that juvenile. Who steps forward at the right time?
Yeah, and can anybody, they get a lot of them to step forward. They're still going to have trouble beating Cave Rock in this race. I mean, I want to just make it a one-horse race. But to me, he's probably as likely a winner. I mean, I know Flightline probably a likely winner for a lot of people, though I'm, fascinated by that race plays out. But I'm looking forward to seeing Cave Rock. I really am. I think he has a potential to be a very, very, very good horse. And the one thing, Bob Effort wins these races. It's not like you're talking about a trainer that hasn't been there, and these horses deliver. So they deliver for Todd Pletcher, too. I'm not suggesting they don't. And I'm not going to be shocked if Forte runs really well in here. Blazing Sevens seems a lot more pace dependent.
Yeah.
I think he's run well. I mean, he ran well last time, but he's more pace dependent. I'm not knocking Verifying. I thought he ran well in the Champagne. There's some good horses in this juvenile. There just may be unusually good horse at the top.
An exciting time of year with those young horses going into Future Stars Friday, just a few days away for the Breeders' Cup. Well, we have one more race to go at Churchill Downs, the nightcap, a maiden special weight, horses in the paddock. As we will close out the day on the Stars of Tomorrow card, there's a look at Desert Wolf for Todd Pletcher, this one for Samaya U.S. Stable. We'll talk about his chances and the rest of the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
My name is Walker Hancock, and I'm the president of Claiborne Farm. I'm here with University of Kentucky quarterback Will Levis. And Will, we did a deal recently, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Made some headlines too, and got some attention to both your farm and just the horse racing industry in general. And it's been really cool to be a part of.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common: speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower.
That's right. So Will, War of Will, we stay in War of Will at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. He's in his second year. His first foals are just now hitting the ground, and we love what we've seen so far. And we enlisted Will's help to help us spread the good news.
Yeah, so we were looking for just opportunities, me and my group here in Kentucky, to make some money with these new name, image, and likeness deals that were recently passed. And we wanted to do things that were unique and things that stuck out and things that just made sense. And one of the first things that we thought of was to connect with a horse breeding farm. And when going through the stallion catalog, the name War of Will came up, and we thought, pretty perfect. And we got in contact with Walker, and here we are now with this relationship, and it's already brought a lot of attention to, like I said before, both Claiborne Farm and Walker and his family and his farm, but just the Kentucky sports and horse industry as well.
Yeah, it was great for a horse racing article and news to go viral in a positive manner, and we thank Will and his team for having the foresight to reach out to us and us, I guess, taking a leap of faith. I mean, we didn't really know what to expect, but thus far it's been awesome, the response we've gotten. I think the tweet has got over like 500,000 impressions, and everyone's asked me about it, from people at Keeneland to people on the corner deli to everywhere. So everyone at least has seen it.
Yeah, a lot of people I've bumped into, people who don't even know anything about horses in general, have been intrigued by it and want to know all about it. So that's been really cool to not only tell people about the deal, but also to give them a little bit of education on Kentucky and just how important horses are to the state and to us.
Yeah, only at the University of Kentucky can you probably partner with a thoroughbred stallion. So we're really thankful for Will and his team, and it's been great so far.
It's been great.
Our program, as always, is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As we look forward to seeing the progeny of War of Will on the racetrack. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and you can continue watching America's Day at the Races, as it'll not just be America, Andy, it's the world's day at the races. Yeah. The Melbourne Cup, we're going to be bringing you that. You can watch on FS2 Monday night starting at 10:30 p.m., of course, with the time change. But, you know, it's pretty exciting. It's an incredible race, definitely one on my bucket list to one day have the opportunity to see in person.
I'd love to go, I agree. It sounds like a lot of fun. Obviously a huge crowd and a big part of the country is shut down. They have a holiday, I guess, in that area for Melbourne Cup, and a lot of fun. This is the one, there's a 1 in 7 chance. It's not always every 7 years because of leap years, where it's actually run before the Breeders' Cup. I guess it's the first Tuesday or whatever the time change. I could never figure out how it works with how times change. The international date line. I don't think anyone could figure it out. The smartest guy in the world couldn't figure it out. But anyway, it's the first Tuesday, so it can only fall before the Breeders' Cup, I guess, and it's November 1st.
Well, you can check out FS2, tune in, watch the Melbourne Cup starting Monday night here. Horses in the paddock for the nightcap at Churchill Downs as we'll wrap up their opening day here about 5 minutes away from race 11. That's a look at the number 3 Hunter's Drive, who's going turf to dirt. Your favorite, though, Desert Wolf for Todd Pletcher, second behind Frank's Honor last time out with John Velasquez in the saddle.
Yeah, I think there's 4 horses to talk about. Desert Wolf and Parkway are the ones who ran. I think Parkway does have a chance for our friends at Claiborne Farm. And the firster's the 911, who we'll get to. Desert Wolf ran extremely well. Now, Frank's Honor didn't run well, but he come back because he had the run of the race last time. Poor Desert Wolf was out in the middle of the racetrack and never really had a chance, but I thought he had game lead for second, considering how wide he was. And he's going to be tough to beat in this race. Though I do think that the number 8 Parkway is dangerous for Bill Mott, second time out. He's going to improve. Felt like a horse that could run better second time. A lot of pedigree, though, in the 9, Acacia, fighting ready.
Yeah, have to multiple graded stakes winner, Baby J. And this is a horse that worked 21-1 at the OBS March 2-year-old sale. I thought it was a nice work from a horse that looked like he would want to go a distance of ground, which is what he gets to do today. I'm looking on the screen, but the quick glimpse I got from him in the paddock, he looked really, really fit. First time out for Dallas Stewart.
Well, he better be fit to go a mile 16th first time out. But, 4 foals from the 6 foals from the dam could run. The 11 Tabbit Shoes, a half the Cyberknife. Now, keep in mind, they paid $300,000, which doesn't seem like a lot for that pedigree and a Tappet. But that was before we knew Cyberknife was a good horse. So it's not as though they were buying based on the pedigree, because the other two foals didn't do much running. Now, you wonder a little bit if there was talk that Cyberknife was, might be a pretty good horse, but still.
Don't forget, he's a quirky horse, and I think at the beginning they were having a lot of trouble getting him to train, getting him to run straight in his races too. So that could definitely play a part. I think it's a very well-meant point that if you're a little concerned about that purchase price, and for that pedigree, he's 4-1 as a Brad Cox first.
But they just bet everything that Brad Cox. I mean, you can just see. I mean, seriously, he's massively overbet.
It's true.
Curse of success.
Yep. Well, Todd Pletcher and John Velasquez, they've had a lot of success, too. Here's Desert Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, he's just the horse to beat. The experience, the post, they have him to beat.
Here's the 3, Hunter's Drive, Turf to Dirt.
He doesn't, the pedigree is possible he could handle it. Not my kind of play, an Oscar performance.
Next will be the number 4, Sir Rock, who stretches out.
Yeah, he's a second-time starter. He just didn't do much running. It takes some money first time out, though. It's interesting. You got to imagine he'll be forward, right?
Yep. Create Trouble is next. This one's named after you, Andy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like me, he's probably slow.
Parked very wide into the first turn last time out. He's 17-1, second-time starter for Brendan Walsh. Here's Macho Villa.
I mean, I don't know. It's another Wayne Lucas horse with a lot of slow races. Probably has one race that could win it in somewhere, and who knows who will run it.
Ken McPeak sends out the number 7, Dennington.
Ken McPeak seems to have a lot of horses, doesn't he?
He
Feels like he's got 1 or 2 at every race we look at, especially the 2-year-olds. He's run okay in his races. He's far from impossible.
Next is an intriguing runner, Generous Price. Again, for our friends, homebred for Claiborne Farm and Adele Dillschneider. Here's Parkway.
I think this one's interesting. And the fact that, they have to leave it on the dirt because no turf at Kentucky, but they could have stayed in New York if they thought he was a turf horse. So it's sort of interesting that they want to give him another chance in the dirt, which I think is probably possible. Probably a positive.
Yep. Here's that pedigree horse we talked about, Fight and Ready.
Yeah, listen, not taking a lot of money, but how much money would you expect him to take as a firster? I think he's a little interesting here.
Most Saturdays is next for Al Stall.
Well, we respect Al Stall, but this horse ran well first time in the turf. I'm surprised that Al is trying this one. I mean, the horse ran well sprinting in the turf, and now he's stretching out in the dirt after a slow race. It's kind of odd.
Yeah, it certainly is. Tappet Shoes is next, the little brother to Cyberknife.
Yeah, interested to see what we get from him. Is he getting bet because it's Brad Cox and they just like to bet Brad Cox, or is there a story on him?
Cole Boss is a big price on the board.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve a lot off his debut where he didn't get bet and didn't do much running at 5.5 furlongs.
That's the field for the nightcap. And again, reminders Paul had mentioned, Regimental was a late scratch back in the paddock, the number 1. 3-2 on Desert Wolf. For more on these 2-year-olds, let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. The closing race here. And if you're alive in some of these pick 6 and pick 5s, they refunded that race. So if you're looking at the wheel pays, there's 5 out of 6s in the pick 6, and there's 4 out of 5. So they did not, I don't know if they've all that race or not. I'm kind of confused. I'll get some more information on you as well. But if you look at the wheel pays, it says 5 out of 6 and 4 out of 5. So I don't know if, usually they just call that an all race, but I don't know what's going on there. So I'll try to get you some information on the betting part of this last race here at Churchill Downs. Been a great day so far. Let's go to the 2, Desert Wolf. I thought this horse ran a sneaky good first race. Got left in the gate and made up a lot of ground. Second time going long was very much more professional. I thought made a decent move. Now, Frank Sonner did beat him that day. Frank Sonner came back to run today. Did not run well, but again, I'm not putting credence in the horses running back on this muddy racetrack. Desert Wolf is the horse to beat at 7-5. The 8 in here, Parkway, it kind of has the same similarity to the other Bill Mott horse that won. Even running style, sprinting. Now they're going to go long. Comes out of a loaded race, 3 next out winners. So I thought that horse had a look. The 11 Tappet Shoes, Andy hit the nail on the head. Brad Cox is kind of like, he's the Chad Brown of the Midwest. You have to include, or do you include? It's one of those things where you just don't know what to do if they're live or not. I kind of like the 10 most Saturdays, and I understand that this horse did not perform well. He's broken bad in both of his starts. He needs to get out of the gate. I think that's why Al's maybe sending him long, which usually is not a great recipe. But I do think this horse has some ability. Horse is live in the board at 5-1. I'll take a little bit of a shot. I do think the 2 Desert Wolf is definitely the horse to beat. I also would not leave out the 4 Sir Rock. I think this horse is going to show a lot of speed from the 10-hole last time. Adam Beschizza is a guy that really doesn't send horses to the front end. He tried to send this horse last time, comes with a bullet work. The 4 might lead these horses around for just a tiny bit today.
All right, Paulie, thank you. 7-5 on Desert Wolf as we get ready for the final race of the day. These 2-year-olds, and yeah, I mean, the favorite, he makes a lot of sense, but there are some other horses in this race for sure, all at some generous prices. The number 7, Dennington for Ken McPeak. This is a horse who could potentially make a little noise in here. He ran a good race at Ellis Park 2 starts back, showing speed. Do we put stock in that race or in his most recent start?
Well, I mean, that's always sort of the $1 million question, right? You know, what you get from him. I don't know. I mean, he's got to be more forward in this race. And he tried last time. To tell you the truth, I didn't really watch the race, so I don't know if he had some kind of trip in that race, and I don't want to comment.
It for you right here.
Oh no, I mean his race last time.
Oh, last time out.
Last
yes,
time.
yes.
You know, was he sort of out of position in that race?
He was very green. I thought leading into the race too, and so I don't know if that had something to do with it.
He's got bet in every one of his starts, this horse.
He has.
And the truth is, he did some running second time out.
Well,
now,
he's my gun runner.
That's right. He's the one gun runner that isn't very good. those mile races at Ellis, for people that are wondering, they're similar to our Saratoga mile races on that chute. I don't think it's quite as angled as ours. It's sort of a straight run to it, but it's a similar 1.5 turn race.
I'm not sure because sometimes the camera does funny things.
I want to know if anybody else out there has tried to watch the replay of the Breeders' Futurity, I believe it is. I think it's Breeders' Futurity. It might be the Alcibiades. I think it's Breeders' Futurity, where the camera is shaking. I felt like I needed a Dramamine to watch it.
Nightcap.
Ellis is like, forget it. I don't know what's going on at Ellis.
Sometimes I just, yeah.
Their replays are, that's just, it's not right. I feel like I'm back in the Dead show.
Oh, no. That could bring back some memories.
Nightcap
from Churchill Downs. They're gone forever. Nightcap from Churchill Downs, Desert Wolf, the favorite for Todd Pletcher and John Velasquez. We wrap up the Stars of Tomorrow card with some 2-year-olds. One more time for today. Let's go to Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting on Colbas and Macho Villa. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sirac breaks out alertly. Macho Villa sent on for speed. Create Trouble is keyed up in between. Dennington for the outside tucks in behind. Into the clubhouse turn. Sirac tries to cut the corner. Macho Villa is intent on the lead, though, and races up to grab it. But with that, Sirac responds to the challenge. And these two on the front end together. Create Trouble is a stalking third. Desert Wolf comes away fourth and toward the rail. Dennington is racing fifth. Early Hunter's Drive is 6 by 3. Most Saturdays cruising along 7th Parkway, 8th, fighting ready in 9th. Tappet Shoes all the way back in 10th, just ahead of Colbas the trailer. So down the back stretch run, 5 furlongs to go. The opening quarter goes in 24 and 1. And it is Sirac the leader. It's a short lead, though. Macho Villa continues to pester on the outside second. Create Trouble's not far behind them third. Desert Wolf tucked away fourth and toward the rail, 4 furlongs to go. Hunter's Drive in between fifth. Dennington 3 wide sixth. Parkway's picking it up from 7th, but is buried down toward the inside. Most Saturdays, Tappet Shoes fighting ready and Colbas at the back. Round the far turn, Macho Villa grabs the lead heading for the quarter pole, but Create Trouble comes up on the outside, and Desert Wolf trying to squeeze through down toward the rail. Desert Wolf with a rail skimming ride, and Dennington is on the scene, and so too most Saturdays. They're off the turn, they're into the stretch. Dennington digs in for the front with 1 furlong to go. Create Trouble fights on. Desert Wolf did not go on. 8th pole. Dennington set down for the drive. Create Trouble's going to fight this one, but it's Dennington in front, and Dennington is opening up. Dennington down to the wire to win it by 2. Create Trouble was second. Parkway shook loose late to grab third. Tight fourth there. Hunter's drive for Desert Wolf.
Dennington with the win for Ken McPeak, able to run down your heavy favorite, Desert Wolf. Desert Wolf will have to settle for second once again, but I guess Dennington did run back to that big effort 2 back.
No, I think that was the 5-second Create Trouble.
Oh, it was. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's hard. I can't see
No,
the
no. I only know because Travis said that the Desert Wolf wasn't running, so I'm thinking, who is that second?
I'm sorry about that.
No, this horse. Listen, this horse got it done today. He got out of the clear, and I don't know if it's Kenny's first winner today, but he ran a few, and this one ran well. I'm not saying he would have won, but Parkway did get into a lot of traffic. Even Travis noted that, and people love this. He galloped out very well.
Oh, that's big. Note it down.
Big gallop out for Parkway.
Parkway galloping out well after finishing third. Dennington, the winner, though, he was 6-1, and it was Create Trouble at 22-1, who checked in second. Bring your prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this Sunday evening now, as we saw the nightcap at Churchill Downs. And a bit of an upset. Dennington able to run back to that good effort we saw from him 2 starts back at Ellis Park. 6-1 winner here in the last race of the day.
The only real question is whether or not he's putting for the Arc or the Derby at this point. I mean, that's really the question
Well,
for Kenny.
that's really the 2 only logical places.
The only place I can think of going with a prep in the Epsom Derby. No, it was a nice effort by him. A lot of separation in this field. You see that in wet tracks a lot. I have a question. We just saw the paddock. When are they renovating the paddock? Is it after this meet?
Oh, that I don't know. I think so, but I'm not 100%
And
certain.
I'm looking at that turf course. I don't think we're going to see a turf race in there this fall.
I wouldn't guess so. Nope. There's Ken McPeak and his
There's
family.
a race
One
scheduled
race on
Wednesday.
the turf. Oh, okay.
Glad it's
Clearly
not
we've
the
done our
races I had to
homework
do.
for Wednesday.
It's on for you. That means you haven't even looked at Wednesday's card. What's wrong with you?
Because I was on until 11 o'clock last night.
I finished that Wednesday card like, I don't know, Friday. Come on. You're just not as sick as I am. You don't have quite as much Breeders' Cup work as I have to do.
That's true. You had to do all of that. Well, because you're
I like
you're
to.
leaving us. You're going.
Well, I'll be here Wednesday, and we're going to tape those Breeders' Cup preview videos,
I look
and they'll be
forward
out
to
on
hearing
YouTube
your
on Wednesday.
opinions.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I like doing them, and it's a lot of fun looking at them, and not a lot of the work done in the races, but obviously see what happens in the draw. I think there's some races on the Breeders' Cup where the draw is going to be very, very important. I think it matters. Breeders' Cup, the juvenile fillies on the dirt, because it's a wide open race, and I think the post positions are going to matter quite a bit in that race in particular.
Well,
the mile too. Sorry.
We look forward to hearing Andy's thoughts on the Breeders' Cup. It was a fun day today, I think, especially having the opportunity, as mentioned, with Empire Showcase Day. Some very cool winners on the day, and, of course, with the Bromans, with the top 4 having bred them in the Sleepy Hollywood.
Yeah, you got full credit from Dave Grenigan, a tweet.
I did,
you were
but it was
very on
really
top of
Maggie
that.
who pointed it out. So I gave her credit back in the tweet, and we're just, you know.
No, it is cool because they are such a huge part of the New York Bred program. A lot of people are. I don't want to single them out at the expense of anybody else. That they're such a big part of our racing in New York and the New York Bred program, and it's a great celebration of it. It's been fun. It's been fun being with you.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. We will all be back on Wednesday for some Horseshoe, Indy, and Churchill Downs action in our next show. But thanks so much for joining us today. We had a lot of fun. We saw some great performances at Churchill Downs on the Stars of Tomorrow card. 2 fills took the street sense. He was much the best under Jareth Loveberry for trainer Larry Ravelli. And as far as our Empire Showcase Day did go, Dr. Blue, he has been so good lately for Saffie Joseph Jr. He took the Empire Classic, and in the Empire Distaff, Let Her Inspire You, showed that the distance was no problem. We'll see you Wednesday. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races.